Good morning. Welcome. My name is Lawrence Fong. I'm the director of Stanford Neurodiversity Project. On behalf of the Stanford Neurodiversity Project team, I'd like to officially welcome you to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Stanford Neurodiversity Project is a special initiative of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Stanford University. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Laura Roberts for appointing me to lead this project. This summit has been in our hearts and minds for many of us for many months. We started planning almost a year ago, and we were ready to host a live in-person event on March 14th this year. However, because of the pandemic, we had to postpone the event and converted the in-person summit to a virtual summit. So the silver lining for this is that we grew from an attendance limited to 400 due to space limitation of an in-person conference to now we have exceeded 2,700 registrants in this virtual summit. In the next 5 days, there are about 60 presentations and panels, and also we have about 90 speakers and moderators in this conference. Here's the pictures of most of our speakers. You're going to see them in the next 5 days. And I would like to especially thank my team who have been working tirelessly for this event in the past many weeks, especially Christy Mata, Mark Gaviton, Ladan Mohammed, Isabel Morris, Vicky Lam. They are really amazing people that make this conference possible. I'd like to also thank others in the organizing committee very quickly to name them each one by one. Catherine Gao, Janet Miller, Janie Hong, Quinn Nguyen, Marcy Schwartz, Helen Zhu, Kyle McKinley, as well as our collaborators, Kelly Turk, Yael Valek, Greg Yates, Jennifer Brooks, Andrew Eddy, Michael Fieldhouse, Dennis Hall, Jen Johnson-Tyler, Nish Parikh, Stephanie Dickham. Without a collective effort, we would not be able to put this all together. Before I introduce the program to you, I'd like to briefly talk about the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. First of all, what is neurodiversity? For some of you that is new to our project, neurodiversity is a concept that regards individuals with differences in brain function and behavioral traits as part of normal variation of the human population. The movement of neurodiversity is about uncovering the strengths of neurodiverse individuals and utilizing their talents to increase innovation and productivity of the society as a whole. As I mentioned, the Stanford Neurodiversity Project is a special initiative of the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. Over the 3 years ago, I founded the Special Interest Group for Neurodiversity after my colleagues and I attended the Autism at Work Summit at SAP. We were very inspired by how people in SAP changed the lives of people on the autism spectrum. We started meeting monthly and invited speakers to share with us about their stories about employment, student support, and mental health. And many thanks to our supporters, we were able to grow our program quickly. Now, from the few people that we were starting as voluntary effort, right now we have 5 full-time staff members. Additionally, we have part-time faculty members and staff and students all contributed to this project. So there are just about 30 or so people just only at Stanford that have been actively doing some parts of our project. There are 6 objectives of the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. the utmost importance is to establish a culture that treasures the strengths of neurodiverse individuals. We want to empower neurodiverse individuals to build their identity and enhance their long-term skills of daily living throughout their lifespan. And if we do it right, we can attract talented neurodiverse individuals to study and work at Stanford. But it's not only at Stanford. We want to make sure that we are doing it for the community. We want to train talented individuals to work with the neurodiverse population, and we want to disseminate the model as widely as possible. Ultimately, our goal is to maximize the potential of neurodiversity, not only for neurodiverse individuals, but for all of us, because they have so much to bring to the table. There are 4 tenets in the Stanford Neurodiversity model. First is education. We want to educate the public as well as neurodiverse individuals on our philosophy. And we collaborate with many departments at Stanford, as well as service organizations and companies on employment opportunities. We also provide mental health support. We collaborate with many different organizations, including our law school on advocacy work. And we do a lot of research because we want to make sure that whatever we are doing is going to be generating evidence that we are doing something that is rigorous and beneficial, so others can replicate what we are doing. We think of the neurodiversity project using a ecosystem model. In addition to the neurodiverse individuals, there are many people around the neurodiverse individual, such as the family, their friends, their mentors, their therapists. And in the educational setting, they have their teachers, their coaches, classmates, roommates. They collectively can really change the environment for the good. And even for the school officials and school community as a whole, they can change many things that can make the lives of neurodiverse individuals better. And ultimately, this in turn will benefit everyone in the educational setting. But in the employment setting, we also see the same. Supervisors, job coaches, colleagues can contribute to the experience of neurodiverse individuals, as well as the executives, work community, and other supporting communities. So with this ecosystem model in mind, we created 3 major initiatives in our project. The first is Neurodiversity Awareness and Education Initiative. The second is Neurodiversity at Work and Wellness Initiative. And the third is Neurodiversity Independent Living Skills Initiative. Within the Neurodiversity Awareness and Education Initiative, there's the Special Interest Group for Neurodiversity, and as well as Neurodiversity Awareness and Program, and neurodiversity courses and workshops. I teach neurodiversity seminar as well as design thinking at Stanford. And we have a neurodiverse student support program that I'll briefly talk about in the next slide. And we also run high school camp, and we're happy to announce that we have created this network for K through 12 neurodiversity education and advocacy initiative. And later in this conference, there will be some opportunities for individuals that are interested in the NIA network to speak with some of our students that's running the network. We are also starting the Neurodiversity at Work program, or we have been running the Neurodiversity at Work program. And because of the pandemic, we started this consortium on autism employment during and after the pandemic. I also direct the Adult Neurodevelopment Clinic. So with the Neurodiverse Student Support Program, we have many different components in this program. It is rather comprehensive. And basically, one major thing is about having peer mentors that are Stanford students to be working with neurodiverse students at Stanford. And the peer mentors would help these students on transitioning to college from high school, and they would teach them or help them with independent living skills and social life. And we will refer students to Office of Accessible Education for accommodations and to the Schwab Learning Center for learning support. We refer students to the Beam Center, which is the career center at Stanford, for career development support, and we also provide mental health support. With the orange part is the comprehensive neurodiversity support course, which is also a seminar course that teach many different aspects that are not covered by other components of the program. So we talk about self-efficacy and independent living skills and so forth. The other major program that is really very much connected to the theme of this summit is the Neurodiversity at Work program. This is a specialized employment program, and the objectives are to cultivate the concept of the strength-based model of neurodiversity in organizations. We want to empower managers and teams with skills to work with neurodiverse individuals. We want to increase job readiness for neurodiverse individuals. And we want to support both employers and neurodiverse employees throughout the entire employment cycle. So very quickly, this is the model. We have a candidate registry that welcome neurodiverse candidates. And we also have, if the candidates are job ready, then they will be brought to the matching pool to be applying for positions in our job bank. If they're not job ready, then they will be referred to pre-employment training or internship experience. And similarly, on the other end, we also have a neurodiversity job bank, which is the depository for jobs that are in neurodiversity friendly workplaces. And if the managers are already trained for neurodiversity best practices, then that's great. They would be posting their jobs there. If not, then our group will help them to make sure that their workplace is indeed neurodiversity friendly. So we have the accommodated interviews as well after matching, and then we walk through the process of the employment cycle throughout the steps in the employment cycle. So in the Neurodiversity at Work program, we provide support to neurodiverse individuals at various stages, including pre-employment training, job search, interviewing, hiring and onboarding, as well as a 12-week ongoing support program after onboarding. In parallel, we help employers on neurodiversity awareness training, and we provide position consultation, employment team best practice training, and we also provide support to make sure that the employers are able to make their workplace neurodiversity friendly even before onboarding. And after onboarding, they are also supported for at least 3 months. So this way, no one would need to play catch up. We would create a workspace that is neurodiversity friendly at the time that the neurodiverse employee is starting work. So each neurodiverse individual will have 2 major support circles. The first is the employee workplace support circle that consists of the neurodiverse individual and the managers, the team buddy, the neurodiversity at work mentor. And we have a coach that would be supporting the managers. And we also have another coach that's supporting the neurodiverse employee, which will interface with the personal life support circle, including personal counselor as well as family members. So please consider joining our project by signing up to special interest group, and let us know about your interest in neurodiversity. And if you know anybody that is looking for a job or has a job to offer, please let us know and introduce us to organizations that may be interested in this activity, and tell us how you want to be involved. So I'm just making sure that the attendees are okay. So let me quickly check. Okay, so Christy, if you can tell me if the attendees are seeing what they're supposed to see, that'd be great.
Yes, the attendees are seeing the Scaling Up the Neurodiversity at Work initiative with you
Awesome.
presenting
Okay,
to them.
Cool. All right. Thank you. We are kind of new to this webinar conference style, so I just want to make sure that the attendees are indeed viewing our presentations. So the next 20 minutes or so, I'll walk you through our summit. Our Stanford Neurodiversity Summit has a theme of scaling up the neurodiversity, scaling up the neurodiversity at work initiative. On the first day today, you're going to hear 4 keynote presentations. The first is by Dr. Liliana Mayo from Central and Sullivan del Peru and University of Kansas. She is a really amazing leader that has helped many people with intellectual disabilities as well as autism to find work. So looking forward to her talk. And after her presentation, we'll have Dr. Hala Annabi, who is joining us from Seattle, Washington, from the University of Washington. She is going to talk with us about autism at work, what enables scaling. She is also the author of the very popular book now, Autism at Work Playbook. And the third presentation will be given by Dr. Valerie Paradiz, who is an autistic advocate, a parent of an autistic individual, and she also works at Autism Speaks. Her presentation's title is Mr. Inevitable Goes to Work. The fourth section is actually a 3-hour session that's talking about intersectionality, race, and neurodiversity. We'll have a very rich discussion with Renee Brooks, Maria Davis-Pierre, Temple Lovelace, Jamel Mitchell, Oreniki Onaiwu, and Inga Shea. And the fourth keynote presentation today would be by Judy Singer, who actually coined the term neurodiversity. If she didn't coin the term neurodiversity, we probably will have a different trajectory. So very much looking forward to hearing what she thinks about the neurodiversity movement. And then the very last session of the day is going to be a panel of neurodiverse students, and they will talk about their student experience. And we're happy to have Amy Feijen, Lucy Wallace, Zachary Fong, Hala Perinkum, and Serena Chen, and Alison Zong. On day 2, we'll have fewer keynote presentations, but it's going to be equally as interesting and exciting. The first presentation is going to be given by Dr. Nancy Doyle. Her presentation title is The Future of Neuro-Inclusion, Beyond Tokenism and Towards a Neurodiverse Norm. And then after that, throughout the rest of the day, there will be a number of presentations that are in panel format or short presentation format. And it's going to be very interactive. And starting on Sunday, every day between 12 and 1, we also have the networking sessions. So in day 3, we also have 2 keynote speakers. Dr. Mike Wiemeyer from University of Kansas. She's, to me, basically she is the father of self-determination. She has done so much in the last 30 years on this, and cannot wait to hear his presentation. And we also have Dr. Sarah Rankin. She is a really prominent scientist in regenerative medicine. She is based in Imperial College London. Although she is very scientific, she is actually going to be talking more about education and in particular neurodiversity in STEM education and careers. For the rest of the day, we also have other talks that are going to be covering various aspects of employment related issues, such as for small businesses, if you want to start your own small businesses, and start your neurodiversity at work initiative in your businesses, consider attending this particular session, because we're going to talk about some nuts and bolts. And then we have employer panel from major corporations, and we also have a session that's more focused on the K through 12 audience. So you may notice that there are some sessions that are late in the day, and one of the reasons why is we want to make sure that the students are also able to attend, and that's why they are a little bit later. And then on Tuesday, we have this really very going to be exciting talk by Dr. Haki Reitman. He is really one of my heroes in neurodiversity space. He is going to be talking about how to maximize neurodiverse potential, and he would talk a lot about his own personal experience in very different ways, and also how he is making things working for neurodiverse individual for many years. He has been doing this kind of work. And then we also have the session on college students, college readiness, undergrad and beyond. That session apparently is going to be geared towards students that are in college or students that are interested in attending college after graduation from high school, as well as other stakeholders like parents, teachers, and so forth. We have a couple of different sessions that day on Tuesday, day 4, October 20th. That's also going to be covering the topics on this is the paid internship program, PIP. And there are 2 sessions that are going to be not exactly related to employment, but it's related to employment kind of in an indirect fashion. And there's going to be discussion on diagnostic disparities as well as mental health, mental wellness in the workplace. And on our last day, we are going to have a very packed schedule still. Hopefully at that time, we have enough energy to continue our discussions. And our last speaker is the youngest in among the 9 keynote speakers, but she is going to be having a lot of influence in the field of neurodiversity. So Sienna Castellan, she has been known as the person that started Neurodiversity Celebration Week. And because of her work on anti-bullying and neurodiversity, she has got a lot of attention in the United Kingdom, and especially in London. And she has won many major awards. And more recently, she actually was selected as one of the 17 young leaders of the United Nations. And this is very competitive selecting from 7,000 candidates. So we'll have the privilege to hear her speak about autism, addressing pre-employment challenges and barriers. And then after that, we have a neurodiverse employee panel and the pro tips for job seekers and employees on the spectrum, and then a networking session. And after that, we'll have a few hours talking about entrepreneurship. And then very last segment of the conference will be the final concluding session. And basically, we're going to have very short, succinct summaries of each session to be reported in the final concluding session. And the moderators would also talk about any actionable proposals that the sessions have come up with. And this will be basically the time to summarize the major ideas that we may have to move forward. So a little bit about the networking sessions. So we are going to have opportunities for attendees to network with speakers. And if you're interested in networking with speakers, you should have already signed up for a slot. And you should also have received a email with a Zoom meeting link, which is separate from the link here for the webinar. So basically, you have to sign off on your webinar that day, and then sign in to the Zoom meeting, and then have the networking session. The speaker is going to be driving the discussion and would welcome your questions to him or her. And then after that, around 12:55 or so, we're going to ask the speakers to end their Zoom meeting. And then all the attendees and the speakers would be invited to join back to the webinar. So this is also the time to learn about some of the programs that we have in the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. And one is the Neurodiversity at Work program. If you're interested in the job bank or about the candidate registry, that's a good time to be speaking with Mark Gaviton, our program manager for the Neurodiversity at Work program. And also, you're going to have opportunities to learn about the network for K through 12 neurodiversity education and advocacy. There's no need to sign up. There's a Zoom link already in our website. So if you go to our programs and speakers page and scroll to the networking session, at the very bottom, there will be a section on NIA, and you can find the Zoom link right there. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about accessibility features of the conference. So the first is about allyship, language, and respect. And a lot of neurodiverse individuals, especially individuals on the autism spectrum, prefer identity first language instead of the person first language. So instead of a person with autism, they may prefer autistic individual or autistic person. In this conference, we basically would prefer to use person on the autism spectrum kind of more generally, because it seems like most neurodiverse individuals are okay with that. And if you are going to be in a networking session and you would prefer people to refer your identity in a certain way, please just tell people's personal preference of yours. And this is also a conference that we are trying to learn from each other. So respect is the most important because there are going to be differences in how we view certain ideas. And this is the time to understand why people may have different ideas as yours. And it may not be exactly how you think in your way of thinking, but having the ability for all of us to learn more through this interaction is going to be very powerful for our field that we want to really make neurodiversity something that is going to be working more and more for people in various different settings, both in the educational setting and in the employment setting. And in order to do so, we need to know how other people are thinking about neurodiversity. And if we work collectively, we can definitely overcome a lot of barriers. So the second thing is about self-regulation. By that, I mean, basically, it's going to be up to you to decide on exactly what to join. Like this morning, there are about 380 people joining right at this moment. As far as we can tell, there are over 2,700 registrants. So what does that mean? That means some people are not going to be waking up 8:30 in the morning to hear me talk about this. But some people have decided to do that. And because we have a very long meeting, we have 5 days, it's going to be not possible for most of us to be really listening to the talks hour after hour. So please plan ahead on which presentation, which panel would be of interest to you, and the ones that you would like to learn more, the ones that you may want to ask questions. So, so basically select the sessions and take breaks. And everyone would need to have breakfast and have lunch and have dinner. So please do not let the conference disturb your routine. Next thing is about closed captioning. Just like what you're seeing here, at the bottom of the screen, there's closed captioning. Most of the presentations that use PowerPoint slides will have this feature. However, for panels, we're not going to require this feature. So if we do need, or if someone do need to read the content is going to be provided at the end of the conference. Actually, it will be a few weeks after the conference through transcripts. And that leads to the point about session recordings. We're going to record all sessions. And at the end of each day, we're going to have the sessions all downloaded to a hard disk. But the thing is, it's going to take some time to edit recordings. So most likely it's going to take us about a month for us to make those session recordings available. And then lastly, Q&A. As you may be able to tell from your computer, there's a Q&A function. Basically, this is what you're going to use to submit your questions. And I would also suggest that you tell us about what questions you have when you have them during the conference, during the presentation, instead of waiting till the very end. Because this way we are going to be able to facilitate the questions better. So don't wait until the end to ask questions. If you have those questions in your head, submit it, and then we'll try to channel to the speaker. So finally, before I end this segment, I'd like to go over some final logistics. We do have a YouTube channel. I hope it's working. Let me see if it's working over here. It looks like it's working. So I hope most people would not need to use the YouTube channel, because that's probably not as updated. There's a lag time, and there is also no option for the attendees in the YouTube to submit questions. So this is really for the overflow attendees. And then for the networking session, I already talked about, you should have received your Zoom meeting invitations. And then for people that are interested in some of the activities in the Stanford Neurodiversity Project and would like to sign up, you actually can go back to your email that you received this morning. Actually, every day in the conference, you're going to receive an email it's going to be sent out at around 6 o'clock in the morning. And it will have all these links. So if you want to join the special interest group for neurodiversity, you can sign up over there. We are going to have a job fair, reverse job fair, in the middle of January next year. And we're going to have more information to be available in the upcoming days. So pay attention to the emails. we may be able to tell you a lot more in the email. If you're a job seeker on the autism spectrum, please consider learning about the Stanford Neurodiverse Candidate Registry. So there's also a link over there, and you can read about the candidate registry. If you're an employer who is interested in neurodiversity hiring, I would encourage you to also visit our website. And if you're interested in what we are doing, please send us an email. So the email address is Stanford Neurodiversity Project at stanford.edu. And then lastly, for high school students that are interested in neurodiversity, I mentioned about the network for K-12 neurodiversity education and advocacy. Please consider signing up through through the link in the email. You can also sign up through our website. And there's also a networking session per day for the NIA network. There's no need to actually get a invitation to get the Zoom the Zoom link. You basically can just click the Zoom link, and there's no limitation on how many people will enter the Zoom meeting. I take it back. It should be basically 500, but I kind of don't expect that there are going to be too many calling in. But basically, that's the time to ask questions about what the plans would be for the NEO network. So with that, I'm going to end here, and I'll stop share. And according to our schedule, we have this session is going to end at 9:30. So we have about just around 15 minutes. If there are any questions, Christy, please feel free to let me know, and I'll try to answer them.
Sure, I'm happy to let you know about some questions that we have. So let me just pull up the questions. We had some questions about video availability. So maybe if you can just again, let people know when the videos will be available and whether or not we will send out a link to people once they're available, or if they can just find them on our website.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the plan is going to be that we will create those links to be accessible in our website. So most likely it's going to be available in about a month or so, because there's quite a bit that needs to be edited.
And we had another question about the term neurodiversity versus the term neurodivergent. And I'm not sure if now is the time to answer it, or if we will have speakers who will speak to the terminology a little bit more, but there were questions about why using the term neurodiverse versus neurodivergent.
That's a good question. I think it's also a matter of choice. And some people actually in the UK would prefer the term neurodiverse versus neurodivergent, but there are also many people that prefer to use the word neurodivergent. So to me, basically, the reason why we want to embrace the word neurodiverse is that we want to be as inclusive as possible. And for some people, neurodivergent may not sound like less inclusive. But there are some people would think like neurodivergent has a some suggestion of like being being different. So the neurodivergent would be different from the neurotypical, and so my preference is that neurodiverse is going to be the word to use for people that want to use that word. For the people that want to use the word neurodivergent, then please use that word. So it's a personal choice, and there's no right or wrong.
Great, thanks. We have a few other more on the technical or sharing end. One question was about, do we have a hashtag that people can use on Twitter to post about the conference?
We don't have a Twitter account for this conference, so the answer is no. We have YouTube presence now, and that's practically what we have in addition to the Zoom webinar.
Great. And we had a couple questions around the Neurodiversity at Work program. Some of them were asking if it was available outside of the general Northern California area, or if it's confined geographically.
For the jobs that are going to be possible with remote work, if that's the case, right now we are working on including those remote jobs, so including the jobs in on the East Coast. But for physical, the jobs that would need physical presence, we are basically limiting them to California.
Great. And then just a couple questions on the networking sessions. We had, it sounds like there was some interest in signing up, and people were wondering if there are still openings for some of those sessions, and if so, how might they sign up? And are they open to everyone, you know, high school students or people of any age, or are there restrictions?
So the networking session sign up has already, the deadline for the sign up was a few days ago. So most of the sessions have a limit of 12, so they are already filled, because we want to make sure that the speakers are going to be able to interact with the attendees in small group. So the only exception for the networking session that you don't need to sign up is NIA, so the K-12 network. So all you need to do, if you're a high school student and you're interested in knowing more about NIA, you can just go to your email that you received in the morning, the longer email, and you can see at the bottom, one of the major bullet points is about that networking session for NIA.
We have a couple more questions about the Neurodiversity at Work program. And the questions are about the cutoff age and just trying to understand why the cutoff age is 55. And then we have another few questions about ADHD and whether there'll be sessions in the conference for people who are ADHD, and also whether the Neurodiversity at Work candidate registry is open for people who have ADHD.
Mm-hmm. So in regards to the age, basically, because of the nature of the funding that we receive, this is through a study, and in order to actually run any study, we need to define an age, and the age that we have defined for the study population is 18 to 55. And the reason why we kept it at 55 is that basically it is really about our not knowing what to do exactly after, beyond 55. A lot of the time, the needs for people above 55 are actually quite different. And this is different in basically in the scientific literature in many ways. So that if we are not limiting that, we might not actually even get the grant. So that's the reason why we keep it at 18 to 55. However, in the future, if our funding source is not through a foundation or from the NIH, if we don't have that limitation, and we do have the justification to expand to beyond 55, we definitely will do so. Our project is really all about inclusion. However, we are also limited by certain parameters that we can operate on. The other question about ADHD, in this conference, there are going to be many different discussions that will be applicable to people on the with ADHD. And in particular, I would want to point out that the presentations that are going to be given by Dr. Nancy Doyle tomorrow. Dr. Doyle often talk about her own ADHD, but when she is talking about neurodiversity, this is really broad. So when we talk about neurodiversity really does not equal autism. That's probably more of the definition or what people understood about 20 years ago. This day, what we are using the term neurodiversity is to illustrate a concept of inclusion and understanding for differences in brain function and behavior. So basically, ADHD, dyslexia, autism, but even beyond these conditions, we talk about these conditions more because we have more experience with these conditions, but that neurodiversity does not only include these neurodiverse conditions. So the other talk that I want to bring out is Dr. Sarah Rankin, who is going to be speaking on, I want to say Monday 11 Pacific time. So she is also very open about her dyslexia. She is a very prominent scientist, and dyslexia actually did not stop her from becoming such a brilliant scientist. So so people with different neurodiverse conditions will be speaking in this conference. And I would also want to make the audience kind of embrace the idea that a lot of these concepts that we are talking about, maybe self-determination or strength-based model, this is not really only applicable to autism. It's really broad that we are trying to apply the concepts to.
I would just like to add too that on the panel this afternoon at during the intersectionality, race, and neurodiversity session, we'll have a number of panelists who will speak to their experiences with ADHD. So I think that will be a really interesting session to attend. The panel session of that starts at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we hope that people decide to join us for that as well. Returning to another question about the Neurodiversity at Work program. We have a question of, do you connect students to other community resources like the regional center or DOR? And can individuals join the project as a job seeker if they are already receiving services through one of these state agencies?
Yeah, actually, we work with these agencies directly as well, and on a as needed basis for people that are not already clients of these agencies. We would recommend them to apply for to become a client in those agencies, and they being a client of these agencies do not preclude them from joining our projects. I mean, the Neurodiversity at Work program.
And we have a number of questions about links. You've mentioned a number of programs and different things, and it sounds like some people are really interested in joining them. Is there a place where they can go to get links to sign up for things like the special interest group or other other things that you've mentioned this morning?
Yeah, so if you go to your email that you receive, supposedly it's sent out this morning at 6 o'clock, you should have links to that. But the easiest way is actually to Google Stanford Neurodiversity Project and kind of poke around in the website, and then you can figure out there are a lot more things so explore our website, and then you can sign up very easily. And if for people that want to join the special interest group, they basically go to our website, and then it is under who we are, and there's the tab for special interest group for neurodiversity.
Great. And I have, we have some comments. Although we don't have a Twitter account, we have some people who are tweeting with the hashtag Neurodiversity Summit and tagging at Stanford. So just letting people know that there are some Twitter folks who are interested in sort of sharing in that format. And let's see, we did have a question again about the Neurodiversity at Work program. And this was a question about, are we interested or planning to extend the program's framework into the skilled trades? So rather than just for job seekers who have furthered their education or are college educated, but might want to find meaningful work in their local communities.
Yeah, we have the goal of really including a lot of the small businesses to be working on neurodiversity at work initiative. So if we are able to be more successful, we're kind of gaining some traction now that some small businesses are allowing us to do that. So there are going to be many more potential jobs that will be suitable for a much wider age range and educational level. So I think we are at 9:30 now. We probably want to start transitioning to our next speaker. So maybe we can use the transition slide, and then in a couple minutes, we're going to start introducing Dr. Liliana Mayo. Okay, let's get started with our next segment. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Liliana Mayo, the founder and executive director of Centro N. Sullivan del Peru in Lima, Peru. Dr. Mayo is also professor of Universidad Peruana Cayetano Heredia and the Universidad Católica. Dr. Mayo is also a senior Ashoka Fellow and an adjunct faculty in the University of Kansas. I've known Dr. Mayo since earlier this year when we were both presenting at the India Autism Center conference in Calcutta, India. And I've learned so much from her presentation that she has done really, truly amazing work for neurodiverse individuals. She founded the Centro N. Sullivan del Peru, which serves more than 400 students with different abilities and their families. Dr. Mayo and her team prepares parents to participate directly in their children's education by teaching them to be the best and most consistent teachers. Dr. Mayo and her team also work together with Dr. Judith LeBlanc in the University of Kansas to collaboratively develop the functional natural curriculum model for families and students with different abilities. Dr. Mayo has given lectures and seminars in more than 20 countries. At the United Nations, she has presented her experience of empowering women and girls in rural areas with different abilities through education in Peru. At the World Health Organization, she presented about how people with different abilities can economically and meaningfully support their families in Peru. Because of her amazing work, Dr. Mayo has received numerous awards and recognitions, and I'll name a few of them here. She has received the Medal of Honor of the Congress of the Republic of Peru. She received the Queen Sofia of Spain 1999 Award for Rehabilitation and Integration. She is on the Order of El Sol del Peru in the Commander grade, which is the top honor given by the Peruvian government. She received the Paul Harris Award for her work in Centro N. Sullivan del Peru. And she also received the Social Entrepreneurship Award of Peru. She was recently honored by the President of the Dominican Republic with the Christopher Columbus Heraldic Award Order, and also honored by the First Lady of Panama. Academically, she has been honored with honorary degrees from various universities, including University of Kansas had awarded her with the Distinguished Service Citation Award. Dr. Mayo, however, counts the success of the students and families as her greatest award, and she recognizes that it takes a team of professionals and parents to make this success happen. She dreams to make the world an even better place for all people with different abilities. Dr. Mayo's keynote presentation is titled, "How is it that people with autism are economically supporting their families even in the pandemic time?" Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Mayo to give our first keynote speech. And this is kind of the sound effect that I added for our keynote speakers. Dr. Mayo. Please unmute, Dr. Mayo.
Thank you so much. Buenos dias, good morning. I'm here from Peru and very excited to be in this meeting. In June last year, I was in a fundraising lunch with these three executives. They were talking, having fun, discussing about their work, having fun. And I was smiling to myself and remembering how they were when they came to the center when they were between 3 to 5 years old. Look at them when they were small. And seeing them now working, supporting their families, make me a smile of happiness. They are working in the best companies in my country, international companies. Ronald is 28 years old. He is working 5 years and at the same time is finishing accounting in the university. Sandro is the person where we start supporting employment 24 years ago. And I will tell you the story about him. Juan Carlos is working 7 years and supporting their family. We're going to tell you the story of Sandro that happens in terrorism time in my country. When inflation was very high, Sandro was 8 years old, and their family came to talk to me and told me, Dr. Mayo, we cannot bring any more Sandro to school because the inflation is so high and the transportation to buy the bus tickets was so expensive. But I already knew that once when the bus left before the mother could get on, Sandro ride the bus alone and did it very well from the center to his home. So I asked the mother, would it be possible if she could give us permission for Sandro to come alone? And she said, yes. But she said, only there's a problem. He is afraid of dogs. And you know, in Peru, there's a lot of dogs in the street, especially where he was going to take the bus. But anyhow, we talked to Sandro. And even he was 8 years old, we told him the importance that we make a decision with him. And the decision was, if you go in that bus alone, you could keep working in the center, you could keep studying in the center, and maybe one day you could work. And at that time, he have very few words, have a lot of stereotypic behaviors. Well, we were waiting for his answer, and finally he said yes. So we asked the parents to put in his shirt a label with all his information. And that day, one of our teachers followed him with a camera. And let's see what we saw the first day he attended. You would see him that he was running, but when he sees the first dog, he stops and he only starts saying, get dog out. But the dog is a little persistent. For the first time, when we watched this video, we saw them walking slowly because he always was running. But as you see him walking, you could see that he might be thinking, is that dog following me or no? He turns, the dog is not following, and then he starts running again. That day, we learned a lot of lessons. And then he took his bus. Poverty pushes us to make them more independent. We learned so much about this experience of Sandra, the significant impact of letting somebody to be independent, to take that decision. We learned a lot And that changed the future of Sandro and our view of how much they can achieve if we let him. At 15 years old, he started working, and right now he's 39. Now, let's see, he lives in a mountain, and he's building his cement house. Now he likes the dogs. Now he's no problem. He eats breakfast with her mom. Before he goes to work, he does his prayers, and then he goes to work. 24 years working in this business, and he likes his work. And all the employees have a special affection for the precision he has in doing it. He is the one working and is the principal contributor to the finances of his home. And also, he's the one that have made all the improvements in his home. But also, when his father, one that paid the medication, the therapist, everything. And he always also pay for his sister's college education. So when I see him voting in general elections for president, when I see them that he's talking in public, that one day he was so afraid, but he's doing it, and that he's saying his opinion. When he tells us about his dream of finishing his cement house, buying a car, or playing the piano, that really makes us proud, all our team and his family, because this means that we have, together with the family, make a good work, but especially because Sandro is our friend, that we have seen him grow through the years. Imagine, the story of Sandro is the story of more than 100 cast workers in more than 40 companies of my country. They work in different areas, in the private sector and in the public sector, in the public and in the private sector. Even we have 6 working in the Congress of our country. They know all what's going on in our government. Sometimes I tell them, is the president going to be impeached? And they told me, Dr. Mayo, that's confirmed. And I said to myself, we taught them well. They are hired for quality, not for charity, and they have passion for what they do. For example, Kike broke his leg, and he told me he was bored. He wanted McDonald's to send him his work to the home, and they did. So we have them working in a variety of jobs. This is Camilo. He is working 3 years in Fridays. He's very precise in how he does it. Yvonne is 23 years. She have gone in different jobs, but she is working in a very important factory of making uniforms. Marvin is working in a big store, and he doesn't read, write, or talk, but he's a very good worker, and especially how they organize all the work that they give them. Gilbert is working in the 4-Point Hotel Sheraton. He have to enter data in the computer. He have to organize the files that they give him. And you see Kike, the one that broke his leg that I was telling him, now he's much better, and he loves what he does. He's working 16 years now. Renato is working too in the hotel. He doesn't read, write, or talk, but he is a person that likes to work. Right now, we are in the process of fading his coach. So why do business employ our students? Because they don't gossip, they ask for more work, and they are loyal to the business who employ them. So the researchers of the University of Harvard conducted a study in the most important bank where many of our students work. And they found out that in the departments that they work, the productivity increased in 20%. The employers include them in all the activities, parties, celebrations of birthdays, going out, even playing soccer. They are included in all the activities. 49% have been working 10 or more years. Part-time, we have working, the 49% of our population working and 51% is working 8 hours and having all the benefits like any Peruvian citizen. They work in a real job, a real salary, a real benefits. The minimum wage in Peru is $290. Sandro earns $420, but some workers also receive $2,000 in annual profit sharing. I have never received that amount. So I tell them, remind them to never forget the center that educates us and that remember that gratitude is the memory of the heart and that they donate to the center when they can. Sandro convinced the CEO of his business to donate a classroom for us. But they are not only financial providers, they are also caregivers. And you see Javier, he's helping her mother. He pays for the medication, but he always is responsible for his medication. And let's see Javier helping her mother. He is more than 15 years working in a resource business. And right now, with the pandemic, we have several of our students have their parents with COVID-19. And you can imagine how much we have learned, how they take care of them. This is Gustavo. He's 28 years old, 10 years working. And when her mother got COVID, he really take good care of her, reminding her about the medication, the drinking water. And the mother said how important was that he took care of her. That was what made her better. So to all our students that support their parents in the pandemic time, helping them, we give them an award called I'm With You, Mother, You Can. It's very interesting. All what their parents do with them, then they do it with them too. So our students work for many years. They are financial providers and also caregivers. These have called the attention of international organizations like the World Health Organization and the United Nations, where we have talked twice. But how the pandemic have affected us right now? First, Peru is now facing the largest drop in gross domestic product of any major economy, with a 30% drop from the previous years as a result of the government coronavirus measurements, but also the result of persons that have lost their job. Almost 7 million persons have lost their job for the pandemic. Our population is 33 millions, so that have impacted us very much. Also, the deaths of COVID per capita in Peru is, as you see in this slide, is the worst in the world. But we are in the center. We see crisis too as opportunities. We have learned a lot. Employers during the pandemic are in contact with our students, their employees that of CASP, always are calling how they are doing, and they consult in the center. If they have to take a major decision, like for ending their work, they consult us. How do we do this? What steps we are going to take? So this is the work status of CAS students during the pandemic. 89% are furloughed but expected to return to work. As you see, the business, we are very surprised because they have ended the contract of many people, but that 91% of our students still are maintaining a job and they are paying them. That's very good. 90% are unpaid. Sandro is one of them. He's 5 months without receiving a salary, and he's the primary contributor for the financial in his home. we have 12% that have been laid off, especially the ones that work in tourism or hotels that have been impacted, and 5% have returned to work. Explaining when a business alert us or tell us we are going to end the contract of these students, we call our student. This is Juan Carlos. We call him, we talk to him. Here with our director of in work inclusion, we explained him that they were not going to rehire, they're going not to continue with the business. He cried, he got very emotional. Let me tell you, it's not easy. It's not easy because he was upset because he loved what was doing, he liked his job, and he had friends too. So the only thing that got better the situation was that his other coworkers called him, tell him how sorry they were, and that even they make a basket for him with all different kind of foods that they know he likes. But others that are working and are waiting for returning to work, all these are siblings are making some business in their house, like making masks or making or selling food, but they are maintaining themselves busy. We have to make a 108-degree change because we have to change everything to online. But we have been able to do it successfully to keep giving the support to our students, to our families, and to all the services we give in the center. When we were implementing the online training, there were several students, families that didn't have a mobile phone, computer, and even food. So we have a support committee of ladies that's very strong and help us to find all the things, even they were secondhand or, but we make it work. And now they could participate in all the training from where they are. We find too, during this time, solidarity is very important. Mothers that work with COVID-19 or students, how they help each other during this time. I think there was a lot of good things that we observe, even how they facilitate the internet. So we do the education online. So you could read here, you could see that teacher is in Zoom and teaching the parents. Remember, we go 4 times a year to the homes of the parents. So our parents have been prepared for this time because they know what to do. We do the groupal training too. And also, this is a training, for example, with all our students that are employed, and they work. They come to the center every 15 days because how the business are right now, they require another skills, or or the persons in the company tell them we are going to change them to another position, and he needs to work and have these skills. So how we have achieved the success of all our workers? There are 3 key strategies for that success that we believe that treat me as a person, to have high expectations, concentrate in their abilities. Second, prepare them for life with a functional natural curriculum, and what we call the power of 2, families and professionals working together. High expectations for us is very important. Everybody in the center knows, the students, the staff, the families know that the 3 objectives that we want with every student that develops his maximal potential, so could be independent, productive, and happy. And always we said, have high expectations and they will surprise you. So when we teach this to the parents, one of a parent, this is the Martin and his mother, and the mother told me, Dr. Mayo, I suffer from colics and I need somebody to put me an injection. And you always told us to believe in our son or daughter, give them opportunities. And I have teach Martin to put the injections. And that's what you would see and that he's very good putting the injections to his mother. Even he have a lot of diabetic patients that he takes care.
Muy bien, Martín, se me quita el dolor, Martín. Mucho cólico me da, Martín. Eso me alivia el dolor.
When she told me, I was surprised because Martin have a lot of stereotypic behaviors, but when he's putting injections, he's very precise. This mother, during the pandemic, she doesn't have one kid in the spectrum of autism. She have three of kids, the twins and the little girl. They are between 3 and 5 years old. And you know, she involved them in building a wall with the grandfather. So you would see in the video how she gives them instructions and how she reinforced them during this time of pandemic. We are so happy that she can involve them in all of these things. So we not only create in our students, in the parents, in this all the stuff we know about these three objectives. We teach the parents since our students are very young to focus on their abilities, to be detective of the abilities, to send us pictures, photos, videos. This is Josue. At 3 years old, he was putting all the pencils in line and making bridges. And you know, when we examined this, it was all the road that he went in the bus. When he grew, he improved in pencil and paper. He did it three-dimensional, and now he's doing it in the computer. He likes that. So we identify what is the ability that each of the kids have. And then the second strategy is prepare them for life. We teach them with a functional natural curriculum developed by Dr. Judy LeBlanc from the University of Kansas. We want to prepare them for life, that they learn all the skills that they're going to need for being independent and happy. So you could see right now, before I present the video, we teach the parents how important, since they are small, that they learn responsibility, working in a team, that they feel that they contribute to the house, and that also that we could see how they do the chores in the home. Maybe that's a future career that they are going to like. So we're going to present you our champion of chores. He is 4 years old, and he is doing right now 36 chores. I'm not going to present the 30 chores, but let me give you a demonstration of Flavio. What appears in the translation is what her mother is telling her. We have to take the audio because if not, it was in conflict with the subtitles. But he's learning to put the microwave. He's learning to do the laundry. He's learning to take the garbage out and throw it. He's learning to do his cupcakes. And then he's going out because he's going to share what he's doing with a person that works in his home. So since they are little, we're teaching them to be independent. And our classrooms are not only in the center, but in all the community. If we're teaching mathematics or coin, they have to go to practice in the community. That's what we have to make an analysis of all the places that are in our community, the business. Remember, we have a student that was working in Fridays, where Fridays is very close to us. All the fast food restaurants are close to us. There's another ones, but all those are places for us to practice for our students. those we train for in the businesses when they are from 14 to 17 years old. We train our students in the businesses that are around, and the mothers help us to be coaches of our students. They offer volunteer, and they told me, and when I asked them, why you want to be a volunteer coach? And they said me, because I want to learn when my son have the age of working, what skills he's going to require. For our students that they are not verbal, we teach them how to answer an interview in pictures, in where they make them the practice, and then we teach the employer to interview them with the pictures, and they do it. Oh, we have to teach them the Peruvian transportation. It's crazy, our traffic, but they have to learn. Right now, 58% require support still to get to work, but 42% are independent. We prepare our students for change. Change is a characteristic of our century, and their schedules are going to change. The ones that work in a Starbucks, their schedule change every week. And there's a Lindley, that is Coca-Cola and Inca-Cola in our country. They change every 2 weeks. They have to go a schedule in the morning, then in the afternoon, and then in the night, as you can see. And what we have learned is that they adapt. The third strategy is the power of two. Work in a team with the family. And that's what we call it. Because if we work in a team, then our students are going to advance faster. We always are focused that in generalization and maintenance, that what they learn it with different personal situations, and that they remember. So this is how our School of Families look before the pandemic. Is continuous educations to the family, but now in COVID, we're doing it by Zoom. And let me give you only an idea how it looks, our School of Family. Imagine when we teach, we have more like 500 connections in the internet. And we are, a hugging society. So we tell them always to give a hug, because we celebrate every day that we are with health. Right now, we are 7 months and 250 days that we are in that crisis. But what we have found, and we give them examples, how we are teaching our students to shave, how they are now doing improvements in the house. Josue is a 15-year-old and is helping in the house. First, they have a general meeting where we have all the 500 persons together. And after that, they are divided in 17 rooms. So they, according to the age of their son, they are going to meet with their specialists. Right now, they have passed to the small room where they could, it's for 50 persons, and that's something that they discuss more specific to the age of our student. Look the difference between the attendance of parents between the year 2019 and 2020. And we feel that it's because right now we go directly to the home, all the family is there, they don't have to go out, and we're so happy to have a level of attendance of 90% for 10 sessions with parents participated each 15 days is very high. We think that we are the largest school of families that at least we know in the world, but it's because we work families are partners, they are part of our team. And we go to their homes, but some parents work in the street. The example I'm going to put is Juan Pablo. Her mother sells pastries in the street, and she told us, give me the training so Juan Pablo would help. At the beginning, you're going to see he break all the bags, but now he's doing it okay. Let's watch. He said, thank you, gracias, because we teach them that always they have to say, be gentlemen, say, please, thank you, because that is going to open doors. But these have changed. Seeing the smile of that mother, of that student, makes all the happiness in the world, because before she even didn't bring him to work with him, and now he is doing it. So when this training we give to the family and to the students have permitted us to do a multiplicative effect of training the family. Our students teach with us in universities. Our students are doing long distance education with us, and they travel. When we do long distance educations, we do it for all our country and for all other countries in Latin America or in the world. Traveling with him, you know, in Peru, parents tell me, don't only talk, show me. So right now, the team is formed from one mother or father with his son and two specialists. We have given them voice to them. So these are the three strategies that are very important for the success of our students. I start this project 41, not project, a dream that I have in the garage of my home when nobody could give me a place where to start. With 8 students, we start. Now we have more than 400, and all what you see is donated. We are happy that our model is expanding in many places in the world. But many persons tell our staff many times it's not possible. And what we have learned and we have shown our students, our families, our staff, that when you have passion for your work, when you work in a team, when you persist, everything is possible. And 41 years ago, I thought I was the teacher of Sandro, and he was the student. But now I am the student, and he's my teacher. I am continue learning of how much they can achieve if you believe in them and give them the opportunity, and they will surprise you. Muchas gracias, amigos. Thank you so much. And we wait you in Peru whenever our borders are going to be open again. Muchas gracias. And I thank you, Dr. Lawrence Foon, for inviting us. I think I thought that Calcutta in India was going to be our last conference, because I have never flown back after that time. But we are very happy to join you, and have been an honor in the name of my staff to thank you and all your staff that have prepared. And we are learning from all your organization that maybe one day we do the same in Peru. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Liliana. Oh, and here's Dr. Fung. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank you. And it's quite a privilege that we have Dr. Mayo share the inspirational stories. So please, Christy, I'll just step away for you to moderate.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. I absolutely loved the stories you were sharing. It's so inspiring to see them. And I see from our questions that we have some similar responses from people watching. And I'd just like to share, people were so happy to see your international voice represented here. And I think that probably echoes the sentiment of many of us. So we're so thrilled to have you. And it seems like the audience was happy to see your voice here today. There were a few questions. One was about, how do you accept and find your students?
Well, we are other professionals talk to them. We are in the media. Several we have in the journalists, in the conference or in TV. So people know about us, and we are very active too in the networking. So that's how our students find us. And I think right now that with this pandemic and that our training is online is very interesting because we have students from different parts of Latin America. We hope to have Hispanic population from California one day, parents that would like to have that experience, or a student or persons that would like to see how to be in a classroom with other students. I think that's going to be something that is facilitating the training online.
Thank you. We also had a question, another one related to schools and students. Do regular public schools accept students with neurodiversities or autism disorder spectrum?
Yes, we right now, the law have been given in Peru is mandatory for the government schools, but not so much for the private. But we have more than 50, 60 students with autism or other developmental disabilities that are in regular schools included. We have students in the universities too. We have one that is student interpretation and translation. So we are working too for inclusion in universities. So, and we are very strong in training regular teachers. We have a whole approach how to do inclusion in the correct way. Because sometimes maybe in the regular school, they don't teach them the functional part. And as our students that are working come every 15 days, the same our students that are included in regular schools. We have a program called peer tutoring where the students that help us with for our students that are included in regular schools, we even train them more. So I think Peru is more open, but still the teachers need to hide their expectations of what people can achieve. And that's the role of the center, disseminate how much they could learn. And sometimes it's not the problem that they are not learning. Sometimes it's more the teacher problem, how they are teaching to them.
Yes, thank you. And for the schools, it sounds like they're public schools. We have a question about whether there is tuition for the students or whether the schools are publicly funded.
The schools from the government are free. The center is a private center, so 60% of our students are in a scholarship, and we have a social workers, so they could determine how much they have to pay according to what their parents work. So they pay in our center, they pay according to their economic situation. That makes it harder for us because we have to do a lot of fundraising so we could keep not only the teaching of the student, but the teaching of the family. We do both. There's an IEP for the student and there's an IEP for the family. So the scholarship is for the student and the parents.
Great, thank you. And that leads to, we do have one more question on funding, which is how you keep the program funded and operating.
We keep the funding. We have a support committee that help us to make that. They do a lot of activities. So during the year to find persons that could donate to our center. Second, we give a conference or organize workshop where we could have some income too. And we try to write 2 grants. And we are not being very successful right now because everybody says that is not in a good situation, but we are always trying to find ways to maintain the doors open. This is one of the most difficult years for our center because we have to reduce the salary of our teachers, and we feel our parents, that even the ones that are paying sometimes are are unemployed right now. But we have hope. We are always, I'm a radical optimist that we are going to maintain our operation going. We are always knocking a door. And during this year, we have learned that a no is a slow way of yes.
That is wonderful. And your radical optimism comes through, and I can see it in some of the comments people are making. People are feeling really energized and hopeful by what you've been talking with us about this morning. And one of the questions is, are there efforts underway to replicate the CASP model in other locations?
Yes, right now in Panama have a center in Sullivan, the same Brazil and Argentina. And I think the country that is more interested in the replication right now is Bangladesh. So, you know, it's a country so far away, but we don't speak their language, their culture. But what people want is what gives results, how I can do the same that my son or daughter could work. And if something happened to me, they have an income or they could be independent. So we're making this project work thanks to the Shoshana Foundation, led by a leader in autism that is Simon Hussein. So I think that those are the countries that we that now want to replicate more strong the model. But I hope in the future there are more. And that's where when we replicate and we train, that's another income for us. So in any of the audience have some ideas, please let us know.
Thank you. And I do have a question here about your work with families. And this question is, have you been able to train any families in the Altiplano? And I may not be pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, we have trained over Latin America, and very, I think parents, what they want is that hear other parents telling the story. That's what, when we travel, we have a project right now called Mother to Mother, where the mother or the father travel with their son to remote areas to teach with us. So the team is 4 people, mother, son, and what they show is that they demonstrate what they can do. That is a more effective way, I think, to teach with the model of what other parents have done. So if you would like to contact us, and if you tell us a special place in the Altiplano, we'll tell you if we have been there. But almost they enter, and if they are not in contact with us, they could participate in our long distance conferences that we have all the year. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And one final question we have is, it sounds like there was some interest in the Harvard study you referenced, and people were asking, were you able to share the link to the Harvard study you referenced, the one regarding productivity and loyalty?
Okay, I could send you, Christy, the link. I don't have it right now, but yeah. And if they write me directly to this link, I could send it immediately.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for participating this morning and for taking some time to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fung, Christy, and all our friends. Muchas gracias and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Mayo. It's really an honor to learn about your program, and I hope there are many more collaborations that we can do in the future, and hopefully help you also spread the model that you have built so successfully. over the years. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back. For those of you who just joined, welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. We'd like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available about a month after the summit. All questions from the audience should be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. And moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. I'm now going to introduce Dr. Hala Annabi. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Hala Annabi, who is an associate professor and chair of the master program of information management program at the Information School at the University of Washington in Seattle. Her research focuses on creating and maintaining inclusive learning organizations. Dr. Annabi is the director of Access IT, a research group focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion interventions in the technology industry, aimed at retaining and advancing women, as well as recruiting, retaining, and advancing autistic technology professionals. Dr. Annabi closely worked with industry partners to build equity and inclusion in the technology industry. She recently published the Autism at Work Playbook, a resource for employers who are interested in developing autism hiring programs. Dr. Annabi received her PhD in Information Science and Technology from Syracuse University and her MBA from Mayo College. Dr. Annabi's keynote presentation is titled Organizational Factors Enabling the Scaling of Autism at Work Initiatives. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Annabi. Okay. Dr. Annabi? You're on mute.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. I couldn't unmute myself for a minute, so I apologize for the delay. I'm so happy to be here. I feel honored to be in the presence of everyone in this community and to be joining all our great panelists and presenters this morning and today. As Lawrence had mentioned, I am a faculty member at the University of Washington whose passion is helping organizations of all kind. Early in my career, I've been focusing significantly on the IT industry, but my goal and my passion is to help organizations create an environment where all people can apply their talents so that we can produce better products, better services, and a better environment. So over the years, I've focused on identifying barriers that exist in different types of organizations that inhibit people that have been historically underserved in these organizations to participate in the workforce. I do this work in the context of a research group that I've started and I direct called Access IT. It's a group that aims to build a context for creating employment success. And over the last 10 to 12 years, I focused on women and autistic people in particular. And my work with my collaborators focuses on issues of preparation. So I developed a preparation program at the University of Washington for autistic students interested in IT to help them prepare for the IT workplace. I also work with organizations to identify areas where there might be barriers or challenges in recruitment, onboarding, and retention and advancement of women and autistic professionals. I do this work in a team of interdisciplinary context. I have individuals who work in the medical school, speech and hearing, Microsoft research. I have a number of students and self-advocates also participate in this work to advance our understanding and to empower work more broadly. In earlier presentation from Dr. Mayo, and thank you, Dr. Mayo, this was a great presentation this morning. We've heard a lot about why employment is so important in the context of all people and in the context of potentially individuals on the spectrum. We know that employment is core to a person's quality of life. It's not just a means for independent living, it's also a means for individuals to pursue their interests and improve their cognitive performance. It's about their ability to contribute to their societies and their communities and in their ways, in the variety of ways. It's also about meeting inclusion needs and a feeling of belonging when we work within the context of organizations and communities. Research tells us that employed disabled individuals experience higher quality of life, and especially when their employment opportunities are integrated employment. Early research shows us that employed autistic individuals experience financial benefits, but even more so, emotional and health benefits when they are employed in an inclusive environment. With this understanding, that's the focus that my work and today's presentation is on. And we are focusing on individuals on the autism spectrum to address the low unemployment that they've experienced over the years. We know that we do not have comprehensive data to tell us what is the employment rate of individuals on the autism spectrum, but early indications tell us that only about 14% of individuals on the spectrum are employed, compared to 19.3% of all disabled persons and 66% of individuals without disability. That disparity is what helps us focus on this work and motivates us to address some of these challenges, these unnecessary challenges. And what we've noticed over the last 5 years in particular, that there's been some improved opportunities for individuals on the spectrum. We see that there are specific industries, the IT industry, but also many industries, professional and labor industries, have turned their attention and are trying to meet their employee or talent needs. We also see that there are more and more government supports that are happening on an international level, on the US level, but also in different states and counties. We also see that there is significant focus in the academy and in technology industry on developing assistive technologies to help with employment, to facilitate employment. And we also see, from a societal perspective, a shift and a focus on abilities and co-abilities. We are moving away from a deficit model view of neurodiversity and disability to a focus on a strength-based perspective and a co-ability, which is enabling us to focus on this work and really empower this work. Some of the latest work using strength perspective has outlined a variety of co-abilities, strengths, and unique talents that people on the from neurodiverse perspectives bring to the workplace and bring to society. We see a variety of studies and a variety of companies and organizations focusing to develop those talents. In terms of autism, highlighting that autistic people tend to be very committed, and the attention to detail can be really helpful in certain industries. ADHD, individuals with ADHD have creativity and have a hyper focus that is really helpful in creating original solutions. Dyslexia's enhanced visual and spatial system thinking can be really important and create innovation. So that focus and that shift on strengths perspective and what my work tries to encourage and promote in organizations is what we're seeing being more broadly understood and more broadly adopted, that is enabling what we think of as autism at work initiatives to emerge and to grow. So over the last few years, we've seen a number of companies across many industries create employment opportunities for individuals on the spectrum. Now, my presentation is going to focus on my work related to autism at work, but many of these lessons that we are going to highlight around how organizations can develop, grow, and hopefully scale autism at work initiatives can be transferable for people of different neurodiversity backgrounds and create employment programs that are more holistic and more inclusive as well. So I just want to highlight that, understanding that there is a diversity of individuals on the call today interested in different aspects of neurodiversity. But what we see, what started in 2004 by Specialist Sterna in terms of specific employment program focusing on autistic individuals, many of the lessons learned have been used by different companies, starting with SAP, Microsoft, EY, as well as Rising Tide, as well as John's Crazy Socks. So we see some of these lessons about how to create these programs and create them in a way that is sustainable, in a way that creates more employment opportunities, but not just any employment opportunities that focus on strength, build an inclusive, healthy, welcoming environment for the employees on the spectrum to be able to contribute their talent and to be welcome members of the community. So we see great potential in these programs, but we also see that there are questions and challenges as we grow the programs and as we develop, and some unanswered questions that we hope to get. So this is where my work started. I started looking at how organizations have been able to create these programs and wanted to identify what are the unique characteristics of the programs and the organization that enabled the creation of such programs and enabled their scaling across geographic areas, also their scaling across organizations. We know that SAP, EY, Microsoft, and others have helped many other organizations learn the lessons as well. So we want to understand what was unique about these organizations that enabled that transferability and that work to have a greater impact. So I started my work looking at some of these organizations, identifying these key organizational characteristics to figure out what are the best practices that we can carry forward. And as Lawrence mentioned, we developed in collaboration with EY, Microsoft, SAP, and JP Morgan Chase, we created the Autism at Work playbook to distill these lessons and best practices so other organizations can use it. And I'm going to talk specifically about some of our findings in the playbook and frame them in the context of the key characteristics, in the context of why did these organizations create such programs? What was it about their reason? What was it about their context that enabled the creation and the growth? How did they do it? What are the characteristics in relation to their methods and practices that enabled that scaling? And then what was their impact? What is it about these programs and what they produce that enabled that scaling? So I'm going to try to summarize what we've learned in the hope that we can gain better understanding of these programs, and for many of the folks on the call today who are interested in creating and growing their programs to take some of these lessons, hopefully. So we'll begin with the why. The first thing we learned very quickly is that the organizations that created these wonderful Autism at Work programs, just like Stanford and their neurodiversity initiative, they were very mission driven. Even before they began their Autism at Work programs, their programs had a focus and a commitment on inclusion and on access. They had executive commitment, and that executive commitment came publicly. They also had not just executive commitment, they had champions that were able to execute. They identified thought leaders and company leaders who had the influence to create these programs and support these programs. Lastly, in terms of commitment, that commitment surfaced in terms of dedicated resources over time. Commitment in verbal context was not sufficient before some dedicated resources. So these three characteristics around organizational commitment is the first organizational characteristic and factor that enabled that work. And I'll give you an example that is very public. Microsoft commitment, for example, to accessibility in terms of accessibility to their technologies and creating accessible technologies for their customers was already infused in the organization. There is a value on diversity and inclusion and human potential that's embedded in that organizational culture that enabled a very clear commitment on the executive level, the different individuals on different levels of the leadership to commit to seeing that work go through, and over time dedicated resources. And you see that in a lot of the public communication about autism at work programs that we studied across these programs. And it's very similar across the other cases that we've seen in SAP and EY and JP Morgan Chase that was already embedded in, of course, Stanford and Lars's commitment to accessibility and inclusion. That's also permeates Stanford and what we see happening in that program as well. The second thing that was really important from an organizational characteristic of what made these programs scalable, they were mission driven and they aligned autism at work initiatives with their strategic goals. There was a commitment to access and inclusion, but also it was embedded in their strategic goals. They identified the value proposition for these programs in terms of meeting talents for their organization. So again, this emphasized the strengths perspective of autism and enabling those talents and valuing and celebrating those talents, which moves us to the strength-based model that we so emphasize and find it so important, highlighting enhanced productivity, efficiency, innovation that people on the spectrum bring to the workplace, and the importance of reflecting the diversity, the neurodiversity of customers in society, and being able to say, we are going to commit to reflecting our society and our community. SAP publicly a number of years ago made a commitment to reflect their customer base and their society by saying, we are going to have 1% of our employee base be on the spectrum because that's just a reflection and representation of society. That's another way to align autism at work programs with strategy and with overall strategy beyond just inclusion. The other dimension and characteristic, which is critical in the context of autism at work programs, is employee-centric culture. Many of these firms that you see on the Autism at Work Roundtable Disability In website, if you look closely at these companies and how these companies have been described over the years and how their employees talk about these companies, they are companies that have an employee-centric culture. They are a company that celebrates human potential. They allow creativity, innovation. They are open to changing processes in order to engage employees. They have a strong sense of community internally and within their society as well. And they have very clear communication around these values and enable communication across different constituents within their organization to enable that employee-centric culture. And you see that across many companies. For example, if you talk to folks at EY who are involved in autism at work or not, they talk quite a bit about how EY is always one of the top companies to work for because of their employee-centric culture, because they are a good place to work, because they have all of these supports. So all of these characteristics create the environment that is healthy to cultivate an inclusive autism-ready workplace that has a strength view of talent and have the ability to learn to foster differences and celebrate differences. So that's the first set of organizational characteristics that we've seen that enable autism at work programs to be created and to be sustained. Now, there's a lot of important nuances about how do you create the programs. Programs look very different. One of the things that we've learned very quickly looking at these programs, and you see it in the Autism at Work playbook, we emphasize that the design of these programs have to be unique to the context of the firm the organization that's creating them, the community within which this organization is created, and the community of autistic employees that are joining this company. So they designed a program that works, and that works in the context of their company and their employees. So they design an employment model that meets the firm's needs in terms of culture, in terms of business model, in terms of resources. They align it to the organizational values. They do not create a program that is separate from the organization. And they address the firm's talent needs, and they're very specific to emphasize the strength model. And you're going to hear me talk about having a strength perspective. And I know Lawrence has highlighted that earlier. But that's a critical piece that we see in all of these programs. The second aspect of designing a program that works for that specific organization, and I want to highlight that even within an autism at work program, you might see some differences depending on the type of employment, depending on the departments, depending on the geography. All of that to say is that it has to be centralized and aligned with the context of the work and the business. The other characteristic that we also identified is the fact that they leverage existing organizational resources. Many of these organizations of different size across different industries have leveraged and empowered self-advocates that are in their organizations to help guide and provide feedback for these programs. In some cases, and SAP talks about this, and JP Morgan Chase talks about this as well in some of their presentations. Self-advocates are delivering training as the program is maturing. They're taking on some of the training components, leading certain aspects of the program. That empowerment is, again, a commitment to the value of inclusion and strength-based perspective. They draw on the talents of the HR, legal, DEI, and ERGs that already exist in their organizations. So understanding that there's much to draw from, that they're not starting from scratch necessarily, and understanding how to create the partnerships across these different internal units is critical. And draws on employees' expertise and passion overall in terms of recruitment, in terms of mentoring and support. So again, it's a holistic community, employee-based initiative that doesn't just reside within the executives that are committed or within the champions and employees that are committed to the program. It requires commitment and drawing on peers, employees within the teams and across the organization more broadly. The next characteristic is developing an inclusive environment and really working explicitly on educating employees on neurodiversity and empowering and educating supervisors with strategies about how to communicate effectively. And this is really important because it moves the onus of change and collaboration, not just on the person on the spectrum, but also on their teammates and on their supervisors to learn different methods and strategies. One of the critical things we find in the research, and you'll hear many firms talk about it, is the fact that many colleagues, collaborators, as well as supervisors who engage in these educational opportunities around raising awareness of neurodiversity become better collaborators and better managers across the board for people on the spectrum, other neurodiversities, and neurotypicals. So we call this the spillover effect. Many of the strategies that managers are learning to communicate effectively or lead or support an autistic person are actually key lessons of management that apply across many different people and are really important. So in some ways, we see some of these programs becoming catalysts for positive change for the entire organization. And that's incredibly important going forward for the scaling of these programs. Other aspects of designing a program that works is thinking about autism at work initiatives as supporting not just preparing for the interviews or changing the recruitment mechanisms or even the onboarding. It's understanding that these programs have to support autistic individuals across the life cycle of employment. And the programs that are learning how to scale, and many are doing this incredibly well, they continue to learn, new things arise as well. They understand how to change their recruitment processes to focus on the relevant talents to work and how to create the right support structures to surface that talent. Lawrence, in his example of Stanford's model of how they prepare folks is one example of that. Partnering with hiring teams that the individuals will be placed in is a critical part of creating an important recruiting mechanism. Also thinking about the process as iterative, as things always change and individual differences are clear, so there is no one size fits all, and being iterative to understand those diversity of needs and providing accommodations that will change over time is critical. And that's one of the things that the most successful programs are working towards and are doing, and we're seeing examples of great success throughout these programs. And this is what we call the adopting a holistic approach to employee support. You saw a similar slide to this from Lawrence earlier on, is thinking about how to support the individual that is being hired, both internally to the company as assigning them mentors. These mentors often come from their teams as buddies, or they come from outside of the teams, often from ERGs, but also ERGs that are based on interest. So individuals can have a social community with other employees outside of their teams. We see this a lot. We see these examples. Microsoft talks about, for example, some of the employees leveraging different interest groups within their broader community. The team being trained, being supportive, the manager having the right tools and being supported. You see these internal as well as external support cycles or circles that are critical to think about the employee as a person of a support structure outside of work as well as support structure inside of work, and being more intentional and explicit about how to leverage these supports, and using the job coaches that are often community-based to facilitate that integration between the internal and external is a critical component. And I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about these support circles in the next few days. One critical part that also Lawrence alluded to earlier on in terms of the Stanford model is understanding the ecosystem. These firms and these organizations don't do autism at work programs that are scalable and effective without understanding of their ecosystem. I mentioned earlier that one of the key characteristics is they learn how to leverage their internal resources, but also they know how to build relationships and leverage the local community, like autism employment specialists that exist in their communities, DVR resources and coaches, education institutions that help with preparation, partnerships with universities, high schools, vocational programs are critical to the creation, but also the scalability, especially in terms of identifying talents and creating the bridges between individuals and these employment opportunities, and broader communities. Again, when you think about the external cycle and the talent pool, the community is a key part of that. And another part of the ecosystem is also understanding the state, national, and even international context of DVR policies, funding agencies, creating all the supports and sharing of the lessons. I think the employer roundtable is a great example of how there's an ecosystem across companies from different industry sectors that come together to share best practices, to brainstorm, to pool resources and initiatives to benefit the community. This is a great example of an ecosystem that is really moving not just employment programs at a local level in an organization, but employment programs on a national level, and creating a movement to really adopt and strengthen a strength-based perspective. And that integration and exchange within the ecosystem is what allows that scalability of these programs in a meaningful way. And that's critical. One important dimension of understanding how these ecosystems become important and enable these programs to grow is making sure that the ecosystem values and the organizational values and needs are aligned. There's an important element that when we talk about creating programs that work for the organization and use a strength-based perspective, there's also an understanding that not every model that exists in an external community might fit a particular organization and vice versa. So how we calibrate these values, how we calibrate these practices was a lesson I heard over and over talking to different firms that engage or are about to engage in these autism hiring programs and growing autism hiring programs. So understanding that dimension, understanding whether there are the right supports is really important. And this is a critical component of both assessing the readiness of the ecosystem, but also how you invest in the ecosystem so that you can get that calibration of internal and external as well. Another dimension of autism hiring programs that is effective and efficient in the context of our work and a strength-based perspective is understanding the impact of these programs. Why are we doing these programs, and how do we know whether we're doing it well and we're having the desired impact is critical. So establishing assessment and feedback mechanisms is really important. We see a lot of these programs having feedback mechanisms where they ask the individuals who participated in the interview and recruitment processes about what worked and what didn't work for them, and then feed that back into their iterative ways of conducting these programs. So having the voice of the self-advocates coming through that feedback and assessment is really important. Understanding from the managers and colleagues' perspective whether the supports the firms and the training provided them was sufficient and what else is needed is really critical. And understanding that any systemic assessments or feedback mechanisms have to align with the firm practices across the board and are enabling the firm to celebrate the successes and identify areas for improvement are really critical. And understanding how to measure and how to balance the social impacts of these programs and the importance of improved performance within the teams and across these hiring initiatives is really critical as well. So understanding the values and cultures and type of organizational model and what is important to measure and how to measure it and how to communicate about it is also a critical organizational factor that is complex but is important to be aware of. Understanding the implications for team dynamics and the employee well-being overall is really critical as well. And this is something that we see in the teams, and we see a lot of questions in the different organizations that we are working with and continue to provide supports with. And lastly, in terms of understanding the impact of these programs is really telling the stories, being able to celebrate the successes, being able to speak openly about the things that are continuing to work and improve is really important. You see many of the firms that are scaling their programs and creating initiatives are talking about their stories locally. In their organizations, you see the champions talk about the successes and the stories. You see the self-advocates talking and promoting these stories. You also see some of these stories being communicated on a societal level. A couple of weeks ago, CBS ran a story where they highlighted EY and Vanderbilt's initiatives and other initiatives to show the dynamics and the stories, and that changes and strength, or more like reinforces the strength perspective of autism employment programs societally, not just locally. And those are really impactful methods that many of the companies that have been able to scale have showed and surfaced. And being intentional about it, not just doing it once or twice or at the beginning, but continuing to reinforce these messages becomes more and more important as we scale, both on a local level and at a national level as well. So those are the core characteristics that we saw. But we also know that these programs at the scale that they're in, we're still learning, and we still develop more and more as time goes on. And every year I go to the Autism at Work Summits, I hear more and more nuances about how these programs are being designed and delivered. And here are some of the key questions that we see highlighted that continue to require some of our attention. How do we sustain and scale these programs across different geographic regions in the US, outside of the US, in small companies and big companies? Those are some of the things that we hear over and over again. How do we better serve individuals across the spectrum? Some of the programs I talked about focus on a lot of IT talent and professional talent. What about other types of talent? How do we surface them, and how do we learn from other programs, not just the big firm programs? Are questions that we continuously get, and we try to get those lessons to address. Questions around how, employee support. How do we create strong and well-aligned ecosystems? How do you create those advocacy groups within the community to strengthen that ecosystem is really important. Employee support and advocacy. How do we best include the voice of self-advocates in the design and execution of these programs? And I used a couple of examples from SAP and others who are continuing to do that. How do we respect and protect the privacy of employees as they advance in the program and move from one team to the other are things that we're hearing. How do we address mental health needs in the workplace as they arise? How do we better prepare the workplace? How do we prepare supervisors even on a larger scale? Because we know that some individuals, neurodiverse individuals, might not self-disclose, and they are in companies. So how do we leverage what we learned in autism hiring programs and make them more mainstream across different components of the organization so that self-advocates can participate and lead in some of these initiatives as well? What are effective interventions and what kinds of programs are necessary to improve knowledge and attitudes of coworkers and managers beyond ones that are involved in autism at work initiatives? That's a critical question that continues to surface as well. The other piece that continues to surface is how do we prepare autistic individuals for the workplace from high school to college? How do we get life skills? How do we continue to develop and help individuals with positive self-image is some of the questions that I get asked from my students. Recruitment, there are a number of questions around how do we scale recruitment in numbers and types of jobs? How do we actually create the right communication between the community and the opportunities? Sometimes there's a disconnect between who knows about the positions that are open and how we connect talent with positions. And of course, across the spectrum, across gender, across identities is really important. Other questions around how do autistic people measure and talk about their own success? I actually saw earlier in the morning around 8:30 or 9, a question from one of the participants talking about how do evaluation metrics take place for autistic individuals that go through these programs. In my study, we find that it's employment and evaluation metrics are consistent across all employees. And one question is, well, how can autistic employees actually influence some of these measures and how they talk about their own success? How do we measure organizational impact in very different ways and have self-advocates have a voice in that are some of the questions that we also hear and see that we are investigating and working on. How do we create evaluation systems aligned with organizational values and culture and equitable for autistic employees? Those are some of the critical questions that we are investigating and looking into as well. So there's a lot of great work and great examples that we've identified. There's still a lot of work that continues to be done, and hopefully with everyone engaged, we continue to address them. For those who are interested in how to start an autism at work or a neurodiversity program, employment program, I highly encourage you to take a look at the Autism at Work playbook. In the Autism at Work playbook, we identified 5 questions, critical questions that can guide your exploration of creating such a program. First, being clear on why you want to create a neurodiversity program or an Autism at Work program. Thinking about how it aligns with your values, how it aligns with your strategy. and how you can create the right messaging around that. Who can help is a critical part. Who are the champions on the executive level? Who can carry the operational level work? What internal and external entities or resources exist that you can leverage is another question where that can guide your design. How do we make the business case for this in many organizations? What's the value proposition? And how do I create the right return on investment argument? Where do we start? What's the scope of the program? How big? Where should the pilot be? How do I find the right talent for that pilot? And lastly, how does success look like? What should I be aiming for? How do we iterate and grow the program are some of the things that you can think of. And the Autism at Work playbook provides a lot of examples and checklists and ways for you to engage in these questions so that you can hopefully join the Autism at Work Employer Roundtable in that initiative and leverage what already exists, which is a collection of employers that are passionate and committed in meaningful ways, both from a social impact perspective, but also from a deep understanding and commitment to looking at neurodiversity from a strengths-based model, from a co-ability model that empowers employees, gives voice to self-advocates, and grows that talents in meaningful ways that aligns with values of inclusion and human development and potential. So I urge any employers out there that are listening to this to think about ways that we can help and engage you in these programs, and not to forget about the Autism at Work Employer Roundtable that has a lot of these talents. And this Autism at Work playbook is available there as well. So with that, I will conclude and want to thank the Neurodiversity group in Stanford for inviting me to be part of the summit, and I'm open to questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. As somebody who has read and used the Autism at Work playbook myself, it's such a wonderful resource, and this is has been such an amazing discussion of it, and there are many comments to that effect from the audience. So thank you so much for your presentation on it today. And actually, one of the first things I want to ask that came up several times is, where can people find the Autism at Work playbook?
So there are a couple of places to find it. You could type Access IT at iSchool. And actually I can even, I'll put it in the chat. I'll give you the direct link, but you could find it on my website, which is Access IT at Ohio, or at ischool.uw.edu. It's also, if you Google Autism at Work Employer Roundtable, that page has a link to it as well.
Okay, thank you. And we'll help you provide that link if need to be. It sounds like remembering that one is a difficult one, but it's such a wonderful resource. So if people can find access to it. So we had a few questions about people who were thinking about autism at work programs or neurodiversity at work programs. One was from somebody who said, we are a small company that wants to expand opportunities for neurodiverse individuals. The companies you mentioned are quite large and well-resourced. Do you have any advice for an organization that is more resource constrained?
Yes. So the emphasis on your ecosystem becomes really critical. Many of the smaller firms actually might not require as much investment in infrastructure, but they can leverage nonprofit and government agencies within the community to establish some of these programs. And the scale by which you want to design that program could actually be pretty readily available to you. So I think the first step I would say is look for the local resources in terms of DVR and other nonprofit organizations, like in Washington, Provale and the ARC provide a lot of resources to help with training, so you can leverage them with training. You could also leverage the Autism at Work Roundtable and the resources they provide to identify those steps. So that's a place where you can start and scale in that way. But your local resources are available to you, and agencies that are funded to help develop these programs could be a great place for small businesses to leverage those resources.
All right, thank you. And along that vein, we had another question asking about, do you work with nonprofits to scale autism at work initiatives?
So I personally currently have not worked with nonprofits, but I know some in the Autism at Work roundtable has communicated with nonprofits to work there, but I personally have not.
Okay, thank you. We had a couple questions from people who wanted to ask about needs of individuals, and one question focused on addressing mental health needs from somebody who has autism and OCD and has challenges with efficiency, and was interested in your approach on helping people on the spectrum to address deficits that are an obstacle to productivity.
Yeah, this is a great question. And I think this is one, I do want to mention that one of the trends that we see in industry, that there is a significant focus over the last 3 years on mental health broadly in many organizations. So we're seeing organizations invest in programming and resources to assist individuals. I think the first step for an individual in an organization is to reach out to their HR and their employee support systems to identify different accommodations that might be available to them. Some of the things that we see being employed are flexible time, flexible ways to communicate. There's some assistive technology around productivity and flexibility that are also being utilized and developed. Also, job coaches are ones that can help with some of these specific accommodations. Many of these accommodations can be very individual based on the person's identity, resources, needs, the jobs that they do. So a collaboration between a job coach from the community or from their organization is critical to start that conversation and to identify the different tools. But I will say that one of the things we're seeing across many organizations is better attention and better support towards some of the issues that this individual surfaced.
Thank you. And we do have another question, and it might be a similar answer, but it's specific to IT companies. And what are some of the examples of accommodations for neurodiverse folks, and what might they self-advocate for in IT companies?
Yeah, and again, it always depends on the person's needs and the job and the team. But for example, one of the things that we see that is becoming standard for many neurodiverse individuals, lighting and sound are critical. So one of the things we're seeing in a lot of IT companies is it's becoming standard for everybody to have noise canceling headphones and explicitly state what kind of lighting environment that they could be in. There are also accommodations that I've seen. I do some interviews with self-advocates to talk about the accommodations that work best for them, is the placement of their office and their desk. The other accommodations that we've seen individuals ask for that have been really effective is how many days you can work from home and how many days you need to be in the office. Obviously now with the pandemic, everybody's working from home, but those are some accommodations to think about. So flexibility, certain technologies, there are certain tools for productivity and memorizing that are important to ask for. Some of the simple things that we also see in terms of accommodation and communicating with the manager is perhaps being explicit about the type of documented tasks that might help. So instead of a meeting, having somebody take meeting minutes so that the person doesn't multitask is a critical one that we see being very effective. And being explicit, asking managers and colleagues to be explicit about what they are expecting and how they can help is really important. So those are some of the conversations. Again, I want to highlight that the job coach at the beginning is a wonderful facilitator of these conversations, and they have specific tools and that engage you in these conversations. So make sure you leverage them if you can.
Great, thank you. And along those same lines, when for individuals in the workforce, now for somebody who may be less in an environment that is less accepting, we have a question about, do you have thoughts on how to address issues, for example, if someone on the spectrum who is being bullied at work, do you have recommendations for handling those situations?
Yeah, so I think if a person feels or is seeing that someone is being bullied or mistreated, I think it's important for everybody to recognize their place and what their sphere of influence, who they can actually leverage if they're not comfortable themselves talking to the person who is creating those behaviors. So you could talk to a colleague that might be someone that you trust, like a mentor. Your supervisor is someone that you could reach out to and address some of these behaviors with. And then you can also reach out to HR to help facilitate those conversations. Those are the three ways that one can start to address those behaviors in an environment that is less conducive.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really helpful. You had mentioned COVID-19 and our current environment. Can you talk about what challenges you believe organizations will have in addressing autism at work, either post-COVID or during COVID?
That's a great empirical question. So some of the things that are surfacing, and I hear it, so I did some interviews with autistic women in particular and their involvement in the workplace. And there's a balance of need of being in a social environment where they can feel like they're part of the team without having to explicitly engage. The fact that everybody's working virtually has created some barriers for that, and it's creating feelings of isolation. So one of the challenges for some of these programs, and again, these are anecdotal, they're not empirical by any stretch of the imagination, is some companies and some teams are trying to figure out what is the balance of creating feelings of inclusion, especially for new hires. And how do you do that using technology? How do you do that using different ways of connecting? Is something that all companies across different types of programming are trying to address. The other aspect of addressing that, some of the challenges that are surfacing with the pandemic is some of the insecurities around job safety and job security in certain industries. So being explicit about what is happening in the organization and communicating that and reassuring people around the stability of the company has become an important dimension, especially for the manager to be able to communicate explicitly. Because many, and we see, for example, since March, many people are losing their jobs, but we're seeing a higher number of individuals with disability using their jobs than people without disability, 1 to 5 versus 1 to 7. So those are some of the things that companies can do to reduce some of that anxiety. And I said a lot of different things. But I think part of what I'm trying to say is we're trying to figure some of these things out. There's focus on social versus task-oriented activities that managers are trying to figure out a balance for. And then there's the context of job security that is surfacing that we're also trying to address.
Yeah, thank you. It's complicated and ongoing, so there's a lot to figure out when it comes to our current situation. So you had talked about self-advocates during your talk and their involvement in the process, and there was a lot of people who were, expressed happiness about that and wanting to see more self-advocates involved. But we also had a question relating to how do you work with self-advocates in a way that ensures confidentiality, ensures that they are trained in such a way to understand safeguarding mental health risk or trauma or other things that might come up that they would not necessarily have a expertise in as they're working with people?
Absolutely. So this is a great question. I think I'll answer the first one in terms of privacy and self-advocacy. I think the critical part is each individual, the programs that I've seen have leveraged self-advocates. The self-advocates are open and had the choice to disclose and present and participate as a self-advocate more broadly in the firm. So you have the choice of how visible you want to be. So the choice has to be given to the self-advocates. The other piece of, how do you prepare the person to take on these roles, understanding the complexities around some of the leadership roles. It comes with training and mentoring. So many of the individuals that we're seeing leading those teams are individuals that have been part of the program, have been mentored to be parts of the programs, and bring those skills and talents. So I think it's an individual training and development piece, like you would do with a neurotypical as well. Many of these skills are learned skills, and working with individuals based on their interest, their ability to mentor and develop them into these roles is what's critical. And we do that for all employees, and we need to do that equitably to fit the person's needs, desires, and abilities.
Yeah, thank you. That's
You're
really
welcome.
helpful. And that actually, there's a related question, which is for managers and supervisors, where should they look to find trainings to educate and empower supervisors or managers?
Yeah, so many of the firms that have Autism at Work programs have training specific to teams and managers. Now, for firms or for individuals that don't necessarily have these types of programs, there are resources that are continuously being developed. There are resources that the Autism Advocacy Network has also put online. So there are some online resources. I know, for example, one of my collaborator and I in Microsoft Research, we just developed a communication module that is being published as well. So some of these things that are surfacing and being posted on the Autism Employer Roundtable or the different networks are places that managers and colleagues can leverage. But also there are, one of the things you will see in the last page of the Autism at Work playbook are we provided you with a number of agencies and resources where you can find some of that training if your firm doesn't provide it. I'm happy to, actually there is, Andrew Bagel and I did a training for managers and colleagues in the Autism at Work Summit 2 years ago that's available on YouTube that you could actually look into. I'm sure Andy and I would be happy to provide some training as well. So there are some resources that are surfacing if your firm doesn't have one.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
And just sort of on the last topic, we have some people asking about just autistic leaders and having autistic leaders really involved in the Autism at Work movement, and particularly in the Autism at Work Roundtable. Are there opportunities for people who are autistic to get involved and become representatives within this program and process and within the Roundtable?
Yeah. So I believe the roundtable is around employers, and I'm not sure of the details of how to be involved with it as an individual, but I think reaching out to them to see how that might take place is something that I'm not familiar with, but I would encourage you to send an email in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And how about non-technical programs? Are there non-technical Autism at Work programs?
Yes. So even some of the firms that we mentioned, for example, SAP has their Autism at Work program employs across the last time I counted was 29 roles. And some of them are IT, some of them are not IT. So they employ in HR, they employ in marketing, they employ across a variety of roles. And we see that across different companies. I think JP Morgan Chase, if I remember the numbers, they're also available on the Autism at Work playbook. Not all of the companies and the firms I talked about are specific to IT. And if you look at the Autism at Work Employer Roundtable, you see a variety of companies, not just technology. If you look at my page, there are service industries, there's tactile, there's all kinds of firms and roles that are emerging, and we're seeing a broader number of companies coming into play. The initial focus of my work was IT, but there are other firms outside of IT.
Thank you. Yeah, we've gotten, there are a number of questions about different non-technical roles. And I think we're wrapping up our time here, but the last question about non-technical roles is really, we've had a number of people talk about HR roles and recruitment. So human resources seems to be an area that people are interested in having autism at work programs. Is there anything that you're doing within that domain?
Not me individually, but I know some of these firms are hiring within these broad roles for sure.
Okay.
Great.
Well, thank you so much for your participation and for answering questions. There's clearly quite a bit of interest in what you're doing. So this was really a wonderful discussion. So thank you. And I'll turn it over to Lawrence now.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Hala, for the brilliant presentation and the wonderful work that you have done. There's really much that we still need to do, but you have laid out a really good framework for people to follow. So that's really going to be helping the field a lot. Thank you. So we are going to have just about 5 minutes, and then it's going to be the next presentation. In order to maximize our time, we most likely will start the next presentation in just about 2 minutes or so. So we have a little bit head start. And then when Dr. Paradiz is talking, it will be just around 11:50. So I'll start introducing in about 2 minutes. Welcome back. For those of you who just joined, welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. We'd like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately a month after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. I'm going to introduce Dr. Valerie Paradiz at this moment. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Paradiz, who is an autistic advocate, parent of an autistic individual, and the Vice President of Services and Support at Autism Speaks. Dr. Paradiz is the author of numerous books and articles relating to advocacy, education, and services, including Elijah's Cup, the Integrated Self-Advocacy ISA series, and Lesson Plan a la carte. Recent publications include Home Truths, a column for the Simons Foundation, Autism Research Initiative, Spectrum News, and Essential Self-Advocacy and Transition in Pediatrics. In previous roles, Dr. Paradiz has served as co-founder and director of SB School for Middle and High School Students with Autism, director of education of New York University's Asperger Institute, director of the Autism Global Initiative, a division of the Autism Research Institute, and director of the National Leadership Institute of First Place, Arizona. Dr. Paradiz's work at the Autism Global Initiative has informed our own peer mentoring program within the Neurodiverse Student Support Program here at Stanford. Dr. Paradiz and her colleague, Dr. Arun Kapoor, are also working with our group in developing curricula in educating providers about the unique needs of adults on the autism spectrum. Dr. Paradiz's work in autism and the neurodiversity fields have been featured in the New York Times, The Guardian, NHK Japan, MTV, the PBS NewsHour, and the National Public Radio. She is the 2015 recipient of the Autism Society of America's Adam Havner Memorial Award for promoting successful employment of individuals on the spectrum. Dr. Paradiz received her doctoral degree in German literature from the City University of New York. In addition to her efforts in autism and neurodiverse community, Dr. Paradiz is a literary writer with numerous publications in narrative nonfiction, short fiction, and German literature in translation. Dr. Paradiz's keynote presentation is titled, "Mr. Inevitable Goes to Work." Please join me in in welcoming Dr. Paradiz.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Fung, and Hala, thank you for your presentation just prior to this one. I'm just going to share my PowerPoint deck with all of you, and then I'll get started. So bear with me one short moment. There we go. So it's really nice to be sharing this time with all of those who have gathered today. And I first off want to thank Lawrence Fung and all the team at the Stanford Neurodiversity Project and Stanford University for being the convener of this really important conference and summit. I also want to thank them for their activity in this arena of employment. And also, I'm very inspired by the theme of the summit of scaling up the neurodiversity at work movement. I want to start off by just sharing a little bit about myself with regard to the neurodiversity movement. I was thinking this today and doing the math, and my first exposure to the movement was actually about 25 years ago. And that time was a very critical time in my life. I was a single mom of a son on the spectrum of autism. I am also diagnosed with autism. And my son and I traveled from our home at the time in Woodstock, New York, and we went to a retreat called Autreat. And Autreat was hosted, developed by, and presented by individuals who identified as autistic, as well as other identities within the neurodiverse world and sphere. This was a big turning point for me in my life for many reasons. Back then, autistic people were few and far between, hard to find each other. We communicated by telephone and even by writing letters to one another. I guess I'm revealing also that I'm a bit of an old fart in the neurodiversity movement. And it's really nice to be able to look back on those early years and think about where we're at today. It's very moving for me to think about it. And again, it's why I'm so grateful to Stanford and everyone else in our community attending this summit who are leaders, whether you're an individual or an organization. We're the answer to scaling up the neurodiversity movement. So back then, I just want to make a shout out to some really sincere thanks to leaders, autistic leaders who I met then, who really that first Autreat that I attended was the North Star for me and always has been in my work. People like Jim Sinclair, Donna Williams, Dan Asher, who is no longer with us, other people on the West Coast who formed what was called AGWA. Again, one of the very first self-run organizations within the neurodiversity movement back in the day, Jerry Newport, Hal Messenger, and other people, and a really dear friend of mine, Sharon Lurie. I like to mention all their names because I wouldn't be sitting here without them, and none of us would be. And again, I return to those days over and over in my memory whenever there's hard work to be done. And so I feel we're at an amazing, important moment just in the entire movement of diversity and inclusion in employment overall. And that we're witnessing this today, not at the scale we'd like, but that we're talking about scale is, again, a North Star for me. And it really does require our collective intelligence to make this scaling up happen. So I'm going to try to focus on that theme and offer some examples at times. And I do look forward to the questions in the Q&A at the end. I know some of us attending are very familiar with some of the numbers I'm showing on this slide, but I do like to just start off with the big picture. And again, I'm currently working at Autism Speaks as Vice President of Services and Supports. And so Although my focus may be on numbers regarding autistic individuals, I am very committed to the broader neurodiversity at work movement and understand very well what community that entails and who we all are collectively in this effort together. So much of what I'm sharing are facts that we know now. I won't read through all of these, but it's just as a reminder to some of us who may want to set that point in our minds of where we're at now and where we're headed. I think the most important bullet for me on this slide is the final one. And that is, we have many promising programs and initiatives and examples of strong programs across the United States and globally in hiring, retaining, building careers with people on the autism spectrum and with other neurodiversities. We still have yet to establish some standards that we all rally around together and understand together as a collective. And also, there's a lot to be done in terms of scaling up, in terms of closing that knowing-doing gap. So we have great examples from leaders who have been mentioned in Hala's presentation and elsewhere at SAP, at Microsoft. We want to harness what's been done out there. If you're a small mom and pop business and you've hired someone with autism successfully, how do we close that knowing-doing gap and bring that to more businesses, more communities, and more people with autism across the country and abroad? Sorry, I'm having some trouble with my slide deck here. There we go. So I like to turn just to a concept to help frame my discussion. And I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Arun Kapoor, who's in our public health department at Autism Speaks. He's a researcher in data science and has also contributed a great deal in research within the employment arena and autism. And Arun has been speaking to me a lot these days of this concept of positive deviance and how we're seeing examples of this, not only due to COVID-19 and how we're moving through a global crisis together in the pandemic, but also how our own community, people on the spectrum, employers, service providers, and family members of those who are autistic or share within that spectrum of neurodiversity, a diagnosis or a condition. But we all are in some way acting as positive deviants. And positive deviance as a concept, as far as I know, was really first explored or utilized as a kind of process in the 1970s when families who were living in poverty were nevertheless able to feed and nourish the children in their family with healthy food and get that food on the table. And so positive deviance is really a framework to look at the questions that we're all facing, I think, today in terms of wanting to scale up the neurodiversity at work movement. So what I'd like to do to start is share a couple of stories of two of my favorite positive deviants, both autistic and people I've known a long time. And then after that, I'm also going to share some examples of collective intelligence at work or positive deviance at work in our community as a shared activity. I just want you to know that before I share a little bit about these two individuals, I had their permission prior to the conference to share their stories and their images with you. So just wanted you to know that in advance. The first person I'd like to speak about is Jeremy Cecil Kira. Jeremy is a good friend. I've known him for quite a few years. And he is a San Diego-based artist who makes beautiful paintings. You can see some examples of his most recent paintings there on the screen. Jeremy is primarily non-speaking. He does share some words with others when he communicates. He types to communicate primarily. And when I first met Jeremy, he wasn't painting yet. He was working with us at the Autism Research Institute as one of the people on our team of the Autistic Global Initiative, which was a committee of adults who were working together, all of us with autism diagnoses, to help companies and organizations not only look at employment and how to initiate strong employment programs, but just more importantly, how to talk about us, how to work with us, how to collaborate with us, and how we can help them and all of you in building strong programs in a collaborative process. It was a fantastic number of years funded by the Autism Research Institute. And Jeremy would come and work with us in the office, providing feedback on projects and becoming involved really as the lead person in our team who was non-speaking, who did need significant support from an aide or a one-to-one support person pretty much all day long, and he still does. But Jeremy also was able to share with us, because of those experiences, his own positive deviance in figuring out how to be happy, how to succeed, how to face hardship. And when he met Mark Rimland, the son of the founder of the Autism Research Institute, Bernard Rimland, he saw that Mark was a painter, and he let us know, I want to paint. And in no time, Jeremy had his own studio, his own paintings that he was beginning to sell on commission to people really around the country, and as far as I know, across the globe now. And today, Jeremy has a beautiful business that he runs, selling his paintings. He has solo shows, he has group shows, and he's really one of the most inspiring people I know, who really gives vision for all of us across the spectrum on one example of positive deviance at work. The next person I'd like to share with you all about is Mr. Inevitable. This is my son, Elijah Wapner. Elijah is living in Woodstock, New York, or near there. That's where we grew up together with autism. That's where we were when we traveled those many years ago to the first Aw-Treat presentation and summit in upstate New York. And back then when Elijah went with me to Aw-Treat, I felt that really being around other autistic leaders was just as important as his early intervention program. He was in a proto-ABA program at the time. He was 4 or 5 years old. Didn't speak a ton yet. Was having a pretty significant seizure disorder. And nevertheless, we traveled to Aw-Treat. And we went year after year for several years after that, because I felt that really being around leaders like Jim Sinclair, Dan Asher, Hal Messenger, and others was really, really critical in his own education. I hadn't been diagnosed yet at the time, and I would be some years later. And today, it's just a joy for me to see that we now have self-advocacy curriculum in the school programs. That wasn't happening back then. And so it's just very exciting for me to share with you Elijah's own example of positive deviance at this time as Mr. Inevitable. He's been involved in stand-up comedy with that stage name since he was 12 years old. And he's worked in the restaurant industry, bussing tables for many years. Really could look at the bussing of tables as his day job, and the comedy as his real heartfelt and passionate profession. He lost his job during COVID-19, just as many people on the spectrum have, or many have also become underemployed, or those who were seeking work have seen a significant obstacle present itself during the pandemic. One thing that Elijah did when he couldn't work anymore at the restaurant where he was bussing tables was he approached a friend who was just starting up a community-based radio station in Albany, New York, and he offered to produce a radio show. The radio show has been up and running now nearly through the entire pandemic. And what Elijah does is he interviews stand-up comedians from around the country. It's very, very entertaining. And if you're interested in tuning in, the radio show is the version that is censored. And he's also doing the podcast version, which is censored. So just wanted to give you that little tip if you're going to go look for him. And really what's happened during the pandemic is he's been able to focus on upskilling. He's learning all about sound production, radio production, interviewing, and working with a sound studio to produce the best audio that he can at a distance, right? And working with people through the pandemic. So those are my examples of individuals, positive deviants at work during this time. I want to move into our own broader community and our collective intelligence at work, how companies have been benefiting from diversity and inclusion programs that include people like me, like Elijah, like Jeremy, and all of our friends out there who are either students, job seekers, former employees who've lost their jobs, or current employees. Really together, along with all of you who have been our employers, want to be our employers, or if you're a one-to-one job coach helping us in the workplace, it's all of that collective intelligence at work that I feel gratified about whenever I see examples of this. And there are more and more and more of them every day. Again, too, for people like Stanford and all the team there to convene us, to think about these questions and really look at how are we going to scale with whatever troubles face us is very important. So really what I'm about to share through the rest of the presentation is a celebration of where we are now and where I hope we're all headed together. If I return back to the whole notion of positive deviance, really at the center of that is collective intelligence at work. And collective intelligence is really not concentrated in just the leadership of an organization or a company, for example, that wants to hire. And it's not just about external experts either. It's distributed across the organization and the extended community. At Autism Speaks Alone, we've worked very hard to apply this notion or this concept of collective intelligence to our own hiring practices. And I'm so proud of the work we're doing within my department of services and supports to have very many autistic people contributing on staff as well as consultants to many of the employment programs that we're building right now and beginning to implement over the next year or two. What we have learned from other companies who have been leaders is that people with autism and other differences are often committed and demonstrate consistent performance. They can spend more time on task quite often because we're just not as interested or able really to participate in small talk in the office or even in virtual calls, as well as because we're just very task oriented and the structure is very, very helpful to us in the workplace. Many companies who have had diversity and inclusion programs to include us have also reported lower turnover. Additional positives and benefits, fewer absences, and then for those types of jobs that require repetition and also accuracy in repetition, many of us can excel at those types of tasks. Also, in some companies, we've also seen reports of out-of-the-box thinking and innovation, often leading to significant savings in expense and cost, and also practices in employment itself to become a more welcoming workplace that really leads to universal design within a company that benefits all employees. So those are the benefits that many of us know the leaders in this arena have experienced. And Stanford and others are really asking us, how do we take this large untapped labor pool and scale up if we have these great examples of companies that are doing it now? One thing that I'd like to share with all of you is that Autism Speaks is working very hard on this question of scaling up through our partnerships with other organizations like Stanford and elsewhere, through our partnerships with companies. We've begun doing a great deal of work in the manufacturing arena, supporting organizations like Stanley Black & Decker, as well as Lee Container in the state of Iowa, to build more welcoming workplaces. In order to scale up and build an inclusive company culture that includes people with neurodiversities, it really does take more than just a change in hiring practices or greater ability to be a self-advocate or more community programs. It takes all of that combined to really get us to the place to be able to scale in this way that we would all like to see, that North Star. So I want to just give you a few examples of where Autism Speaks is headed. I can share with you as I do this that some of the programs that we're just launching now are the beginning of things to come that you'll be seeing in the next year or so ahead. Back in October of last year, we hosted a National Thought Leadership Summit in Washington, D.C. that brought together researchers, autistics, family members and caregivers and support providers, as well as service providers in the community to talk about transition to employment, and not just employment, but to adulthood. And employment, of course, was a big theme. The results of that Thought Leadership Summit informed Autism Speaks 3-year strategic plan that we're currently in our first year of, and also what our year-to-year goals are as an organization. A great deal of the outcome from that summit has informed where we're headed within the arena of employment, and also working side by side with many organizations to help scale and build a bigger future and a better future for companies, people with autism and other neurodiversities, and for the community at large. So one of the first programs we've initiated, it's up and running now, is a closed Facebook group for adults with autism called Adulting on the Spectrum. That Facebook group is administered by two wonderful people, both on the spectrum, Andrew Komaro, who I know is hanging out today at the conference. If you're there, Andrew, hello. And Eileen Lamb. Andrew and Eileen have been very helpful to us in leading this closed Facebook group. And their focus is really on building an active community of adults. It's really a closed Facebook group with the motto, "Come as you are." It's there for all of us who are on the spectrum. It's not a data mining opportunity. There's no research going on. It's really there as a peer-to-peer opportunity. I also want to give a shout out to Becca Laurie for helping us get it off the ground, even though Becca is no longer an administrator with us. She helped really get us started and going along the way. Within a few days, we'll also be launching another closed Facebook group called Workplace Inclusion Now. And that Facebook group will also be for the community in a broader way. So for people on the spectrum and with other neurodiversities, community members and employers. So stay tuned for that. That'll be coming within the next week or two. We also have an autism response team. It's our national call center. It's an information and referral center. The autism response team is part of the department that I lead at Autism Speaks. And I just want to share with anyone watching today that if you're a person on the spectrum and would like to talk with someone about anything from job search to financial planning, also if you're a Spanish speaker looking for that kind of information and referral to programs and services involving employment in your specific area, you can contact the ART team for that kind of support. Also, we'll be launching very soon a culinary cares grants program for individuals with autism. This program is being funded by our annual Chef Gala. The Chef Gala used to be an in-person event, but this year it will be taking place as a series of virtual events. And some of the proceeds from that gala and that series will be to provide small grants to autistics who have either lost their jobs during COVID-19 or have become underemployed during COVID-19, who have worked in the culinary industry. And for those individuals who receive the grant, they'll also have the opportunity to participate in coaching, one-to-one virtual coaching support from one of our autism response team associates to support them in what are the next steps I can take while I'm underemployed or unemployed. Will I need to think about upskilling? What can I do to upskill in the way Mr. Inevitable is upskilling during this time? Or are there other jobs out there that I might think about applying for? And how can I create my own story of positive deviance, right, during this time? Very excited about the launch of that opportunity, which will be coming up in the next month or two ahead. So please stay tuned for that. And if you want to contact us about any of these programs, please do so either through the ART contact information provided here, or you can also contact me directly. And so I think I'm coming to the end of my time. And I'd like to just in closing share a painting of Jeremy's with you. This is one of Jeremy Cecil Kira's paintings that he painted during this pandemic. He's done a whole series of these paintings. And one thing that I love is that Jeremy always shares his words with every painting that he paints. And for those of you who might not be familiar with his work, Jeremy will often have dreams, and then he'll paint what his dreams represent. He also really loves to meet people and then paint, a painting about that person based on the colors he experiences from that encounter with the person. He experiences synesthesia, and so color plays a very big role in Jeremy's life in terms of just navigating other people and social relationships and communication with others. And I'm just so grateful to him for being able to communicate that with all of us. So I'm going to close with a few words from Jeremy that accompany this painting. And again, without getting too choked up by hope, I just want to say, people like Jeremy are my North Star. People like Mr. Inevitable are, and so are all of you. And I just want to thank Stanford again for hosting this very important summit. So here's some words from Jeremy. Truly, I dreamt of sadness inside being turned into great strength. Nicely, I have felt that many people who are feeling so much in this time of isolation making a great effort. I dearly feel pleased to know myself how much possibility is found in greatly painting to make struggle into something beautiful. I greatly dreamt of the happy change that is possible in many lives, overcoming many different struggles. I painted truly bright green over deep blue for the hope of this great change and new growth. Greatly, there is bright orange for the moments of excitement in knowing that this cannot last forever. Please know that I am dearly painting the truth in the positive change people will create. Jeremy shared more words with this painting on his website as well, but I'm going to end there and just encourage you to visit his website and also tune in to Mr. Inevitable and tune in to your own programs, your own communities, and your own teams to make sure we can all work together to build more inclusive workplaces and scale up and change and move the needle on employment for people with autism and other differences. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Valerie, for sharing such a thoughtful talk. And I absolutely love this beautiful painting that you have shared at the end and your message of hope that goes with it. And there are a few questions for you. And the first question actually is related to hope. And you've just shared this beautiful passage and this message of hope. And the first question was from somebody who is going through some real struggles and just different challenges with mental health and other issues related to self-confidence and self-esteem. And this person has asked if you could share some thoughts around optimism and hope. And I'm not sure if you have anything more that you can add beyond what you just read to us, but if you could, that was a question from one of the participants.
there. Sorry. Well, I do hope, whoever you are, that Jeremy's words were helpful, and just know that many of us on the spectrum have gone through very hard times. Mr. Inevitable has, I have, and turning to both our peers who have navigated hardships, including mental health issues, is one very important step. Also, make sure you're reaching out to the network that you have, or reach out to others who can help you build the network you need. And I know that's not an easy thing to do, but please do make sure you're getting the support you need, both for mental health challenges and if you're on the spectrum, come join us at Adulting on the Spectrum in the closed Facebook group, and come as you are. We're here for you.
Thank you. And we had comments about people appreciating you sharing some of the stories of people who are self-advocates. And one question was about, do you know where we can hear from self-advocates themselves? And I know we'll have some later on in this summit, so hopefully this person will be able to hear from some people throughout the course of the next 5 days. But in general, do you have resources or places where people who are self-advocates can connect with other people, or where people can hear self-advocates speak?
Yeah. So again, I'm going to refer to the closed Facebook group for autistics. Just because that's already launched and up and running, and led by some really amazing autistic leaders in the self-advocacy community. Also, in the months ahead, Autism Speaks will be making a number of new programs available. One of it, which will be a digital training in workplace navigation. And the training is really focused on how to develop your own self-advocacy skills and put them to work in the workplace. And so it's a very unique program, not so much about all the things we always hear of, what's expected of us, in terms of social communication or other kinds of social norms. I mean, certainly that's an important thing in the workplace, but it's really to help us develop the skills to advocate for our differences in the workplace. And that will be forthcoming very soon, along with a number of other digital trainings to support companies and communities in scaling up the neurodiversity at work movement. All of these trainings were developed and co-developed with people with autism. And so just wanted to share that those resources are forthcoming within this year and next year.
Thank you. That's helpful. And another, in terms of hearing autistic voices or autistic representation, is specific to Autism Speaks. And what do you feel that even within the organization might be done to better represent voices and needs of autistic adults?
Yeah, I feel that Autism Speaks has done a lot of wonderful work in this arena over the years. I served on the board of directors for a number of years alongside Stephen Shore. And Stephen Shore still works as a member of the board of directors. And after a few years into my tenure as a board member, I really felt that I wanted to roll up my sleeves and work more deeply within the organization if I could. And this is because that's just my training and my background over the years. And a year and a half ago, I joined the staff at Autism Speaks as Vice President of Services and Supports. And already before I joined, we already had autistic employees at Autism Speaks. Not everyone on the spectrum who works with us wants to disclose that. So we have to protect that information. But since I joined, we've also been working in a number of ways that I feel very proud of. I feel very proud of all the staff at Autism Speaks. I can tell you it's the best organization I've ever worked for in my life. And I've had my own challenges in employment. I've been let go of jobs in the past and told that because I was autistic, I was influencing the staff, other non-autistic staff, in the wrong way. Or when I was running a program and received a grant to fund programs to support self-advocates, the funding was taken away again because I had disclosed that I was autistic. So I really know what it feels like to not work in a welcoming workplace and to be afraid almost every day of the security of my job, but even what it's like to have coworkers who don't understand you. And I guess what I want to say is that at Autism Speaks, I've never felt that way. And to me, that says a lot about any organization. I don't care if it's Autism Speaks or, a corporation. That's a big deal. And so what that's been able to provide me as Vice President of Services and Supports is to hire more autistic people and build more programs that are not only informed by us, but co-developed by us, along with everybody else who's a stakeholder in this collective intelligence that we have. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sort of describing that and your personal experience. That's so painful when you're feeling not accepted or discriminated against or struggling like that. So I appreciate your sharing that.
And it's really nice when you're not.
Yeah. Yes. And I think that's what we're all hoping to build, is more places that are not like that are more inclusive and where people feel like they can really thrive. So thank you. Yeah, we have just a few more questions that are, one was from somebody who would like to begin to introduce their 8-year-old son to learning IT. He loves using his laptop and can use some real basic programs, and is just wondering if you had any thoughts about that or resources or and anything that you might recommend.
Oh my goodness. I think that's great. My own version of that was stand-up comedy with Mr. Inevitable when we watched Charlie Chaplin over and over again many times. I think that, I'm not the best within the IT sector to provide you with references and referrals, but you can certainly contact us, because on our team, we do have folks who can steer you in the right direction. So please do reach out.
Absolutely, I will. That's great. And the last question is just around links to the Facebook group. So you mentioned it was a closed group. Are there ways that people can get connected with that?
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't provide all the information on my slide deck. And I think if you go to Facebook and just search for Adulting on the Spectrum, you'll likely find the group. And then our dear friends, Andrew Comero and Eileen Lamb will welcome you well, and help you get started in the group. Yeah. And the Workplace Inclusion Now closed Facebook group that will launch by the end of the month. Yeah. So just stay tuned for that.
Great, thank you. And I know I had said that was the final question, but as I was talking, I realized that there's a question that has come in and around just services for adolescents or programs for adolescents. So I don't know if you know anything about that, or kids who are sort of at that transitional age, if you have anything that you can talk about in terms of
I think
transition age programs.
Yeah, that might be a really good, again, like on our team, there are folks who are more on the pulse and can also be more geo-targeted just for where you're located, whoever you are. And one way to access that is to call the Autism Response Team. You can call them, you can email, and you can also do live chat with us now through the website at Autism Speaks.
All right, great, thank you. Well, thank you for your talk and for your sharing with us today. I will just share that several people have mentioned that they just found your talk inspiring today. So thank you for that. And I will turn it back to Dr. Fung.
Bye, everybody. Have a good summit.
Thank you, Val. It is really wonderful to hear the multiple perspectives that you have, and because you're standing right at the center of many roles, you wear so many hats. Your collective perspective is very, very helpful for those that are only having one perspective and not understanding all the different things that are happening in the neurodiversity movement. So thank you for giving us this historical perspective, as well as the real-time perspective on how things are going. So very much appreciate what you have done for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for making this welcoming space with the summit.
We are all in it together. Thank you. So our next talk, actually the next session, is going to start at 1 o'clock, Intersectionality, Race, and Neurodiversity. So we're going to have a pause, and probably it's good time for taking a lunch break. So we'll be back just maybe around 12:59 or so to kind of transitioning. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you soon.
Welcome back to those who have been with us at the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit this morning. And for those who are just joining us, this is the Intersectionality, Race, and Neurodiversity session. Some of you may have been participating all along, but for those of you who have just joined, welcome to the summit. We would like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. Please feel free to submit your questions all along. In this session, we'll have Q&A at the end of the panel session that is scheduled from 3 to 4 p.m. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. And now I'm lucky enough to introduce today our first speaker for this session, Morenike Giwa Onaiwu. She's an educator, writer, public speaker, parent, and global advocate. Morenike is a proactive, resourceful professional and disabled woman of color in a multicultural, neurodiverse, serodifferent family who is American-born to immigrant parents, possesses undergraduate and graduate degrees in international relations and education. She is passionate about human rights, justice, and inclusion. And today, Morenike's talk is titled Trifecta, Triad, Triumvirate, the intersection of race, gender, and neurodiversity. Thank you so much for being with us here, Morenike.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for that introduction. I'm going to prepare to share my screen. And so thank you, everyone, for being here for my presentation, Trifecta, Triad, and Triumvirate, for the Intersectionality, Race, and Neurodiversity panel that we're going to have. I'm going to be addressing you all first, and then there will be a break, and then you're going to have a panel with a number of individuals, including myself, but also some other people that I'm excited to hear from to discuss this topic at length. So the first thing I'd like to do is, first, let me move this thing down out of the way since it's recording, is just, and I noticed already on social media that some people have been tweeting out some things and sharing some different things. And so I always like when there is a hashtag, whether it's an official one created by whomever is putting on an event or one that the attendees have created, but just so that we can share the wisdom with other people. So some of the ones that I noticed online were hashtag Neurodiversity Summit and hashtag Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. So if you'd like to share anything from this panel or anything else that is happening over these next couple of days, please do so. Some of the handles that I saw tagged were at Stanford and also at Stanford Med. Feel free to tag yourself, any organizations that you're interested in. If you want to tag me, my social media use is a little sporadic, but I'm at Morenike Go, which is spelled like more Nike and go. So I'd like to start out all of my presentations with the 5 C's of intersectionality. And I'll go over these very briefly because you all have already received an accessibility guide for this conference and we're talking about neurodiversity. So that is something that is obviously of importance, but it's just something that I'd like to mention. So my first C is for comfort. I want all of us to be comfortable. So we're doing this virtually, we're at home, you're muted. If you need to take a break, grab a meal, void, whatever, feel free to do so. You will be able to engage better and learn more if you are comfortable. The next C is for connect and communicate. So there are ways to place questions in the chat feature. There are ways to connect with one another. There's social media. If you hear acronyms or terms that are unfamiliar, look them up. Just find a way to be connected, be an active learner. The next C is for consideration. So I just want you all, and myself as well, let's all be cognizant of the fact that everyone here is different. We're all unique. People have different communication styles, different access needs, sensory differences. So whether it's an individual who has a lisp, or which I actually partially have because I have a dental injury right now, whether it's an individual who uses AAC, adaptive augmentative communication, to type to communicate, and so there's a bit of a delay or what have you, let's just be considerate of that. And my last two C's, challenge and commit, are for challenge yourself to learn something. If you hear some things that are familiar, great, that's reinforcement. That's an important part of learning. If there's some things that you're not familiar with or you're not certain how you feel about them, just keep an open mind. No one's trying to tell you how to think or how to feel, but just take in the information and, think about it, maybe look it up, learn more, and then commit to continuing to promote neurodiversity. It is the reality, and it's the world that we live in. And so we need everyone, regardless of their neurology, to make sure that people understand the neurodiversity paradigm. So I'm going to be talking about multiple marginalizations related to gender, race, and being neurodivergent. So I am an autistic adult, but I also have ADHD and some other diagnoses. I'm kind of like an alphabet soup of diagnoses. So I'm going to be talking about these things. I'm going to be giving you statistics. And when I'm doing that, I'll be reading my phone and looking down. But when I'm not, I'll be talking to you all about my and others' personal experiences, because I think that just kind of makes it richer. Quickly, I just wanted to share that I am the Innovation and Digital Communications Director for the Autistic Women and Non-Binary Network, or AWN for short. And this is our website. If you want to find out any information about gender and autism, you can go to awnnetwork.org. My personal website is morenakgo.com. And then I've placed the neurodiversity programs website here as well. So this is an image of a beach with a cloudy sky, but the clouds are white. And you can see some palm trees in the corner. And I put this image here because the beach is one of my favorite places. And so it's important. There's some things that I'm going to be talking about that might, be a bit triggering. I'm going to be talking about discrimination and abuse and assault and, some pretty heavy topics. And so because of that, you might need to go to your own safe place emotionally or what have you. I have STEM devices ready to rock and roll. I have them at all times. If you need some, use some. But I just want you to prioritize self-care. Remember, my first of my 5 C's was comfort. And again, we talked about comfort. So some of you might be like this gentleman or male appearing individual on the left who is in the midst of a Zoom meeting or call or conference and is pantless, but from the waist up, looks totally presentable. Or you might have your screen, the camera turned off on your screen because you've got a little one in your lap, like this individual on the right, or maybe you're muted because of dogs barking in the background. This is our new normal, but for some of us, this has been our normal for a while, communicating virtually. So it's going to appear different for every person. That's all right. We're just going to do it, and it's going to be rich and it's going to be beautiful. So I want to talk about 2 of the frameworks that are going to basically be the theme throughout this presentation. And one is that of neurodiversity. And so again, you've been hearing that from the start of this summit, and you're going to be hearing it throughout. It's the reality that human beings, that there's a diverse range of neurological types and abilities and cognition in humans. And that's just the way it is. And there's no right way or wrong way. It's just the way. And then I'm going to be talking about intersectionality. This one I'll spend a little bit more time on simply because it is misused so often. So we all have different identities. Intersectionality does not mean diversity. It's not a way to, just like neurodiversity is often misused, intersectionality is misused as well. And so quickly, I just want to share again, this concept was created by Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw, and it's relating, we all do have different identities. Absolutely, every human being does, but it's not just about identities. Intersectionality is specifically talking about our oppressed identities or marginalized identities. So things like race, gender, disability, socioeconomic status, et cetera. They're not static. So just like these, in this image, there are kind of overlapping ovals. Just like they are not static, neither are we. I have a lot of marginalizations, but I also have privilege. So I am a disabled person. I identify as a woman. I'm Black. All of those things are marginalized identities in the country where I live, which is America. However, I am primarily a speaking person. I am a part-time AAC user, but probably more than 65% of the time I use I speak with my mouth to communicate. That gives me privilege because someone could have something just as important to say, if not more important, but because they're an AAC user, they might be discriminated against. So in that setting, I have more privilege than that individual, regardless of my other marginalizations. So Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw described if you were at an intersection and you are standing, or sitting or what have you, positioned in the center, and there's traffic coming from 4 different sides, you have no idea which one's going to hit you first. They're all going to freaking hurt them. So intersectionality is our reality. And so again, disability justice is a big part of that. Neurodiversity is often, when people often think of autism, but again, there's so many different types of neurology that humans can have. It's not just autism by any means. And disability justice is kind of the wider umbrella because those of us who are neurodivergent, it falls within, the range of the cross disability community, and all of those things are important for justice. Justice is what love looks like in public. I love that quote, and that's the truth. It's a reality, and so it's important for us to not just be aware, but to promote acceptance and understanding. And so, this slide is basically just kind of getting down to business. Why the freak am I talking about race and gender when we're talking about neurodiversity? Because again, a person can be autistic and can be of any racial background. A person can have ADHD or or other types of any other type of neurodivergence, and they can they could be of any gender identity. So the reason why I'm talking about this is because of the fact that it's just fact that the rates of underdiagnosis and misdiagnosis in these groups, it's not the same. If you are anything but a young, white, middle-class boy, chances are, or assigned male at birth, chances are you are not going to be diagnosed as early, as easily as that child would be. If you're an adult, if you are gender diverse or gender non-conforming, if you are a person of color, you are kind of like a fringe group. You're kind of the afterthought when it comes to, these aspects of these different conditions. And there's a lot of bias. We're here, but we're essentially not here. We're not seen. And there's a lot of things that interact with one another that people don't think about. There's one example that I've given before, and so I'm going to talk about white privilege and male privilege and all of those things because they're real. But there's an example that I've given from my childhood about kind of just a really quick and silly and funny way to kind of think about intersectionality. And so I grew up and I was not diagnosed, until adulthood with autism. It was also later in life that I was diagnosed with ADHD, though not as late as I was diagnosed as autistic. And so there are different things I grew up in the Midwest and the American South, and there's certain hairstyles that you wear when you're a little Black girl. Often if you have, kind of the hair texture that I have, which is a coarser 4C texture of hair that can kind of make a really easy, grows naturally into an afro if I wasn't wearing it in twists. So there's certain things that you wear, like little plaits and braids where you part the hair and you put these little barrettes on them and they swing. There also was a style, I'm dating myself, I'm an 80s baby. There was a style at one point where you chemically processed your hair and made it curly by adding these products to it. And that was called a jerry curl at the time. And it was like the thing to do. So whether you got what we called a perm, a relaxer, which was chemically straightening your hair and actually stripping it of a lot of its oils and kind of like making it weaker. So you have to take a lot of care and caution to take care of one's hair, or whether it's the plaits, the cute little plaits with the, barrettes and the little, swinging little things or beads, or if it was the pseudo curl, that I had. None of those styles were ever comfortable for me as a young autistic girl, but that's how you're supposed to look. That's how you were supposed to look. If you didn't look that way, something was wrong with you. But those styles were all uncomfortable for me. The relaxer was terrible because it was putting this horrible smelling cream, which some of the contents of it are what's in Drano, and also Nair, which is used for hair removal. It's and you put it on your scalp and you just let it sit and until it kind of destroys the bonds in your hair and straightens it out. And then you wash it out and it's itchy and your hair scalp is dry and weird. I hated that. Hated the Jerry curl with a passion, because what you had to do was add these hair products like sprays and like these moisturizers to your hair so you could like swing and have this curl. And to me, having something on my neck that's like moist or weird, and just the smell of the product and the way it felt on my scalp was just gross, nasty. And then the plaits, that one wasn't too bad, but sitting still while mommy or whoever parts your hair, takes a thin, a comb and parts down the middle of your hair to the middle, then the left and the right, and all these different little boxes that they're making on your scalp, and then pulling it, and then you put some type of a band around it, and then you twist it in place, and then you put these barrettes that are now going to be hitting you on your ear when you turn your head, or these beads. It was awful. And this is just a hairstyle. And I know lots of people can relate to different things about their clothing or their hair or things in the environment that were uncomfortable for them, if they were neurodivergent. But this was something that was just something one wouldn't even think about. And it was just, it was torture for me. So I want to talk about the fact that there's a huge white privilege problem, and not just with autism, with neurodiversity in general. So whether we're talking about dyslexia, dyscalculia, whether we're talking about apraxia, ADHD, I tend to default to the ones that are personal to me, so ADHD and autism. But whatever they are, essentially there are a lot of disparities that exist, and things are not the same. You do not have the same experience if you are not from one of those groups. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of the disparities that exist in our community. It starts in the womb and it continues to the tomb, basically. So first, 13 to 19% of Americans have a disability, depending upon how you're defining it and the statistics that you have. And so our disabled lives are devalued before we even take a breath. So prenatal screening, it is unfortunately used for a lot of really eugenic reasons, and 70 to 80% of pregnancies with certain disabilities are terminated. There's also, a plethora of wrongful birth lawsuits. And then some people with genetic, who are carrying a child and they're found to have some type of a disability, are often told that you don't need intervention for certain diagnoses. An intervention, it doesn't have to be anything that's majorly invasive. I'm talking about things that are typical, hallmark of pregnancy, such as fetal monitors and, just those types of things. There's, no reason to create a situation where the birth is traumatic for the parent and where the child potentially might not live. But this doesn't stop, while we're just in the womb. If we make it out of the womb, that devaluation continues throughout our child and adolescent years. So neurodiverse traits are being seen, there's statistics that prove that if you present in a way that's neurodivergent, that you are going to make a less favorable first impression than someone else. 71% of pediatric residents thought that with disabilities should not have aggressive treatment. So if a child was, severely ill or critically ill, and they were known to have certain disabilities, it was essentially let them die. That would be kind. They don't need to live. Legal euthanasia exists in Belgium for people with disabilities. And then if we look at the systems that surround us, right? So our families, the legal systems that we live in, our communities, 40% of caregivers who have children with neurodevelopmental disabilities reported mostly negative emotions about their children. And so there's 2 times more parental engagement in schools if you are, if your parent if you are a non-disabled child with a non-disabled parent. So if you are a disabled child, then you are only getting half the amount of engagement with the school and your parent. And it could be because of some of the very, ableist and demoralizing, ways that schools and some of these other institutions interact with families. 31% of children who are neurodivergent have no organized activities outside of school. I'm not counting therapies, that's not an activity to do. Those with neurodevelopmental disabilities are only half as likely to graduate high school, and 10% of people who don't have any type of disability are in, Americans who are non-disabled obtain a high school diploma, and it's more than 20% of us. 83% of individuals without disabilities graduate on time. Individuals who are identified as being having some type of disability in school, typically, according to the Department of Education, only graduate on time 65% of the time. We're 2 times more likely to be punished with suspension and expulsion. We're very overrepresented in congregate care settings, be that foster care, institutions, et cetera. We're 11% more likely to be a victim of a violent crime. We make up 33% of the juvenile justice system, and 85% of children of color in the juvenile justice system in 2016 had some type of neurodevelopmental disability or were neurodivergent in some way. Only 27% of those were receiving any services before going to juvenile at all. So nothing preventative. Then when we can look at higher education and the fact that 25% of college students in general with disabilities aren't getting accommodations, the number is even lower if you're a person of color or a woman. In the economic sector, our unemployment rate is twice as high. We're 2 times more likely to be employed only part-time. We're 2 times more likely to be in poverty, and 2.5 times more likely to be in persistent poverty for 24 months or longer. So the median annual salary for us is more than $10,000 less per year of someone who is non-disabled, who has equivalent education and experience that we have. Then you think about other aspects of, so for example, if 75% of us live at homes with our families, but only 13% of caregivers are receiving the comprehensive services that we need. We have a higher rate of poverty and illness. We have a much higher rate of guardianship instead of supportive decision-making and other, more modern and, more collaborative ways of allowing us to have autonomy over our lives. We are 3 to 5 times more likely to have untreated psychiatric disorder. And then when we get into the gender piece, so we are more likely, if you are a woman or identified as a woman with neurodevelopmental disability, you are more likely to be incarcerated than your non-disabled peers. Only 15% of women with a disability were asked about intimate partner violence, despite the fact that we often are in circumstances where we are at risk. There are higher rates of rape, 4 times the higher rate of rape, 2.5 times higher rate of sexual violence, 3 times greater risk of stalking, 2 times greater risk of psychological abuse, 2 times greater risk of having our reproductive rights and autonomy not valued. We are diagnosed later, 1.5 to 2 years later. Our parents tend to have less communication with providers. The parents of color, when talking about concerns about their child, are more frequently dismissed by providers than white parents are. This is especially true of Latinx and Black parents. Doctors make the referrals much later, over 15 months later. And a lot of times the standard of care is not given because of social maladjustment thoughts. The gold standard tool is often not used for us. And we are 19 to 30% less likely to be diagnosed than a white child when you control for socioeconomic status. We also receive only 1/3 of the services of our white peers. We're less likely to be in the general ed classroom for 80% of the day. We're less likely to have the AU diagnosis or categorization in schools. 4 times more likely to be suspended. It goes on and on. It's dismal, which is why the image that I have on the screen is that of a storm. It certainly is a storm that's brewing that people of color are living with the white privilege and male privilege that exists in those of us who are neurodiverse in our worlds. It can be dismal. It can be devastating, from rates of suicidal ideation to harassment, all types of factors, again, like the intersectionality example that Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw used of someone in the middle and things coming at every side. And that's often how it can be and how it can feel in our lives. We face rampant discrimination in a variety of settings. And that's even in 2020. So again, we've talked about the school setting. We've talked about it from K through 12 as well as higher education and in the workplace. So perception is key and worldview. These are the issues. These are problems. Now, how are we looking at the problem? How are we looking at the people who, who are not just figures, who are not just numbers, but they are living these lives? What is our thought? How do we understand the strengths, the needs, the challenges, and how do we do something about it? Well, first we need to understand and recognize that it exists. So this image of the talk, talks about, or depicts a family who appears to be white on the right-hand side, and a family who appears to be a family of color on the left-hand side, having the talk. So there's the birds and bees talk, and then there's the how not to be a threat when you are disabled and a person of color talk. So things such as the way that you dress, the way that you wear your hair, the way that you communicate, just being yourself can put you at grave risk. And so so aside from the fact that we know that there's a lot of concerns and issues in general about the interactions between people of color and the police, if you have movements that are different, or differences in communication and eye contact, it can be even a greater issue. So I did not put the logo up here, but there's a center called the Judge Rottenberg Center that's been around for, I believe, approximately 40 years. One of their URLs is effectivetreatment.org. On it, they share all of this information about the importance of and the evidence behind electric skin shocks. This is a form of torture, according to the United Nations, and this center here in the United States is still to this day has at any point between 100 and 200 residents, mostly disabled people of color, who are wearing backpacks and have electrodes placed on their arms, their chests, their legs, and are shocked for things such as not taking off a jacket, not making eye contact, many things. And there's been a lot written about it, and a lot of, the people who've bravely shared their stories from being at this center, and people who've lost their lives. And this is, again, when you devalue people from the womb to the tomb, these types of things are allowed to happen. We wouldn't do this to preclinical subjects or to animals, but this is being done possibly as I speak to people who look like me. And so I want to talk a little bit about my personal experience, because I've given you statistics, I've given you numbers. That's sobering. That sucks. It's real, but it sucks. But I want to talk about more than just statistics and numbers. I want to talk about my own life and my own self as a person who is, neurodivergent and is a person of color and identifies as a woman. So as you might have guessed from my name, Morenike Giwa-Onaiwu, my family is not from America. Like many, I come from an immigrant background. And so my parents came to America from West Africa for college, and they just kind of settled here. And this is where my siblings and I were born. And so I had a funny name. I didn't live in the most diverse of communities. Undiagnosed disabilities. There were just a lot of things. It was a perfect storm essentially for me not fitting in. And I was different, but I didn't know. So I was different from the girls. I was supposed to be a girl, but I was different from the girls. We just didn't connect. And, I was different from but I wasn't a tomboy exactly, quote unquote. I was different and more than just my appearance, from my white, classmates. I was different from even the, people in the Black community because of my culture. There were a lot of things that made me different. And I wasn't really sure, but I could never really figure out what it was. So I spent a lot of time hiding and masking and faking to survive, because I learned very early that if you stand out, if you are different, the world is not a very kind place for you. If you blend in and you aren't really seen, if you are indistinguishable from the norm, life for you. So I would go in the mirror and I would practice what I'd heard my classmates saying during the day and the way they held their bodies, and tried to fake eye contact, which is really easy to do because you all aren't really here. I'm just looking at a dot on my screen or sort of in the direction of it. So who knows, I might have great pseudo eye contact right now, but my affect, the way that I spoke, my prosody, I'm sorry, I can't talk. And my speed, my mannerisms, all of these different things, I knew from the teachers that it was inappropriate to move your arms a certain way or your legs a certain way, or to repeat things, and I didn't get jokes. And so I needed to find a way to, to blend in, to keep myself. And so fortunately for echolalia and scripting, I was able to do that. I would learn to pronounce things a certain way, to talk about things that weren't of interest. I developed all these like mental flow charts about how I'd live life and how I'd say, what do you say? Okay, when somebody says, how are you? You're supposed to pause, count for a couple seconds. You're supposed to smile, say fine, look at them, and then smile, and then look down, like all of these different things. So I had like all of these different, ways that you handle scenarios where my brain would just shift to whatever it was. So I learned that there were certain clothes that were in style. And even if I hated them, they felt uncomfortable. That's, if you wear those, you don't get teased. There are certain people that you could be around. They're really chatty. So if you're around that person, no one really notices if you're awkward or if you don't really speak or if you can't get the words because you can't get a word in. If you date someone, if you're dating young, then you've got your buffer to walk down the halls with, so you don't have to be alone. You've got somebody that if someone teases or tries to bully you, they'll look out for you. You've got a built-in excuse for why you're not going to certain events or why you're not doing certain things, even if this is something that you don't feel ready for. Are you smart? Can you tutor all your friends? Can you do their homework? Can you take their tests? Even if you might get in trouble, can you let them copy off your tests? Yay, now you're well-liked, fabulous. All of these things eat away at you. So you're suppressing yourself to be okay, or at least I was. And so I started my very first suicide journal I had in the 6th grade. I named it after Celie from The Color Purple, who was long suffering. And I felt that I understood her suffering because you just had to keep going and keep living life. Otherwise you're a fraud, you're a freak, but masking, even though it might give you passing privilege, which it really doesn't, I don't think we truly ever pass. Something inside of you is being eaten away. You're losing the effective coping mechanisms that you've had, that you have naturally. You might be more discreet, but you're already in a situation where you're already probably, if you're a person of color, a woman, you might be code switching already, suppressing certain aspects of yourself because of misogyny or whatever. You can't mask everything. And so you're going to find yourself imploding. And so in my own life, I found this odd push-pull or this odd kind of conflict in between my race, my gender, what I didn't know then was my neurology, but just the way that I was and the world that I was in. So there were certain things that I desperately admired about people of color. So not just, people who had sub-Saharan African heritage like myself, but people of color in general, Black people in general, so there were certain traits that were supposed to be natural. So some of them were, what seemed like this never ending source of resilience and confidence and being able to be fearless and have the answer no matter what. Now, I know a lot of that is stereotypical, the strong Black woman, and that's very toxic. But I'm, again, from the lens of a child and a teen, you would see these people who seem to be this source of internal wisdom that they just radiated, or ways to fix something or figure something out, and nothing, even when things got them down, they kept on going. And I was like, this isn't me. I'm uncertain all the time. I don't say the right things. I don't know how to fix things. I don't have this just this ability to just put it all in context and figure things out. And it made me feel like I wasn't a real Black woman because I didn't have the strength or the confidence that that other people had. I also didn't feel like I knew how to motivate exactly. When people would come to me with a problem, my go-to would be trying to find a solution, not just listening and commiserating. And then there were other things that I pushed back against. I didn't understand why it was acceptable to, why words like good hair, bad hair, pretty eyes were acceptable. And to my logical, literal brain, if you're saying someone has good hair, that means people whose hair is different is bad hair. Why are we calling an entire type of hair bad? I wasn't aware that, they just mean a certain texture. But again, there's self-hatred in that too, but it didn't make sense to me and it wasn't something I could let go of. I didn't really understand the aspect of the whole being independent, strong Black woman, I can do bad all by myself. So that phrase I didn't understand, because why would you want to do bad? Why can't you do well? But I also didn't feel like there was, being able to do things on your own, I had isn't always the best way. Sometimes interdependence and having assistance can be a huge boon. Other things that I saw in the Black community, like our people just seemed so vibrant. They seemed so full of life, so innovative, from the way that somebody might walk to the way that they speak, the names that were chosen, the color so bold, but knowing, you know what I mean, how to make way, but not making waves, like, you know, changing things, creativity and resourcefulness from literature to the way that people spoke. It was almost, you know, it was beautiful. Now I can keep a beat. I can do that. You know what I mean? You know, but that's about it. I had sensory issues with regard to some colors or textures. I'm not that vibrant and regal. For me, black is the new black and black is the old black. I'll wear black all day, every day. I couldn't really, I didn't have this, I didn't seem to feel like I just had this magic about me. You know, I had graphomotor issues, so I couldn't do hair. I didn't have, you know, any like musical ability or just this ability to really just express myself a certain way. I didn't even walk the same way as you know, my fellow sisters because I was clumsy, you know what I mean? And so there were certain hairstyles and and nail styles or whatever that I couldn't wear. So like getting your hair done or your nails done every week or every other week, I can't be in the hair salon. I can't stand the smell, or I can't be in the nail shop, or I can't deal with the environment, the socialization that you have to do in there. You know, yes, it might be inviting, but it's uncomfortable to me. You know, and then other things like of the fact that Black people, Black women in particular, seemed nurturing, seemed loyal, seemed all about, you know, like your ride or die, your day one, your Bonnie and Clyde, you know, seemed all about their friends or their family or their man, you know, and then you'd see all of these things like family get-togethers and reunions and all these girls' nights and traditions that are really amazing, but I can't deal with those things. I don't, you know, in those settings, so your child has to look a certain way. You have to have home training. You need to respect people. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Certain ways of acting or dressing. Some of the smells of these, you know, the foods are terrible, were a sensory nightmare for me. Some of the length, not knowing when something's going to start or not start. CPT is real. Not being able to, you know, just the nuances of a lot of these things didn't work for me. And then outside of the Black community, just in general about being a woman, I didn't really understand why people cried a lot, because, I mean, if something's bad, it sucks, but what can you do? I mean, I didn't really see what crying would do to fix it. Like, it just didn't seem practical to me. I didn't like small talk and, you know, gossiping, and not saying all girls are like that. But again, I grew up in the South, it was pretty stereotypical. Auditory processing was challenging for me. So even thinking about in my culture as, you know, so certain foods of my culture, you know, were difficult. The language, the dialect that my family uses is very difficult for me to master because it's primarily, you know, a spoken one, and auditory processing is challenging for me. So there's just all of these different things, and then developmental timelines, you know, so if you are still holding your child, if your child's not walking or talking at a certain time, are they a mama's baby? Are you babying them too much, or is your child behind? In the workplace, professionalism. I've already talked to you about the hair situation. So, you know, having relaxed hair or a nice, perfect lace front, or, you know, presenting in a certain way is what is considered acceptable in the workplace. There are lawsuits, again, for people not being able to wear their natural texture of hair the way that it grows. Certain clothing that's supposed to be professional doesn't look the same way on my body with the curves that I have that it does on someone else who is different. The dialect, you know, that, you know, the angry Black woman, so the tone of voice. Can you, you know, can you regulate your tone without looking mean or cruel to someone else? It's very difficult. And so, so those are some of the challenges that I had, you know, growing up. And so, in addition to that, I want to talk about, so we're talking about challenges, I want to talk about some strengths. So this, I don't know how many of you might be familiar with this, but this is the people, the Dragon Ball, you know, community. This particular image comes from Dragon Ball Super, which is something that I absolutely love. And so I'm going to be talking about this a little bit for the latter part of my presentation, because it's important to me to talk about how we can work together, you know, allies and those of us who are you know, neurodivergent, to make a better world for us all, because it's important. And so in the Dragon Ball series, there are characters who are aliens, like Goku, like Vegeta and others. And then there are characters who are human, you know, are human, and they have different strengths, different weaknesses, and work with one another in different ways. And they help each other out, and they learn about each other, and they care about each other, and they overcome a lot of adversity in their lives. And so this is something that I think it's a model that's important for the rest of us to learn, because we don't all have the same strength. We don't all have the same understanding and same ability, but we don't have to in order to succeed. And so I want to talk about a couple of the ways that we can work together. Again, we're talking about solutions, a couple of the ways that we can work together to make things different, to make things better for those of us. So one thing is that we can give way to potential. We can have a world that is more inclusive in general. If we're talking about universal design, not having pity, being, kind of being something that's more accepting. Understanding that expertise and wisdom doesn't have to have a whole bunch of letters after an individual's name, or doesn't have to have a certain appearance, be it skin color or way of dressing or way of communicating. So are we supporting and including all people? Are we recognizing the strength in all people and the ability of all people? Are we allowing people to accommodate and respecting and honoring different forms of communication and different ways of being? These are some things. This is a picture of my backpack, inside of my backpack. This is a picture of the inside of my purse. And these are the contents. So we're living in a world that's quite hostile to us. Sometimes one can't form words. Do you have you permitted people, are you making things welcoming to where people can communicate in different ways, where their pronouns are respected, where if they are unable to communicate by speaking, that there are other ways that they can communicate? Do you have things around to accommodate their differences? Often the answer is no, which is why I bring my own. There's some, noise canceling headphones under here that you can't see, a lot of stimming devices. I don't know what's going to happen in my life or my circumstances, but I know that I can't count on the world to be accommodating for me. It's not going to be. And so unfortunately, I have to protect and look out for myself. That's not the way that we should have to live, not in 2020. So we should be able to acknowledge and provide respect and support for everyone. We need allies who are willing to build with us, bloom where they're planted. It's not always an easy road. So whether you're a parent, whether you're a professional, things aren't always easy for you, and they're certainly not easy for us either, but we all have our role that we play, and together we can grow and improve and make change. But you've got to be willing to do so. You've got to be willing to not speak over us, but to yield. You've got to be willing to learn from us. You've got to be willing to call out your people, because they're going to listen to you a lot more than they're going to listen to me. You need to be ready to just help dismantle ableism and racism and gender discrimination, because these things are all they do is continue to fuel inequity in our lives. You can help stay away from the inspiration porn that is used to dehumanize us and make others feel good about accepting our existence into the world. You can hire us. We have a lot to give, a lot to offer. And we need opportunities. You could create them, because the only way to have a real true team is to have, again, like Dragon Ball Super, is to have people who have all types of abilities on it. And so the Dragon Ball series actually was a huge inspiration for Steven Universe, which is another series that I love. And again, it's another one where there's people who have these abilities that are different, and they're amazing. They've got a lot of challenges too, but they have people in their lives who rise up and learn. And together, they kind of, look out for each other, hold one another down, support one another. We don't have single lives, so we have solidarity with those who are different than we are. So you don't want to be in a setting where there are over 80 speakers at this particular event. Are you at an event and there are people speaking over us or speaking for us? Are we being tokenized? Are we on the eating chair? Oh, the little panel to the last 15 minutes of the presentation when everyone's leaving? Are you speaking out against policies and practices that are making it difficult for us to thrive? Are you bringing attention to all of these different topics that I've shared about that are realities in our lives? Because you will be listened to. You will be listened to, a lot more than me, simply because of the privilege that you have. That sucks, but use it for good. Do something, because again, we are stronger together. If we tie a knot together, it might be different. It's not going to look the same, and it doesn't need to. it still is going to be able to do its job, hold something together and pull it. And so in closing, because I want to make sure there's a little bit of time for Q&A, if there's any of that, and if there isn't, give you all a little break before our panel, but this is the source for most of my images, and this is my contact information. So again, on social media, I'm at MoreniKGO. My website is morenikgo.com, and my email address is mgo@morenikgo.com. So in closing, I want, the title that I selected intentionally because I'm thinking about things that happen in threes. And so to some people, autism is this product things that destroy your lives. In other situations, it's something that makes you better than other people, which, is not the case. And then in other situations, it's simply what it is. It's an aspect of our identity. So we need you to, whether you understand it or not, Goku, if you know anything about Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, his loved ones don't always get him, but they trust him, they support him, and they're there for him. And his strengths have saved the earth many times, and their support has done the same. There is no one that's better than the other. They're just different. And, we can soar and fly high if we work as a team. And that is all.
Thank you, Morenika. Thank you so much for sharing just about intersectionality and about your personal experience, and really helping us to understand the how complex it is, and how all these different parts really of your identity and your experience kind of come together in very complex ways. And I thank you so much for talking today. We're actually going to go on just a brief break. And so if there are questions, please feel free to continue to put them in the Q&A. The panel will start at 3 p.m. And so we'll have some Q&A at the end of that. We have coming up next a few more speakers. We have Dr. Temple Lovelace, who is going to be speaking on why intersectionality matters, the critical role of identity in our work. Maria Davis-Pierre, who will talk about autism and the Black family, and Jamel Mitchell, who will speak to what happens when great minds don't think alike. So we've got an exciting hour coming up. We're going to start that in 7 minutes. So if everyone can take a brief break, get some water, do what you need to do, and we'll be back here with Temple and those speakers coming up next. So we will head to break now. Welcome back for those who are back, and welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. This is the Intersectionality, Race, and Neurodiversity session. For those who have just joined, welcome to the summit. We'd like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. Please feel free to submit your questions all along. In this section, we have Q&A at the end of the panel session that is scheduled from 3 to 4 p.m. and moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. And today and the next hour, we have the pleasure of 3 amazing speakers who will speak to different aspects of intersectionality. Dr. Temple Lovelace, Maria Davis-Pierre, and Jamel Mitchell will be joining us in the next hour. We're going to begin with Dr. Temple Lovelace, an associate professor at the Department of Counseling, Psychology, and Special Education at Duquesne University. Her research centers on the examination of the intersectionality of disability, gender, and race, with particular interest in examining the experiences of Black autistic women and girls, and creating innovative, culturally sustaining academic and behavioral interventions. Today, Dr. Lovelace will talk to why intersectionality matters, the critical role of identity in our work. Welcome, Dr. Lovelace.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, so thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I want to just take a little bit of time today to talk about why intersectionality matters, and why we have to examine our identity before we can engage in critical work. I want to start here just in talking about sharing some gratitude. Today I come to you as a Black woman, a mother of a neurodivergent daughter, and a fierce co-conspirator with Black disabled people who've allowed me access to their experiences. I am in deep gratitude for their openness and expertise that has allowed me to share what I want to share with you today. So when we talk about autism-related research, we know that since the 1960s, research funding, advocacy, and discovery has grown at an enormous pace. And over the last 60 years, the fields of medicine, education, and psychology have contributed a remarkable amount of information about autism spectrum disorder to families, practitioners, and researchers. Historically, individuals with autism spectrum disorder were relegated to institutionalization and subject to palliative care. Now the support of individuals with ASD has grown. However, disparate representation remains. What has emerged is a concentrated effort to support the needs of individuals with ASD, yet little to no resources have been there for individuals at the intersections of gender and race. So what we know about the prevalence of autism by race is that for the first time, the prevalence estimates among white and Black children is nearly the same. However, prevalence still lags for Latinx children. We also know that since the year 2002, the second time the estimates were reported, prevalence estimates have risen for girls with ASD. However, we still are not taking data for those who are gender non-binary and gender non-conforming. So consider this. Many new parents seek information on how they want to navigate the processes of diagnosis and support on behalf of their children. So say you're a new Black parent and jump on your phone, Google autism spectrum disorder. What do you think you might find? So yesterday I did this. I did a search and I typed in autism spectrum disorder. And here's what popped up. As a parent with a new daughter in your arms, what would this say to you? This would say that this is something maybe that is not ascribed to you. You would not have difficulty finding the information you need to find. And so we know that there's work that we need to do as a community to provide resources for all children and families. So over the last few years, my lab has been doing lots of work around seeing what is exactly out there that focuses specifically for folks at the intersection of race, gender, and autism. And in a review of all autism-related research, we found just a small percentage of autism-related research that focused on Black autistic women and girls. And here's the catcher. It wasn't that research set out to tell their stories, it's that research were case studies, and so they were the default participants. What this tells you is that there's so much more that needs to happen as it relates to us focusing our efforts in research and in practice on this population. So let's talk about identity a little bit. I want you to take a moment and think about who you are. If you had to fill in these circles, each circle representing one part of your identity, what would you put inside of these circles? I'll give you a second to think about that. So for some, they may put that I'm Black, that I'm autistic, and that I'm a girl. What we notice about identity is that these circles overlap. Even if you say I'm Black, you'll see that shades of being autistic or being a girl are there. Even if you say you're autistic, you'll see that shades of being Black and being a girl are there. This kind of overlapping process is where we get the idea of intersectionality. So regardless of where you are along the spectrum and where you identify, the other areas of your identity are always present. And so our goal is to think about what happens at the nexus or the central point of all of these identities. So intersectionality is defined as the complex, interconnected way that the cumulative effects of having multiple marginalized identities present an overlapping discrimination. Again, we see how these things overlap. So it's at the intersections of that overlapping discrimination that we have to understand that that new identity is unique and it cannot be accounted for as separate identities. Patricia Hill Collins says that intersectionality is a critical social theory that allows for an extended analysis of how a person's multiple socio-cultural identities impact their access and opportunity across many areas of society. So what does that mean for our work? What it means is that we have to be able to see how we can analyze how these systems of oppression represented by racism, sexism, or gender-based oppression, and ableism work in concert in ways that each system on its own cannot be quantified. So as we're sitting here now, you're thinking, what can I do? As I was looking at the Q&A, what I noticed a lot of people said, what can I do? What we do know is that the transformation for better care and support doesn't begin with Black, Brown, and Indigenous families doing the work. It's about us as researchers, practitioners, and organization leaders making that commitment to deep critical reflection and immediate action to change the way we treat families as they seek our support. So what we have to do is we have to improve our practice through identity, or heart work, as I call it. We know that this heart work is can be explored many different ways, but there are 4 tenets that I want to leave with you today. I want you to think about the fact that identity exploration starts internally. You sitting right here, right now, thinking about who you are, what are the parts that make up your identity is critically important. We have to acknowledge that identity means that we have to acknowledge people, the person, humanity. We can't go about our work thinking about people as studies, right? People as patients, but that they're humans and that their families care about the ways in which they're supported. We know that our identities are connected to larger systems of oppression, and we have to examine the historical and current ways those operate. We also know that practice demands that we reflect and act, that it's the part of that action and that advocacy that will help to turn around what we need to turn around as it relates to supporting neurodiverse individuals. So what does that look like? This idea of identity exploration starting internally. What we know is that identity exploration is like this picture. This picture is a maze, a tightly woven maze. And as you go through this identity exploration and this internal work, there are a couple things you have to remember. One, it's not easy. Examining the ways in which our identities have oppressed or have been complicit in oppression is important. We have to realize that privilege and oppression are things that we have to contend with, that some people can't choose to forget that and being able to forget parts of your identity is in fact a privilege. And so this identity exploration has to start internally with deep, deep work. So about 2 to 3 years ago, I got a chance to sit down with some Black caregivers, and I got to listen to their stories. And I want to share a couple of these quotes with you today. So Viola says, yes, absolutely. It took longer to actually get a diagnosis. Let's say this politically correct, I don't want to offend, but knowing, I knew by the time he was 2 or 3, I knew that this was autism. But it took another 2 years to finally get a diagnosis because pediatricians kept writing it off. What is it about pediatricians having the ability to keep writing off diagnoses? Parents go through quite a bit, individuals go through quite a bit to seek diagnoses. But if pediatricians did deep internal work to understand why disparate outcomes are there, why oppression is there, we would be able to see bigger and broader and accept diagnoses that we don't think belong in there simply because of our privilege. And so what can you do? Read and explore your identity. Do the work of understanding how privilege creates ableism. The second tenet, acknowledging identity, means that we need to acknowledge people. So as we look at this picture of these wooden cutouts in different colors, we have to realize that behind those colors are people. Letitia shares with us, I guess Corey was just too autistic. And with this program, I could have gotten medical assistance. I could have gotten access to pick him up, drop him off, pick him up from school, take him to the program and bring him home. They were like, well, he sounds like he is too severely autistic. So I said, what you're telling me is your autistic program only accepts certain types of autistic people. And she was like, yeah. So think about that for a second, that even in this, we still have ways in which we oppress individuals. So what can you do? You can acknowledge humanity. Interrogate the ways in which your work influences a normal, abnormal binary. Ask if your work is part of the problem or part of the solution. So the third tenet is identities are connected to larger systems of oppression. So as we think about the ways in which we measure individuals, we hold them up to how far away from this normal that's been created they are from. That's dangerous work. And so Tracy shares that sometimes they don't understand the culture. Sometimes, it's like it's prejudice, or is it because they really don't understand what's going on? And so as you think about this, do you understand what structural inequity is and how it disempowers individuals, not only in one area of their life, but multiple areas of their life? And so understanding how that 2 to 3 year lag of getting an autism diagnosis is completely unacceptable is the first start. But then seeing the ways in which families are impacted when it comes to other systems of oppression as well, whether they are housing insecure, or the medical industry has disempowered them, or the educational industry. And so the ways in which we can push this work forward is understanding those overlapping areas of oppression and how them sitting in front of you is a major feat in itself when it comes to care and support. And so the last is that praxis demands that we reflect and then we act. One of the dangerous things that comes is that we sit in this oppression and we don't act. And the action and the advocacy is what's needed for families. And so as I think of myself, who is still a learner and who has been able to sit in front of individuals for a long time and just hear their stories and share them, I realize I have to lean in. And what does that leaning in looks like? It can start with the first step. Jump on your social media. Type in Black Disabled Lives Matter and read the stories that have been pouring out from people all summer as it relates to their experiences. Lean into your work. Think about ways that you can do things different starting now. Lean into understanding that your story is not the only story, but there are multiple stories that need to be available. And so I hope I've been able to share some practical steps with you as it relates to understanding what intersectionality is and the ways in which you can move your work forward in service of Black, Brown, Indigenous folks who have been at this intersection for all of their lives and deserve way more from us as it relates to the things that we provide. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Temple. That was really an amazing talk, and I love the idea of leaning in and really finding a resource to read about and understand the experiences of Black disabled individuals. And I know I will definitely be taking you up on that advice. So thank you so much for sharing today and for sharing your talk. We have several wonderful speakers this hour. We feel so lucky to have several people, and so we're going to continue on. And as I said, we'll have a whole hour where we'll be having more discussion and some questions as we continue with this session. Our next speaker is Maria Davis-Pierre. It's my pleasure to introduce her. She's the founder and CEO of Autism in Black. This organization aims to bring awareness to autism and reduce the stigma associated with the diagnosis of the Black community. As a licensed mental health therapist, Maria primarily works with parents to provide support through education and advocacy training. Maria's unique approach to coaching and counseling exemplifies her drive and motivation toward greater acceptance and overcoming the barriers and personal struggles associated with raising an autistic child. Today, her presentation is titled Autism and the Black Family. I will turn it over to you, Maria. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay, so I am going to be talking about autism and Black families. I like to start with culture, as it's so important, especially when talking about the intersectionality of race and disability. And I want you all to take a moment and think about culture and what comes up for you when you start to think about culture. When talking about culture, I like to look at the iceberg concept of culture. So, you know, the tip of the iceberg that we all see when it comes to culture is, you know, fine arts, you know, cooking, dress, games, you know, dancing. We see all of that, but it's really underneath the surface, which is what drives our culture. So we're talking about the body language, conception of self, facial expressions, right? Attitudes towards dependence, concepts of cleanliness. All of this drives our culture. And it's so important to look at the bigger picture, which is what is beneath the surface when it comes to culture. Because when we're talking about autism, cultural sensitivity is necessary in identifying, assessing, and providing services to children diagnosed with autism, as core characteristics of autism affect social and communication skills. And to some extent, these skills are culturally determined, right? So we're looking at body language, eye behavior, you know, facial expressions. All of these things are what is included in some of the evaluations that our children are given when it comes to getting that autism diagnosis. So it's so important to always take culture into, to think about it when we are doing our diagnosis, when we're doing interventions, when we're working with Black families or any other families from a different culture, because it plays a significant role in how we present ourselves. So in thinking about that, we need to think about parenting while Black. So this is a topic that I like to talk about, one, because as a professional and also as a person who has a 8-year-old who is autistic, it's so different being on that other side, being on that parenting side and not being on that professional side. You know, as our speakers have said today, there are so many systems in play that comes to getting a later diagnosis for Black families. And that's just because of those systems are oppressive, right? So we're looking at, you know, studies that have shown that physicians, evaluators, all the people who make the diagnosis or give the diagnosis to children, they don't even want to have conversations with Black parents, mothers in particular, when it comes to the topic of autism. And that's because of stigmas that are coming into play, those implicit and explicit biases that are coming into that evaluation room and how they perceive one is going to act. So if you're not even going to want to have a conversation with me about something you're seeing, what does that lead to? Of course, it leads to that gap in diagnosis that we've talked about, right? So even though the CDC has said that there is prevalence across the board when it comes to races, there's still that 1.5-year gap in diagnosis when it comes to Black children. And then there's the 2.5-year gap when it comes to Hispanic children. And this is all because of those stigmas that are coming into play, like evaluator biases, physicians who don't even want to bring up that topic. And then there's stigmas within the community that we also have to deal with. So while I'm dealing with those stigmas outside of my community, I'm dealing with healthcare professionals and how society perceives one should be, because Black children are often misdiagnosed or not diagnosed at all. And if they're given the diagnosis, they're given a behavioral diagnosis. Because also research has shown that physicians didn't, or evaluators weren't even thinking that Black children could be autistic. It had to be some sort of behavioral issue, right? So all of this is coming into play on the outside. Then when we look in the inside of what's going on within our own communities, it's a large distrust when it comes to healthcare systems. Why? Because of all of the experimenting, or in the roles of social workers coming into the homes and how we perceive that they will take our children, because there's a long history that says they will, right? So there's a mistrust when it comes to having these people come into our homes or talking to them about what we're seeing. We don't know what they're going to do with the information. So there's that distrust there. There's also the fact that multi-generational Black parenting. So if I have more than one generation living in the home, then those opinions are going to impact my parenting. So if I have myself living in the home, if I have my grandmother living in the home, my mom living in the home, and they have raised children before me, of course, because they've raised me, and then they're going to have their opinions about how children should be raised. And this impacts how you raise your child. If for a long time that they did not believe in autism or any disability, or just give that child a chance to catch up. Yes, they may be 3 and may not be hitting those developmental milestones like they should, but just give that child, you know, some time to catch up, which is what we hear. Then I'm more than likely going to trust the people that are in my inner circle, right? So if that is what I'm doing, of course, that's also going to lead to a gap in diagnosis, or me not being fully attentive in sessions or with whatever healthcare practitioner I may be having a conversation with. It's going to lead to those perceptions that I'm not invested when, and what it is that I have so many people telling me what I should do when it comes to my child. And then information that has been passed down from generation to generation has a historical context. If I didn't have access to certain healthcare resources, then I've had to kind of wing it on what I'm going to do. And that has gotten passed down from generation to generation. If, you know, and I speak in general here, but we know that Black people are not monolithic. But religion is a strong anchor in the Black community. So if I'm going to go to the people in my support circle, and religion is one of them, and my pastor is saying to me things like, which is what clients have told me, we're going to lay hands on your child and pray the autism away. Now we know, as professionals, your child is still going to be autistic, right? But if I'm going to my pastor and he is going to lay hands, and for those of you who do not know what lay hands is, it's when the pastor will put their literal hands on someone and pray whatever they're talking about away. So we know that the child is still going to be autistic after this. But what some families have dealt with would be the pastor then saying, you didn't pray hard enough. The reason that your child is autistic still is because you had so many past sins. So those past sins, and this is your burden to bear. So these are the things that they may be hearing, which leads to church hurt, right? So again, mistrust that we're dealing with. So if my pastor is saying that this is my burden to bear, then who am I to trust you coming in with your interventions and saying this, that, and the other is going to work? So we have to think about bigger picture here, not just what we're seeing with what's going on in the room. We have to start asking questions that can give us more insight to what's going on that will be helpful to our clients or the people that we're working with. Myself, when I was put on the other side as the parent and not the professional, and had these, my colleagues coming into my home, they never once asked about any kind of cultural questions. I identify as Black. My husband is Haitian American. And you can bet that our culture runs our household and how we do things, even for both of us who are professionals. I'm a licensed clinician. My husband is a physician, but that culture trumps most everything because it's our foundation. So if you're not coming in asking certain questions, then there's going to be times where those interventions, those textbook interventions, do not work. And that's because culture wasn't taken into consideration. Parenting while Black is very different. There's so many worries of the Black parent that we have to deal with. So we have to deal with those systems that keep us from accessing resources, that keep us oppressed. And then we have to worry about how we are parenting our Black children. And this is all before we even get to the fact that our child has a disability. Because society has kind of said this is what it is for Black people. So we have to worry about how our children are perceived. We know that if we are wearing something, if our hair is a certain way, if we talk a certain way, if we dress a certain way, then we are going to be perceived a certain way. And we have to be so mindful of that because society says if you're dressed a certain way, you're a thug, right? Then you have more of a chance to be, which we all know is not true, of being, and when you're interacting with a police officer, being shot and killed. But we know that it doesn't matter what I'm wearing or how I look, that chance is still high. Right? So we have to prepare our children for this. So we have a dilemma between letting them be children and the harsh reality of what being Black means. Am I letting my children down by not telling them, okay, this is how you have to prepare for the world, prepare for society as a Black child? Couple that in with having a child who has a disability, autism in particular, there may be comprehension issues or not quite understanding, why I have to do this when I go outside. So we have to think about how Black parents feel they must parent their children. I must do this as a form of protection for my child. If I don't prepare my child for how the world is, then the world is going to do something to my child, because that's what we see constantly on TV. That's what we see, on the news. We see these things happening in real time. So for us, it's a matter of protecting our children. And this all comes before thinking about the actual disability. You know, I have conversations all the time with parents who come and say to me, you know, how do I prepare my child for interactions with the police? And the harsh reality is that onus is not on us as parents. It's on those police officers to have interactions that don't result in my child dying. It's up to that. Sorry, that is my child coming in. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Can you all hear me? Perfect. I think I'm
Yes, we can hear you now. You're muted for just a moment.
Thank you. So for us, it is extremely different because we have these worries when we're parenting our children. And, you know, when you're working with a Black parent, we come in and we're thinking about, okay, this is how school told me to do. These are the interventions that they told me to place. And, you know, this is what we're supposed to do. And I see them, you know, holding on to religion and saying, you know, I have to hold on to my religion. And I don't know if I can quite do what you're telling me to do because that's against what I know religion wise. And for us, sometimes it's like, well, no, that's wrong. What you're doing is wrong. You have to do it this way because that's what I've learned. So it's important to actually come from a place of education rather than telling a Black parent what to do. Instead of, you should be doing this, you can, or you can do this, and this is how it's supposed to go, actually come from a place of educating them and telling them why this could be helpful. Also having a both and approach rather than an either or approach. So either it's your religion or either it's this interventions that I'm coming in with. No, it can be both and. Yes, your religion is important, you know, and I want to help you with some of these interventions that can be included as well, right? So it's very important to do this because sometimes if we're coming in there and we're saying, well, this is how it goes and this is what it should be and this is what I'm telling you because I'm the person that is the professional and I'm coming in this way, we're going to be met with defensiveness, right? Who wouldn't get defensive in that case? And then sometimes my Black parents will, you know, have a little game that they're going to play with you. And you might have played this game with them and didn't even know that you were having this game, right? And it's the what you won't do, right? So you won't come in and tell me how to raise my child. You won't come in and tell me that I don't love my child. You're not going to tell me how to feed or what to feed my child. You're not going to question me about my parenting styles or assume that the father isn't present, right? Or tell a Black parent to spend more time or play more with their children. You know, tell me I was or am a bad parent. And there's so many more, but these are things that actual professionals have told Black parents. And you can bet that that leads them to be defensive. And once they're defensive, then whatever we're trying to do to help, they're not even going to hear. So we have to come in a different way. Also, you know, masking versus protection, right? So, and I was talking about how the worries of the Black parent and how we have to parent differently. This is a topic that comes up a lot. We know that as those who, you know, are in the field, that masking is very harmful. It's very draining. However, most Black families have not been educated on what masking is and the harmful effects. As Black people, we have to navigate society in a different manner than white people. This is, you know, truth. This is just how it is. So we know that if we are in public, there are just certain things that we can't do. There's certain things I can't do in public as a Black woman that many white women can. You know, it gets to a point where my safety is then at risk. So it's a fine line of how do I prepare my child for what society is and still be truthful and 100% to who they are as an autistic individual. And that is a fine line, because we know that certain characteristics of autism are going to shine a certain light, because society will look and say, oh, what are they doing? So a Black child versus a white child, the response will be different. So it's a fine line that Black parents have to kind of waver on how to protect their children, but still hold true to who they are as an autistic individual. And that is what is important. So what can we do with this information? One, we want to move from inequality to justice, right? With equality and equity, those systems are still in place that keep us from accessing resources, that keep us from being able to get those diagnoses. So for those of you who want to be allies and co-conspirators, your job is to actually dismantle these systems that are in place that keep Black people from accessing the resources, from being able to understand med waivers, from being able to get the right information of what autism is, because there's so much wrong information about what it is. So we want to move from inequality to justice. We want to become culturally responsive, which is having an awareness of one's own cultural identity and views about difference, and the ability to learn and build on the varying cultural and community norms of others. And how do we do that? How do we become culturally responsive? We want to have conversations that are culturally responsive, right? What do those look like? It looks like having a set of values that recognize diversity, demonstrating behaviors, attitudes, policies, and structures that enable you to work effectively cross-culturally and value diversity. It's about conducting self-assessments to ensure sensitivity to cultural characteristics. It's about being committed to manage the dynamics of difference. It's about learning about and incorporating cultural knowledge into your practices and adapting to diversity and the cultural context of the communities that you serve. So these are the things that you want to think about when you're having these conversations, right? You always want to come from a place of seeking authentic knowledge, not coming in knowing everything about one's culture because we think that, you know, there's such thing as being culturally competent. I'm a Black woman and I will never be culturally competent in all things Black women. So we always want to come from a place of seeking authentic knowledge to build that rapport with these families so that we can better assist them, because that's what we want to do. We want to be helpful. We want to assist them. But when you're dealing with the intersectionality of race and disability, especially dealing with the Black community, we have to approach it differently. So that is all that I have. You guys can email me or access any of my resources by going to any of those links. And thank you so much. And thank you for having a little actual parenting of my children coming in to interrupt me, because that is real life in the Pierre household. So thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And I would just, since you mentioned it, I was going to let you know that many of the comments, we have several yes exclamation points to things that you were saying throughout your talk. And then we also have comments about great job balancing parenting and speaking. So I think many of us can feel you right now, and thank you for keep your focus while also parenting is a real challenge. So thank you. And thank you so much for sharing today. This was, I feel like I want to rewatch it again because of everything that you said and how much sort of information and what you've talked about today. Just the idea of how culture really influences all of our experiences and how we interact and what that means for us is even just thinking about that. There's just so much to it. So thank you so much for your talk today and for participating with us here. And we have our third speaker of the hour, coming up is Jamel Mitchell. And Jamel serves as the Neurodiverse Centers of Excellence Chief Talent Strategy Leader along with the National ASA Tax and Assurance Practice Leader at Ernst & Young. His experience relative to market trend analysis and business strategy spans over 15 years internally. He's a leader who adapts to various cultural, linguistic, and personal styles, which promotes inclusive teams. His contributions create a culture in which timely coaching is provided while demonstrating a passion in promoting strategy, service delivery, and core values. And today he will be speaking to what happens when great minds don't think alike. So welcome, Jamel. Okay, and let me make sure I've
Okay. I'm hopeful that you guys can hear me now. Yes?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
All right, Christy, thanks. So just going to start to share my screen here. Give me one sec. As I'm sharing the screen, I do want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I am really appreciative for Dr. Fung and Christy, all of your support in getting us to this point. This has been a great deal of information so far. And this topic, which is extremely dynamic, has been one that it continues to draw so many individuals that are interested in it, and the different kind of versions and ways that intersectionality is used in particular. And I'm having a little bit of an issue sharing the screen. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's go back here. And Christy, I know that I sent the deck. It's only a few slides to you. I don't know if there's any way that you can share that.
You do, and I would be happy to share. So I will open it up and start sharing now. Let me just get to that while you you can go ahead and feel free to start speaking as I open that up.
Excellent, excellent. So I wanted to start off by actually just sharing a couple of facts. One of the facts is I'm not neurodiverse. Another fact is I'm a parent, but I'm not a parent of individuals that are neurodiverse. I identify as a black male, and I'm not clinical, but I am a business leader. And one of the things that I see in business consistently is the fact that there is this huge disparity in the amount of talent that we actually see that represents the Black and Brown communities. Intersectionality is this word that we're using, and oftentimes within business, we have these buzzwords that come and they create such a huge amount of focus and interest. In creating this huge focus and interest, there are lots of talks about them, and Monique and Dr. Lovelace and Marie Davis-Pierre, you guys have been absolutely dynamic in the perspectives that you shared. But I want to talk with you guys from a business leader's perspective and what we see within, I would say, our space of securing talent. We at EY started down this journey specifically about 5 years ago. We started down this journey specifically in our Philadelphia office, where EY, Ernst & Young, is a Big Four worldwide company that's known as a consulting, accounting, financial services organization that has over 300,000 individuals globally. We don't create widgets. We don't sell anything outside of our services, and it's our ability to provide consulting services within a various number of spaces. So when we ventured down this journey, I knew minimal about the autism community as a whole. And I say autism specifically because when we started, that was our primary focus. We wanted to know what would we do, or would we be able to bring autistic talent into the firm and give them careers and opportunities that were rewarding. Very fastly, after being within this space for weeks even, we realized that autism was only one portion of the talent that we had, and that it only made up a small portion actually of some of them, but there was also a secondary and tertiary diagnosis. Those different diagnoses actually helped us to be more aware of the fact that this was more than just autism, but this was really taking individuals that were neurodivergent and bringing them into a space where there would be a level of neurodiversity. So that would be inclusive of individuals that had or have an autism diagnosis, Asperger's, ADD, ADHD, OCD, individuals that are bipolar, individuals that suffer from social anxiety. These are all additional diagnoses that our team members shared with us once they became comfortable. So when you look at intersectionality as a whole, it's the frame of how we begin to understand the differences that race actually comes in, and how that plays with a person's bias, discrimination, or even privilege. The fact that there is privilege, it's a reality. We looked at neurodiversity as a key talent play. But one of the things that I found to be extremely interesting is that the talent that we were seeking, because it is a very specific skill set that we look for within the firm for these individuals, we had more team members that were applying, more individuals that were going through our interview process, more individuals that were actually getting employed that did not look like me, that did not look like others within the firm as a whole. The majority of the team members that we have, which exceeds now over 120, are Caucasian males. That's the majority. Do we have representation from the Black and Brown community from a male perspective? Yes. Do we have representation from the Black and Brown and Latinx community? Yes. Do we have individuals from the Black and Brown community? Do we have representatives from the Asian population community? Yes. But the reality is that the majority of the individuals are white males, and they are white males from a certain socioeconomic background. And so when Dr. Lovelace was giving some of her talk, it really resonated with me, because what I did in wanting to understand from an employer's perspective, why is it that there are so many individuals that we are receiving as talent that are all Caucasian males? So that led me to connect with a professor at the University of Penn. And in some of the research, he shared with me that the misdiagnosis or the lack of diagnosis in many individuals of the Black and Brown and Latinx community had everything to do with individuals from a socioeconomic perspective. And he gave me some really interesting scenarios. And I'm going to paraphrase what he shared with me. And one of the things was when Jonathan comes in, and Jonathan's mom is actually talking about Jonathan. She uses words like, Jonathan doesn't make good eye contact, or Jonathan becomes fixated on a puzzle or a block. And it allows the doctor to go into a place where there is at least a discussion around maybe this Jonathan should be tested for autism. Contrary to that, if someone that is Black, Brown, or from the Latinx community comes in and says that my child is not minding me, or the child is not being attentive to me, the thought is perhaps he or she has ADHD. Now, that's something within the medical community that I'm not prepared nor qualified to speak on. But what I can tell you is that the lack of diagnosis or the delay in the diagnosis has a direct impact on the talent that we are seeing in many instances from an employer's perspective. I see it from our alliance partners, such as JP Morgan Chase, SAP, Microsoft, DXC, to name a few. I see it from others like Travelers and Wells Fargo and Freddie Mac and Ford, to name a few more. And many of their talent are Caucasian males. So we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity because more and more companies are realizing that neurodiversity is a key talent play. It is being able to take individuals that have an ability to think analytically. It's being able to take that creative and innovation mindset and be able to bring the abilities of individuals that are neurodiverse into a space that helps companies such as EY combine both profit and purpose together so that there is mutual benefit. This is an opportunity at this point for us to be able to continue to share the fact that there are many organizations that have programs in place, but outside of the programs that are in place, that we are having this conversation. I like to believe that many times individuals are generally those who reject things that they don't understand. This summit and summits like this challenge us to be able to have conversations so that there creates a level of normalcy in deepening our understanding of the neurodivergent community. This is not something that should be put upon a shelf or something that's isolated for a couple of large companies that are interested within going within this space. This is an opportunity for us to amplify the value that we see from the talent that we've brought on and to share that with as many individuals that are willing to listen so that they can replicate similar programs or environments within their organizations. We realize here at EY that we cannot hire every individual that has Asperger's or autism or ADHD or ADD, but we are positively impacting that under and unemployment rate combined at 85% currently. And we're doing that by amplifying our voice and going to market, which is a way that we say, this is how we sell services within the firm. This is not a play on diversity and inclusion. This is not a focus on corporate social responsibility. And while those are byproducts, I like to say, we sell services by utilizing the talents of individuals that are neurodivergent. But those individuals that are neurodivergent are so much more than what we have been able to see. I believe that they're more than what we've been able to see because there are more individuals that are out there within the Black and Brown and Latinx community that have either a diagnosis or those that identify with either being on the spectrum, being a person that has ADHD or ADD or OCD or any other neurological difference. I think that the opportunities that we have before us are really endless. And when we started, there was on the title slide, the question, what happens when great minds don't think alike? When great minds don't think alike, we see innovation, we see purpose. And we have heard this and we have seen this in many different versions that diverse teams produce and they deliver better results. And so part of our goal, part of my goal is to continue to champion the fact that that is our reality. It's our reality because we can put a person that's neurodivergent in the same with a team of individuals that are neurotypical, and to be able to see the innovation that comes out of those particular teams has been tremendous. One of the reasons why EY continues to celebrate what we've done within this space is because we realize and we've seen the direct value by bringing on individuals that are neurodivergent. But I go back and I say, there is a disparity between the talent that's out there versus the talent that we actually have been able to see. I'll share some statistics with you, just broadly. About 10% of our team members as a whole are of the Black, Brown, and Latinx community. That is not a fair representation of the talent that's out there. We continue to go to universities. We continue to speak to offices of disabilities, alumni associations. We continue to connect with different providers, both non-for-profit as well as profit providers, to basically be able to share this work that we are doing. And we actually have even decided to go further into the education space so that we are starting even earlier. We've connected with the Gersh Academy, as well as Hilltop Preparatory School. And these are high schools, or it's schools that, cater to those who are from K to 12, to allow them to understand and to see that there clearly is purpose within this work that we're doing, and that there's opportunity. I can't tell you how many times I've heard from individuals that we have extended offers to that have accepted what the opportunity has meant for their life and how it actually has changed, not just how they feel about themselves, but about the support that they receive from their communities. Within the Black and Brown community, and I can speak to some degree, my understanding of some of the stigma that's associated with being different. Many people don't want to identify as different. As a Black male, there is concern about there already being a disadvantage. You add a diagnosis on top of being a Black male or a Black female or a Latinx female or male, and that is even a further step behind you have than others who have been able to get treatment most times ahead of a person of color, to get therapy and support that actually gives them a better starting point. Not that individuals within the Black and Brown and Latinx community are not equipped, not that they're not capable. Many times it's about having a different starting point. And I share that not just from my own thought, I share it from individuals who we've connected with within the community, individuals who we have extended offers to, individuals who have been open and honest enough with me to share my diagnosis came much later in life, or to points that Maria Davis-Pierre was sharing, that we were told that this could be prayed away, or we were told that this would go away eventually, or that we would grow out of it. And again, I go back to say that I often believe that a lack of knowledge creates a level of resistance. What I don't know, I often reject. And what I reject remains something that's foreign. But the more opportunities that we have for conversations like this, and for forums like this, for summits like this, it creates the opportunity to have conversations of communities of all, for all communities, quite honestly. And it takes away a little bit of that stigma, which in another presentation, I had one of my co-facilitators share that stigma is a nice way of saying discrimination. If the stigma goes away, there's more opportunity to have conversations. As the conversations continue, there's more opportunities to get the support that's often needed. As the support is given, it gives individuals within, again, the Black, Brown, and Latinx community more opportunities so that they actually are at least on the same starting level with their peers. Because right now I can tell you that there's clearly a disparity in what we're hiring for, as well as what we're seeing. But it has everything to do with the resources and the support that some individuals receive, partially because of a socioeconomic background, partially because there's a lack of awareness and knowledge around individuals that have a diagnosis or individuals that identify. What we've seen at EY as a whole within this space of neurodiversity is that the intersection where our profits and purpose come together is a great place where both inclusion and innovation comes together as well. EY has 7 actual centers at this point, and I stopped for a second because we just launched our first center in Mumbai, India, and that's our 2nd international location. We have a location in Toronto, we have locations in Nashville, Tennessee, Dallas, Texas, Chicago, San Jose, and then our original office where it all began in Philadelphia. And we're continuing to expand, especially within this virtual environment, because the talent that we need in order for us to innovate and to drive service delivery for our clients is clearly within a space that some individuals that are neurodivergent thrive. This is not the role for everyone. This is not the role that everyone is going to excel in. But for those that are interested within automation and innovation and cybersecurity and cloud and blockchain and all things data, whether it be data analytics or data mining or data visualization or integration, these are the spaces where we not just see talent thriving, we have a need, but we have a need for all individuals of all races. So it's not as if we are focusing only on one particular demographic or population. That's clearly not the case. But unfortunately, for those individuals who don't have a same or at least a different starting point, they are so far behind and they are not unfortunately aware of what their interests are and or whether or not cybersecurity could even be an interest for them. This occurs, and this is my opinion, because within the Black and Brown community, the Latinx community, these things are not discussed. They are put to the side, and it's almost act as though you can't show that portion of who you are. At EY, we believe in bringing your whole self to work. And that's one of the ways that we build a better working world, because we allow you to be your authentic self inside EY, within our culture, our environment, and whoever that person may be, whether you identify as a male or female or they, them, or their, whether you're non-binary or whether or not you are a cis male or a cis female, we create the opportunity where individuals feel valued and welcome to deliver services and really be part of something that is very centric around family. Those are some of our core values. And our leadership here at the firm takes it very, very seriously that all individuals feel welcome. And so in closing, I just want to say yet again that unfortunately, there is a lack of awareness, I believe, which drives there being, not enough understanding that there are roles and opportunities that exist for individuals that are interested, that are, again, of the Black and Brown community, the Latinx community. This is not something that is only focused on a specific segment. While we do focus on certain skills, clearly, this is something where we do want to ensure that everyone that's interested feels comfortable, welcome to be able to come into an environment that accepts the neurodiversity community as a whole in a very different way than maybe they have been accepted in prior years and prior times. This journey from 5 years ago, we started. We've done everything to change what our hiring processes look like, to create opportunities where individuals can customize how and if they record answers to questions or have live conversations. We have assessments that have been done that allow individuals to focus on their technical ability. And then we have follow-up conversations to discuss those assessments and what those assessments really mean. We do a final kind of phase of this interview process. We bring individuals in now within our virtual environment to get a feel for what the role in itself could look like, giving samples of work and samples of team building activities and sample opportunities to provide feedback and to receive feedback, so that when and or if offers are made, the candidates are in the best place to either accept or reject. And one thing that I tell every candidate, whether they be neurotypical or neurodiverse, whether it be Black or Caucasian, doesn't matter. We have the opportunity to offer you the role, but you have to understand and know for yourself whether or not the company, the organization is going to be a good match for you. And that's feedback that I give to everyone and or to anyone. You want to make sure that you can go to a place that accepts you for who you are, the entire being. You want to go to a place that is going to be supportive. And it needs to be, what I would like to also say, is like a good marriage. I can make an offer, but you have to be able to accept the offer and the things that come along with it. So Christy, I thank you for this opportunity. I'm not sure if there's some questions out there, but I am very passionate about this topic clearly and would talk about it all day if I could.
Thank you, Jamel, so much for being here. This was amazing. And I find your answer to the question that you posed in the title in terms of what happens when great minds don't think alike, and your answer to be innovation, to be so inspiring, especially as we've been, this whole session today and this piece has been talking so much about those differences. So it kind of gives us a hope and a direction to go in. So this has been wonderful, and your talk today. So our plan right now is to take just a brief break and go into the panel session. There are questions, and so we would absolutely love it if you can stay and answer some of the questions that came up after the break during the panel session.
Excellent.
All right. So, but thank you so much. Thank you to all three of our speakers. We will be collating your questions and getting to what we can. We have some wonderful panelists with us here today as well, who will be talking to some of their experiences. After a brief break, we're going to take about a 5-minute break here for everyone to, again, get your glass of water or whatever you need to do right now. And we will be back in just about 5 minutes to start with the panel discussion. Okay, well, hopefully a brief break was enough for everyone who has been with us. This is really a packed 3 hours, and we've had such wonderful speakers so far, and we are going to continue on. This is going to be a little bit more of an interactive session. So before I get into that, welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit, Intersectionality, Race and Neurodiversity session. Many of you probably have been with us along during this session, but for those who just joined, welcome to the summit. We would like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of the screen. Please feel free to submit your questions all along. This is our panel session, and we will have questions from the audience that we will take towards the end of this session. And we'll cover as many questions as possible. In this session, we will have a panel discussion followed by the Q&A, and the panel will be moderated by Isabel Morris, one of our wonderful staff members with the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. On the panel today, we have Morenike Giwa Owenaiwu, who many of you have already met earlier, and as she spoke, she's an educator, writer, public speaker, parent, and global advocate. She is joined by Renee Brooks, the founder of Black Girl Lost Keys, a blog that empowers Black women with ADHD and shows them how to live well with the disorder. And Inger Shea-Colsey, who is an ADHD coach specializing in helping Black female executives and entrepreneurs, supporting women through clarity, empowerment, and resilience. And now I am going to turn it over to Isabel, who will be moderating the panel.
Great, thanks, Christy. I was having trouble unmuting. So for the panelists, for the questions, they're not really directed at any one person, so go ahead and feel free to answer them in whichever order. So we've heard about the importance of looking at race when clinicians work with the people who are neurodiverse from Dr. Lovelace, and about Black families' access to resources from Maria Davis-Pierre. Can you share some of your own experience with being neurodiverse in terms of how you were diagnosed and what having a diagnosis has meant for you?
Sure, I can share mine. I tell people I was diagnosed accidentally, which is really a frustrating part about being a woman who is neurodiverse, ADHD specifically. Women are some of the most undiagnosed demographic within the ADHD world. So I was laying on my therapist's couch 6 months into being treated for depression, and just so happened to mention to her, yeah, you know, when I was a young kid, they tried to say that I had this ADHD thing, and they tried to medicate me, but my mom wasn't really having it. And I went to move on, and she stopped me in the middle of my sentence and sent me to her colleague, who just so happened to be an ADHD specialist. That was just fortune. That wasn't skill. So that's kind of the frustrating part about being Black with ADHD.
Yes, and when I was diagnosed, I wasn't diagnosed until I found out that my son had ADHD. And when I was doing all of the tests for him, it was like, oh my goodness, I think I have that. Oh, okay. Oh, you can see me now. Great. So I was saying, yay, here I am. Hey. So when my son was diagnosed, we were doing all of the evaluations that you have to do for them. As I was checking him off, it's like, that's me, that's me. It's like, oh, that's me. But at the time, I didn't have time to deal with myself with ADHD. I mean, I had gone all this time without even knowing that ADHD was really a thing, especially for adults. You know, I had to take care of my son and make sure he got what he needed. So I was not diagnosed until I was in my 50s. It wasn't until it started to affect actually my work. I was losing words left and right. I was losing things left and right. And I decided I better take care of this. So it was really a godsend when I was able to actually get a diagnosis. It was a long road.
So panelists, I think you can leave yourselves unmuted in order to be able to continue to speak. Otherwise, I think you get remuted and you may not be able to then speak freely. So leave yourself off mute. I'm going to try and monitor that. But if you have trouble, just leave it unmuted while you're answering questions.
Okay, so I apologize in advance. I'm going to have to be non-compliant because I need to mute because some of my stems make noise that might bother people. So I just want to be respectful, but I was just going to share that I really like what was shared thus far and I can relate. I grew up undiagnosed myself. I did have a diagnosis of depression that I obtained when I was young. As I mentioned, I had a suicide journal when I was young, so it kind of was a big, obvious thing. But despite the fact that I lost keys multiple times a year, every single year I lost multiple textbooks, multiple library books. I couldn't keep up with anything. My mother started like pinning my lunch money to my bra. Like I was not diagnosed with ADHD. My brain, I thought everyone's brain was like that. I thought everyone would sit and then your brain would just, I didn't realize that wasn't the way everyone thought. And so I was diagnosed by accident also in adulthood, getting treated with, for my depression and some other things. And similarly to what Inga was sharing, I was diagnosed as autistic some years after the ADHD when my children were going through their evaluations. It was their specialist who suggested that I get diagnosed. And it's just interesting to me because when I went back and I read everything, I was like, how did nobody know this? But again, Black woman, it just wasn't what Dennis the Menace was the kid with ADHD. That's what everybody thought of as ADHD, not someone, like me. And, my psychiatrist told me that I'm in the 10% or even 5% of worst cases he's ever seen in terms of how impaired I am by ADHD, but there's also, again, strengths like hyperfocus and whatnot. But it's just really interesting how the more and more I meet people of color, particularly women of color and non-binary individuals, that we have a similar story that we just fell through the cracks.
And so many of you shared that you are part of a multi-generational neurodiverse family. How has this shaped your family systems or affected the way you understand yourself and your family members?
Well, like I said, my son, he was the first one that was diagnosed with ADHD. So going through the school system, them not understanding what that actually was, I had to be the one to go in and educate what ADHD was and different interventions that were be able to help him. So that was very interesting in the fact that I was not an educator. I was a therapist, but I really didn't know that much about ADHD. But with all the understanding that I have now, I know education is power. It's really helped my son and myself to bond, as there are just some things that he and I understand that others don't. But it's also allowed me to jump into the advocacy space because I started advocating for him. And then when I got diagnosed, I started advocating for myself and like all Black women with ADHD, because it's not even that people missed it. It's that something that nobody ever even talked about, that I didn't even know was something that I would have. I know that I would lose things. I knew that I was disorganized. I knew that also, but I was able to compensate for a lot of those things. So a lot of the strengths I have come from the compensation of the ADHD. So no, my family didn't know. And when I began the advocacy space, they were a little surprised. They were like, so you have that? It's like, yes, all the time. All those times that I'm late, that's what that is. So being able to speak about it and understand and have knowledge and education and share has actually brought us closer together because it makes things make sense.
as you're saying it, like, we think about all the things that got missed, and I was thinking, somebody said something about losing keys, and I can remember when my brother was very young, he would open the door, and he was too young to get out of the house, so my mom started locking his top lock. And I went to go to school one day. You needed a key to unlock the lock. I had lost my keys. I couldn't go to school that day because I was locked in the house, I thought. And then when my mom came home, she said, "Why didn't you just go out the back door?" And my little ADHD behind never even considered the back door.
Miranda K, did you want to? Okay, Christy, can you go ahead and unmute Miranda K?
Okay, so I'll just raise my hand when I want to unmute because, like I said, I have a vocal stem. But it's very interesting. I'm thinking about what was stated, and I think it's correct. I know I said, "How was this missed?" But I think it wasn't that it was missed; it was misunderstood. Because when I think about my family, now that I know about this, although she has no formal diagnosis, I have one, but I know for a fact my mother is autistic. There's no way that she's anything but. I know for a fact that her father was autistic, my grandfather. It's obvious. One of my nephews, one of my nieces for certain. And then there's some other, aspects of, my brother, we already knew we found out in adulthood that he was dyslexic. There's some other aspects. So it's kind of like, I think that the reason for me, like my children, and I'm an adoptive parent as well as a biological parent. And so my adopted children also have disabilities, including, ADHD, intellectual disability, multiple things. So for me, I was used to accommodating or doing things a little differently. I was used to people who spoke too early or didn't speak or communicated this way or didn't do this way. And so it wasn't odd to me. My mother understood if I wanted to eat the same food every day for weeks and didn't want, tags touching my collar or whatever, because she felt the same way. We just didn't have a name for it. So I think that in some ways it allowed me to feel accepted in my home environment. But it also made it worse when I went outside because that wasn't the way the world was. And so that's where the finding, the huge dichotomy, it was very difficult to deal with.
That makes a lot of sense. My mom got diagnosed with ADHD a year and a half ago, and it made me realize how much of the way that I think about time it's not just the ADHD, it's also because I had an ADHD mom. So it's socially taught to me as well as the ADHD. Like I was well into adulthood before I realized other people are not late like this and they are super offended and you need to figure this out. Like my mom did, if it wasn't school or work, she showed up when she felt like it. And I thought that was normal. Like, this ain't school or work, this is just party. What you need me to show up on time for? Apparently the world doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I have a different, where my mother, she does not have ADHD, and the support that she gave and still gives to this day, shout out to my mom, is what has kept me on track. I didn't realize until I got the diagnosis that all this time she was like, "Do you think you can remember too?" Even as I was an adult, I was like, "Is she saying it?" But you know what? She needed to say that because she knew that sometimes I didn't know it was working memory, but working memory might not be so great. So she's going to let me know, I need you to remember this, or it's so-and-so's birthday, or are you sure that this happened? And always with grace, always with patience, sometimes a little less, but most of the time with patience. And I did not realize though that, that support, I think, is what enabled me to be able to really excel, because my parents always had my back, even through all the things that I might have done that other people were like, "What is happening with her? And what is she doing?" They were always supportive. It's like, let her be her and it'll be okay. So I'm appreciative of that. And I realize a lot of other people just did not have that. So I think it's really important. That's why I think coming together here is like so important, because when you don't get to see us, it's like we don't exist.
Yes.
It's like we're here and we do exist and we're people and we live great lives and we do lots of great things, the things that other people do. But when you don't see us, it's like we don't exist. And, I'm here to tell you, we're here.
we don't even know we exist. When when Black people meet other neurodiverse Black people, we're like, you exist. Where'd you come from? Can we be best friends? We need to stick together.
That's right. That's right. We know when we see each other. And
That's
we can't
it.
wait to be together.
It's critical.
Yes. Community is key. Community is key. To be with people who understand you and feel you can just do those things and not have to worry. That sense of self and finally being able to exhale all the time is great. You know, I'm fortunate to have some friends that just took me as who I am. So they allow me to exhale too. They just dealt with whatever was going on and we did it for each other. But there is something that somebody who actually is going through that, just kind of that feeling all of the time, to be able to be with them. It's that exhale is like something I had never felt until I was in a community of people with ADHD, especially Black women.
You know what, I'll share this. And again, I'm not neurodiverse, but I can tell you that for the team members that we have hired and that we bring on, they talk about being able to be within a community of individuals that actually get them. So the fact that you could be with individuals that have similar ways of thinking and different ways of just understanding, I think is one dynamic. You look at the dynamic of being a person of color and then a female person of color and being able to have people that get you, it's even more of a sense of wanting to be together and wanting to just make that connection, because you're not on this quote unquote island by yourself. It's like there are others and we actually can add value and we actually do exist, right? So just wanted to add that small piece there.
Thank you so much. That's like so great to hear from, you know, a Black male, as they're, you know, a lot of times it's not, that's not spoken of, especially like coming from the Black community from Black male. So it's like really great to hear that from you. So I really appreciate that.
I do too. I just wanted to quickly say that all of this has brought something to my mind. So I think about the fact that I was always late. You know, like my mother has this joke that I was born early and I was the only time I was ever early and all this kind of stuff. And so I have all these compensatory strategies, like all the clocks and watches in my house are fast, but I don't know how fast, because if you know it's 15 minutes, you're just going to be 15 minutes late anyway. So you just have to close your eyes, set it, and it could be 7 minutes, could be 5, could be 10, you don't know. So you just have to believe. And it's one of my will mess it up for and say, but mom, it's really this, you know. And so, but I was just thinking about the fact, so I'm a Black woman, I'm in the South, so there's that whole concept of CPT, color people's time, you're late. Then I'm West African, you know, I'm Nigerian and Cabo Verde, I don't know, so we're late too. African time is even later. You know, there's jokes about if you're going to a Nigerian wedding, you know, tell them it's 8 p.m., you know, so they'll, you know, or whatever, so they'll come at 10 or, you know. So it's like the fact that I had time agnosia as someone who was living with ADHD and didn't know, I felt this huge sense of stigma and shame that I couldn't ever be on time, and everybody be like, Black woman late again, you know, but no one ever thought about the fact that it could, some of this, a lot of the time could be related to my neurology. It wasn't even a factor, that it was just, there you go, you know, type of thing.
So when we had talked in preparation for the panel, one of the topics that came up was the expectations that people of color face, both internally from their families and communities and externally from the majority culture. So can you talk about what some of those expectations are and their impact on neurodiverse individuals?
So for me, one of the things that I've noticed is, you know, when you're a person of color or an immigrant, whatever you like, someone outside of the white heteronormative world, one of the things that really gets focused in on is cleanliness and organization. You don't want to be seen as disorganized or uncleanly. That's the stereotype. And you're always trying to beat the stereotype. So as a neurodiverse person, if you're struggling with those things, then you are not only like, it's like you have to be brought back into compliance. It's a mode of protecting you, but you're also being damaged at the same time because you're neurodiverse. So that's one of the struggles that I see.
Yes, I see that the time blindness is real. People can attest. So like I said, CP time, you know, it's a thing, but for me, it's like, how far can CP time go? And you know, and you aren't taken seriously when you're late to a meeting. If you're late, even a minute or two to a meeting, that's the reason why you don't get the promotion, or you're not part of the team, or you don't care. You know, a lot of times they actually want you to be early. Well, for my brain to try to figure out what time I'm supposed to leave, the amount of effort I have to do the night before, it is monumental. People have no idea how much that takes out of me. So it takes up all my bandwidth before I've even left the door. I probably haven't slept the night before. So then I have to compensate for that, make sure I get there, and then have bandwidth to like be in a meeting or be present, to have my focus. And then by the end of that, I can just be so burnt out. But figuring out ways to be able to do that, so that, you know, that is, you know, internal and external feeling. So some of that's like, you know, the way people feel out of it, but, you know, even other people, other Black people. So when you're showing up late, or when you're disorganized, or when you're just like not in the norm because you're not gonna be loud, you know, or sometimes when I can't centrally, when it's like a lot of people, I can just disappear. I'm really great at appearing and disappearing, but then it's like, you're not really in the group, right? Because you're kind of like disappearing, you know, or you're too loud, you're taking over the group. And, you know, that's that emotional regulation piece. So that then you can't sometimes even be in your own cultural group because you don't fit in depending on where you are. And all those things take a toll on your soul, actually, like on your actual soul that you might not know. To me, it's like 1,000 little cuts. So, you know, it can actually be so harmful and damaging. And that's it's like that to me. Again, that's why we're here.
That's the truth. Oh my God, that need to be stoic and tough it out when you are hypersensitive, and how they will haze you over that. And it's like, you're telling me I'm too sensitive, but then you're like actually trying to make me cry. Maybe we shouldn't do this, but it's a thing.
So as a follow-up to that, what barriers do you see to neurodiversity acceptance, either at the individual or the community level? And how did you personally come to understand and embrace your differences as part of your identity?
I'll chime into this one. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, go.
Oh, okay. So what I was going to say, and I was actually hoping, Maria, you could kind of chime in, because there were some things in your presentation earlier that I thought really, really spoke to this. But one thing that I think that some of the barriers are that you end up either overcompensating or because of these things. I can't tell you how many, oh, you're not Black, because you don't do this way or this way. Like, there's one way to be Black when we know there isn't, you know. And then again, my, you know, being of, you know, West African background, there's a way that we're supposed to, you know, celebrated type of the way to be, and that doesn't work for everyone. And so I think that some of what hurts is the judgment. So you desperately, you know, you're already being judged by the world, you know, and by white people, and you're already having a fight, and by able people. Then in your own, oh, why is your child not speak? Or why is he acting like that? He's spoiled. Or why this and that, you know, like, or why are you gonna, you really, you're going to a therapist, you know, you white now, you know, you Becky, you know what I mean, or whatever, like, just the things that we do and say to each other, and the pressure that we put upon one another is just, it's awful, and it's difficult. And then society already does not see us, chooses not to see us. So I think it just creates a lot of problems. Like, I know that my child, if my child's not speaking or saying yes ma'am, no ma'am, they're not trying to be rude or not making eye contact, that's how they are. But I feel as a parent and as a Black person, as a disabled person myself, I've failed somehow, because such and such is not saying ma'am or this, that, and the other. And it looks like you know, have this, you know, because it's just not understood.
You know, I do want to jump in here because, you know, while I can't speak from, you know, a neurodiverse perspective, I can tell you that, you know, the barriers that at least I see consistently is a lack of awareness. And again, I said it within my talk, the presentation and summits like this and presentations like this are so very, very important, because we can actually touch one or two, and those two, you know, one or two connect with others. It creates a level of awareness. So, you know, Morning K, it is being able to understand that because I don't say yes ma'am or no ma'am doesn't mean that I'm disrespectful. And that is not the only way that you can be respectful within, you know, a Black and brown home. But we don't talk about things like this. And because there's not this awareness, because we are in our bubble, and this is how mom did it and how grandmom did it and how great grandmom did it. So if you don't do it this way, it inevitably is wrong. And that's not the case, right? We live in a society at this point that is so much more open and willing to accept this level of difference. I think the opportunity is here and now to be able to get this word out, that there is not just this one way of doing it, and that you can have this level of difference, and this level of difference can be embraced. And because you show up 2 minutes late doesn't mean that you don't have value. Because you may not look exactly like someone else doesn't mean that you are not as professional. It just means that that's who you are, and we need to be able to accept you as who you are, as opposed to kind of trying to make everyone fit inside this mold and this box. And we always talk about out of the box thinking. Well, that may not work for me if I'm an in the box thinker. So let's be able to understand, how do you bring your best self wherever it is, whether it be work or home, whether it be your community to society, right? Those are the types of things where we need to fray away from. And this is a perfect segue into, my acronym that I use in every talk that I do is AA, and it's avoiding the assumptions, right? So if you avoid the assumptions and ask the question, it gives you an opportunity to learn more about the individual and increase your level of knowledge, and be able to treat them, accept them, and respond to them the way that they want to, as opposed to how we assume because he's a Black male or she's a Black woman or she's a white woman. Be able to ask the question for anything that you are not clear about, as opposed to assuming that because someone else responded this way, that this must mean the same thing, because it doesn't.
And for me, Marina K, I think it has a lot to do with the actual stress and the pressure society places on us as well. So, we have those outside stigmas that I talked about, and then we have those inside stigmas, but they're also fueled by those outside stigmas, So for me, I also got diagnosed with ADHD not too long ago, right? So, but because I would be considered a 2E kid, I was able to navigate a lot and mask a lot because, so nobody were like, oh, your grades are good. There's nothing wrong with you, right? So there's a lot of stress and pressure on Black families, especially Black families that are not from America, to get it right. And then when you hear something that is a disability, then it's all, oh my God, what is this? We came over here to give you this life, and now we don't know if that life is possible. There's so much pressure, parent shame that is so big, right? Especially in the Black community. You're not doing it right. This is how you're supposed to do it. This is how I did it. What's wrong with you? This is how you got to do it, right? My parents don't understand why I let my children be so vocal and have opinions, right? Because Black children are to be seen, not heard. So they're like, they just have all these opinions. Why are you letting them talk? Because they're people. So there's so much pressure that we have to deal with because society has said how we're supposed to be and act as Black people. So a lot of times for, our parents and our grandparents, they had to do it like this, and there was no other choice. And it still is that way, but we have a lot of leeway, even though it still is a matter of life or death in some situations for us. But that pressure is what we're dealing with. We have the pressure of, well, this is how society says I'm supposed to act. And if we don't act that way, then I'm not a good Black person. If I don't dress this way, I'm not a good Black person. If I don't talk in this way, I'm not a good Black person. So we have to deal and navigate with all these channels and expectations of what we're supposed to be, and where does disability fit within that? Because with disability, there comes so many other things. So, it's just a big, it's like peeling back the layers of an onion that can make you cry at times. So yes, it's just a lot that we have to navigate culturally.
Yeah. So, I was like, you're Black and everybody can see it. You're a woman, everybody can see it, but people can't see your ADHD. Mm-hmm. So it's the invisible disruptor that's in your life. And that to me is where the biggest barrier is. So when I am loud and I don't realize it, it's like people are like, what's wrong with you? Whether it's, your own community or, outside in other communities. Times like that when I am late or very disorganized, and it is the thing that is keeping things from going on. So just like you were saying, when you are like, I don't know if I have to be 2E, but when you're able to figure out ways, your own coping mechanisms that pretty much work, right? So being able to be successful, because I had a great level of success in my life. So when I got diagnosed and started sharing, people were like, what, huh? I don't understand. But internally, it was like so much to manage. So all of those barriers to be able to handle things for myself and my kid and my own household, and to with the way that other people perceive you, that barrier is it was so monumental to climb. It might look like I was climbing it seamlessly, but it was anything other. So as it starts taking away from you, we talked about asking questions. To me, it's like curiosity is key. When other people are curious, when they can come at you with questions, when you feel free to answer the questions or question yourself, you know, that is the way to acceptance. Because once you can accept that that you have ADHD or what other diagnosis, and then you're able to, just say that that's a part of you, it's who you are, then that's when you're able to shore up, your strengths, and then also shore up the things that your struggles in. And that allows you to be yourself.
Thanks.
That's true. And that curiosity is discouraged a lot, because it's like, you don't get to ask questions. You are who we told you are, because this is who you have to be in order to survive. And then if you bring in the 2E section, it's like, you're smart. They told us you were really smart. So you need to stop playing games. Go ahead and do what we told you to do and be who we told you should be, or there's going to be a problem for you. And you're like, but I need help. And they just think you're being obstinate when you really just are having trouble. So it's like there's just no place where you feel like you're accepted, like you're succeeding, like you're able to please anyone, which brings a whole new set of problems in, especially for children.
Great. And so before we move on to the questions from the audience, just one last question for each of you. There's two kind of alternate questions. You can choose which way you want to answer it. So if you could give one piece of advice or wisdom to other neurodiverse people or their families, what would it be? The other alternative is, what is one thing that you know now, either about yourself, your diagnosis, et cetera, that you wish you had known growing up?
If I could give one piece of advice to neurodiverse families of color specifically, I could sum it up in one sentence: there will still be a label. You often hear, we don't want to label our child. They're going to label your child. Do you want your child to be labeled as lazy, non-compliant, aggressive, or do you want them to have the label that's going to give them access to resources and support and services that they need that can help them get where you know that they can go? So that, don't be afraid of the label.
Awesome, thank you.
The one thing that I would say, did I cross someone? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The one thing I would say quickly is that for neurodiverse or families of individuals that are neurodiverse, or for neurodiverse individuals themselves, there is hope. And I say that there is hope because there are organizations that are out here that understand that this entire neurodiverse community is an untapped talent pool that is looking for opportunities across a vast number of roles and organizations, because we realize that for so long, this has not been a space where we have ventured into because of a lack of knowledge. So for moms and dads, brothers, sisters, cousins, family members out there, whomever, there are organizations that's willing to give opportunity for those who are looking for them. And it may not be the perfect place for everyone, but 5 years ago, we did not have as many opportunities, I know, as we have at this time. We didn't have that many alliance partners that are looking for neurodivergent talent. We are looking for those to come in with that different mindset to really help us to innovate and to do greater things for society as a whole. So that's the one thing that I would say. There is definitely hope out there and opportunities as well.
I would say think long term, because I'm just thinking about a lot of things that have been shared in this panel. So I was also 2E. So it's kind of that thing that you're a liar. No, you can read at a college level. Surely you can tie your shoes. surely you know that was a rhetorical question. You shouldn't have answered it. You're just trying to be rude. So things are not, so like I think about the fact that people are often thinking about what's going on now. Ground zero, my child or myself and this and the other, that child's going to grow up. So you want to make decisions and choices and raise your child and parent and treat yourself in a way that's going to make for the better quality of life as a whole. And so you don't want to, so if there's certain types of interventions or therapies that work, but are they going to give your child lifelong PTSD? There's certain, you may not want to tell somebody that they have this because they'll feel this way or that way, but then what else do they think about themselves? They feel about themselves, so you might want to protect them from the world. And now they know in terms of stopping people from assaulting them physically, emotionally, or sexually. They don't know how to protect themselves. They don't know what to expect when their characteristics and body language is, considered atypical to an authority figure. And now their life is at risk. So, whomever your child is or yourself, whether they're speaking, non-speaking, whatever, neurodivergence that they have and that you're dealing with as a family, think about the long term, think about what's necessary. It's, don't just panic and act in the here and now, because you've got a whole life to live. And there's so much I wish I could untell myself about the way I treated and viewed myself growing up, because I didn't understand. And this didn't come from the home. This came from me, but I didn't have that awareness. I didn't have that knowledge to protect myself. And there's just so much that we need to do differently to prepare them for the world that they live in, but also to prepare them to accept and celebrate themselves.
For me, I would definitely say that, especially to my Black families, is that we have to stop striving towards these unrealistic expectations that society has set for us, because it gets exhausting trying to meet these standards. We have to understand that success looks different for everybody. Happiness looks different for everybody. So we need to be staying true to who we are and being okay with that, because we are living in a time where we have so many expectations placed on us that we didn't even create. And now we're trying to live up to these expectations by people who have not spent one day in our shoes to navigate the society. So let those things go and be true to who you are.
Yes, staying true to who you are. That too. That's like perfect. That's what the one thing I want people to know. So that, and that ADHD is an actual real diagnosis, because I'm so surprised at how many people think that that's not actually a thing, that it is a thing, and to share and let people know that it's actual diagnosis, and that you're okay. Just because you may have some type of neurodivergence, you're okay as an individual, you're okay as a human. It doesn't mean that you're not going to be successful and you'll be defective, you or your children. To just be okay with who you are, get knowledge, get your own information, make sure that you get the knowledge that you need, that you ask the questions that you need to make sure that you know what's happening, and have the acceptance. Once you can really accept that this is what's going on, then is when you have choices, because you can make whatever choices you want once you can accept what's going on.
Great, thanks for all of those really awesome answers. So we're going to start moving into the audience questions. We're going to try to go a little bit quickly so we can get to a lot of them. So the first one is, what can employers/supervisors do to create an environment that is welcoming to self-disclosure about diagnoses?
One of the things that employers could do is to educate themselves and make sure that the overall culture that individuals are coming into is inclusive for all, right? So we don't want to focus in on only one set of individuals. We want to make sure that the entire environment is one that it embraces all types of diversity, and folks really feel as though not only do I have a seat at the table, but I also have a voice at the table. Because it's not important just to give me a seat if I don't have a voice.
Anyone else have something they want to contribute to that question? If not, we can do a second question. All right, so in the same vein, How can medical professionals make receiving medical care more friendly and welcoming to the neurodiverse community?
I'll speak on that one. It really has to start back with training. One, being more aware. When we're looking at medical professions, for instance, my husband is an internist. He doesn't have a lot of knowledge when it comes to autism because he's not diagnosing autism. You know, he's not diagnosing certain things. We have to go to certain specialists for that. So a lot of times it's the awareness that is lacking in the actual healthcare professional community. There aren't trainings that they're getting on, okay, well, this is what it looks like. I had to give my own pediatrician information about autism when it was coming to my daughter because they're not getting a lot of this training in the school system, because they're not dealing with it. They're going to send you to the person that deals with it. So we have to do a lot of backtracking on training, and being more aware of our biases, our implicit and explicit ones, because those always come into the room with us, which are leading to Black children being highly misdiagnosed with more behavior issues than anything. You know, they're quick to give an oppositional defiant disorder without thinking about autism or ADHD. You know, in the school system, they're quickly to put somebody in the emotionally behavioral disturbed categorization without thinking about all the other 12 categories that there are, you know. So it goes back to the training and checking yourself and doing the work and being understanding that there is a whole list of things that could be going on with this child that I need to look into. So, you know, you really have to put it on yourself to go and do the training, to be more inclusive when you're coming and not shutting people down when they're coming in. 9 times out of 10, Black parents are getting shut down when they're coming in there with their concerns about their child. And they're like, oh, you can wait. Oh, no, this is not what it is. Oh, stop looking at WebMD. That's not what it is. You know, so you have to really start listening and having better bedside manner when it's coming to your patients.
Right. And the next question, so what role do universities/colleges play in ensuring neurodivergent students get the opportunities they need, especially for Black, Brown/Latinx folks?
Wow, that's an excellent question. And I can tell you that the colleges and universities play a pivotal in that, you know, setting up opportunities so that there is connections with different corporations, organizations that are interested in hiring neurodivergent talent just as a whole, making sure that there is a steady stream of opportunities where the employers can actually assist with everything from speaking to students, speaking to student advisors, conducting mock interviews, making sure we are connecting with universities and organizations to ensure that the content that they are covering are actually things that we're looking for within the within the workforce, right? So I can't tell you how many times that I've gone to colleges and universities and some of the things that they are focusing on and sharing with their students is so antiquated. So it's making sure that there is a good connection so that what is being shared and how they actually are instructing their students so that they can be viable candidates with the workforce. There needs to be an increased level of collaboration and partnership with both employer as well as university and colleges. That's absolutely necessary.
And I would definitely say that colleges and universities have to be more aware of accommodations and modifications that students need. We know that, you know, colleges at college level, you don't have that IEP anymore. You know, you have your 504 plan and it's up to the student to make sure they're getting those accommodations. But a lot of times the actual professor is not helping and complying with these accommodations and modifications, making it even harder for the student. So it comes down to making sure your professors are going through with what those accommodations and modifications the students need, because they need them for a reason.
Maria, can I just add something there? And this is something I've seen within the workforce clearly, is being able to ensure that those students, now employees, if you will, have an ability to utilize their voice. So if there is no longer an IEP in place because that's high school, that's fine, but being able to advocate for themselves and be able to do so effectively, that is so important. Whatever you need in order for you to get the learning, in order for you to feel most comfortable and confident in what those sessions look like, that now carries over into the workforce. You have to be able to say, this is what I need to be successful. And oftentimes individuals are unable to advocate for themselves because it did not happen after they left high school, or things were taken away slightly, or they didn't want to disclose anymore being in college. And I think that actually puts individuals, especially within the Black and brown community, behind, because they're not able to stand up and say, these are things that I need in order for me to be successful as an individual.
And how does later diagnosis or requirements for diagnosis play into excluding people from opportunities?
It plays into it a lot, because if you're perceiving me as someone who is just aggressive and bad behaviors and, not understanding that, these characteristics I have are because of a diagnosis, it plays a part in me not being included in things, me not being able to get certain jobs, things like that. It plays a huge role in our day-to-day living. So if I'm not getting my correct diagnosis in school, and I'm going all through school with people characterizing me as a deviant, as aggressive, I'm going to start to believe those things as well, right? So it has a big role, and it also is a huge reason for school to prison pipeline for Black students. There's just not any other way around that. It plays a huge factor. That's why we're trying to close these gaps on diagnosis and get earlier diagnosis for our children, because it's very impactful, from school to college to later on employment and independent living as an adult. It plays a role in all of those factors.
All right, and we have one final question. So just last words on how do we work within our imperfect organizations to support diversity?
It starts with doing the work and not being afraid of doing the work. When we're talking about diversity and anti-racism, a lot of people start to get a little uncomfortable. They don't want to have these conversations because they're like, I'm not like them. Okay, yes, that may be true. However, how are you taking care of your employees? How are you taking care of the people that you serve? It starts there. If I'm an individual, a white individual who has never had any contact with Black people, then there's going to be some not understanding of Black people. So we have to make sure that we are doing the work to understand the people that we serve. If as an organization, I serve 90% Black people, but the people on my board are all white, who is looking out for the Black people that you're serving, right? So it should be a reflection of those that you are serving. So you really have to make sure that you are getting culturally responsive training, that your organization reflects what you say and what you want to do, and that action behind it. So how are we taking care of the people we serve? How are we taking care of the people that we employ? So it's the onus is on the organization to make sure that they are diversifying and doing what they need to do to serve those and be better employers.
Marie, I agree with everything that you said. I think it comes to that action piece, right? It's one thing to say that I'm not like, it's something else to be anti. And our leadership has made it very clear from our America's chairwoman that we are anti-racist, and to be able to call it out. And that is a part of the work, right? It's not just being able to step back and say, that's not me. It's being able to say, hey, this is what you've done. This is what's not accepted and what will not be able to continue, while educating yourself and being able to be comfortable having some of those uncomfortable conversations, because sometimes we don't know, and because we don't know, it's easier to put to the side, right? So I don't know, I don't want to deal with that because it makes me feel a little funny. But it's being able to be comfortable feeling a little bit funny and finding out how can I help, and being consistent in that help, not just doing it for, a month or doing it for one time, because it's the biggest kind of focal point at the moment, right? It's how do we make sure this remains a part of our culture and a part of the environment.
Renee, Marinike, or Inger, any last thoughts before I hand the book back over to Christy to wrap up? Yeah, looks like Marinike.
Yeah, so I know that there were some comments that we weren't able to get to in the chat. I know a few of us have been going in and trying to type and kind of share different things about this. And so I'm hoping that, these can be conversations that will be, discussed throughout the summit, because there's a lot of really great speakers. But I did want to bring up, I know that there was a comment about the fact that, the majority of us panelists are, Black. Even if we're not necessarily all American, we all are Black in some way. So although, again, the Black community is not a monolith, that there's diversity right here in this panel, I think all of us would acknowledge openly that, neurodiversity is a rainbow. It's white people, it's mixed people, it's Latinx, it's Asian, it's, whether we're talking about Southeast Asian or South Asian, Pacific Islander, so many different groups. There is we happen to be Black. And so we're speaking to our experiences. But I think in all of our talks, we all talked about statistics that have impacted those other groups. But the fact that there isn't anyone on this particular panel from those groups does not mean that there aren't very, very unique challenges, as well as opportunities and strengths in those groups and those communities too, and people who we'd really recommend that you follow, who are very prominent and very outspoken, individuals sharing about their lives as being neurodivergent and Latinx or what have you. We just don't want to be disrespectful and act like we're in someone else's lived experiences and shoes and speak for them when they can speak just fine for themselves.
All right, there's no last burning comments from Renee or Inger.
Yeah, no, I guess the chat's been very active. I haven't seen the chat. Just to say, hey, thanks for having us. And it's such an important discussion. I'm just so glad that, a university has all of these days to discuss neurodiversity in general and, race in particular in this particular conversation. And our lived experiences are important. Having our voices and our faces out here are important. And there are several other people that are out there to be able to follow. And if you are somebody that has an experience, put yourself out there, like let other people see you. Leah, learn from some of this and give back to others. Like once you give back to others, that is really where your power begins, to be able to do that. So I just hope that people will be able to take that away from this.
Absolutely.
I think that's true. Like if you don't see your experience and you're frustrated that you don't see it, you do have the power to create the experience that you want to see. And there are people who will show up because there are people who need it just like you needed it. That's really important. Thank you for saying that, Inger.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for all of your really great answers and insights. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Christy.
I am just going to repeat the thank yous. This was such a rich conversation. I feel like there are so many pieces of it that I will plan to take forward myself. And I feel like it's a beginning and a time to kind of think of what comes from this and what comes forward and how do we continue the conversation. So I thank you all so much today for helping us to start the conversation. And I look forward to this being a beginning. So thank you for all being here today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And thanks for having us.
We will head to a break now before our next speaker.
Welcome back. For those of you who just joined, welcome to Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. We'd like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen, and the moderators will try her very best to cover as many questions as possible. Now I'm going to introduce Ms. Judy Singer. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Ms. Judy Singer. Ms. Singer is an Australian sociologist recognized for coining the term neurodiversity in her honours thesis at the University of Technology, Sydney in Australia in 1998. The work was based on her experience as the second of the at least 3 generations of the female line of her family somewhere on the autism spectrum. The theoretical framework was provided by the academic social constructionist model of disability. She proposed the term neurodiversity as an addition to the categories of intersectionality and to name the growing social and civil rights movement of neurological minorities spearheaded by the autistic self-efficacy movement. Ms. Singer founded a world-first support group for adults raised by autistic parents online, co-founded Sydney's only independent social club for Asperger's teens, and served as secretary of Sydney's largest Asperger's parent support group. Thank you so much, Judy, for your seminal work to get us started in the field of neurodiversity. Judy will be joined by her friend, Dr. Nancy Doyle, for some parts of the talk, and Dr. Doyle will help with moving the slides from one to the next. And Dr. Doyle will also be our keynote speaker tomorrow morning, and I'll introduce her properly at that time. Without further ado, let's get to Judy's talk. Her keynote presentation is titled, "The Evolution of a Neurodiversity Movement, How Far We Have Come. How Far Can We Go? A Personal Reflection." Please join me in welcoming Ms. Judy Singer.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, got it.
Thanks, Judy.
Everything okay?
Yes. Nancy, please go ahead and start share.
And I just want to thank Nancy also for joining us at this very late moment while I was having a little background panic. So here we go.
We are from the 3 continents now.
Yeah. Okay, so can I see Nancy? Well, I need to be able to talk to someone. That's kind of like the whole point. Is it possible for me to see Nancy? Lawrence is muted.
Yeah, if you go to the top right, there's a view button. If you click gallery.
I've got side-by-side gallery, side-by-side speaker.
Yeah, if you
side-by-side gallery. Oh, there she is. Okay, thanks very much. So I guess it's time to dive in. And what I'm going to do in the beginning, because I'm quite nervous, I'm going to start reading from my notes, but hopefully I will become a bit more confident. So next slide, please. I want to begin by doing what's standard practice in Australia in conferences of this nature, acknowledgement of country. It's part of a move towards reconciliation with Indigenous people of Australia, and to acknowledge that that our educational institutions acknowledge that Australia was not empty before it was colonised. So I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land from which I am broadcasting, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders both past and present. Indigenous people have been very generous to us despite the suffering that we inflicted on them in the past. And if I were Indigenous, I would be welcoming you to the Eora country. Talking about elders, I think I'm an elder myself, and I'm just going to read these very carefully prepared spontaneous notes. I'm an elder myself, a few months off my 8th decade on the planet, and this really appeals to me because it's quite a bit of chutzpah, given that I belong to the generation that said never trust anyone over 30. So be prepared for some elderly personal wisdom based on lived experience with a dash of memories of undergraduate sociology and disability studies. It is an honour to be in such expert company. And I must say that I do feel a bit like a fish out of water. Can you blank the slide for now or move on to the next topic? Yeah, just stay there. Yeah. Okay. So I'm absolutely clueless about Brisbane, about business practice, recruitment, human resources, and as for scaling up the workplace, I had no idea what that means. I'm now a bit more enlightened since I listened to the earlier session. When it comes to workplaces, I can't even remember what they were like. It's been so long since I've had one. And so I've always been in a square hole there with the round peg that's my spiky profile. The same goes for my mother and my daughter. And as this is a, so anyway, I'm participating in the hope that it's going to be different for other generations that follow us from how it has been for us. Can you go to the next slide, please?
I can, yep.
I think we might have to go back to the previous one because I've got them out of sequence. So this is my mother over there, obviously, and I'm in the middle generation of those. I'm just thinking about how much I want to talk about them at the moment. I think I'll leave that to a further slide. I just wanted you to see the picture of the three of us. But what is significant about that is that I've said in my initial work that I don't just identify as autistic. I actually identify as about 12 different things. My viewpoints are not necessarily in harmony when I consider myself on the spectrum, what it's like being the daughter of a mother with autism and the mother of a daughter with autism. So it's slightly different perspectives there. We might come to that a bit later. So Nancy, could you go back to the previous slide? So,
wait, sorry, Judy. Can you take off your earphone because the subtitle is not showing up? I think you need to use the computer's microphone.
Oh, so all right, okay.
Let's give it a shot.
That's all right, no problem. It's much easier, isn't it? Does that help?
Yeah, let's give it a shot. Yeah, I think we can hear you.
It's all right then. Okay, so so this is going to be, the outline is a theorized personal reflection. I've already said a bit about my family. I'm going to say a bit more about disability studies and how I came up with the word in the first place and what it meant to me. Then in terms of how far we have come, I'll be talking about progress, and while realizing that progress is progress is always a double-sided coin. With every new solution, there are always new problems. I'm going to talk about the evolution of the meaning of neurodiversity from what I thought it should be to what it's now become. I'm going to talk about identity politics as where the movement began and how it's become an industry over the last decade, a burgeoning industry. And for how far we can go, I'm going to be talking about, well, my hopes and my fears in the context of the uncertainty which we are all facing. I mean, in terms of, looking in my crystal ball, I don't think any of us can see past November the 3rd. So on to the next slide.
Do you want me to go straight on after that to your thesis?
So,
back.
there. Are you missing a slide, the one with the intersections? Have you got the latest? No, that's going forward. So that would be back. Maybe you don't have my latest. Well, never mind. I was going to talk about myself and my intersections. And
I'll hold that one for you for that.
Okay, so I had about 6 intersections because that's all that they would allow me. And I think I'll just leave that out for now, because it's I would have preferred to read it than to actually think about it, but I have multiple oppressions and some privileges, I guess. So let's move on. If you can find that, I don't know where, then that'd be great. So this is where it began. I'm showing you this slide because that's the first appearance of the concept of neurological diversity. And that is actually a photo of my original moth-eared sort of thesis that I'm still hanging on to, written in 1998. So that's neurological diversity. Going next. Oh, I'm not doing this. Next slide, please. And that's the only time I mention it in my thesis. I should say that my work actually, I think, became known because a shortened version of it was published by, at that time, I think it was Open University Press, in a book called, what's up there? Sorry, Dialectics of, what is it? Disability Discourse. And the title of it was, Why Can't You Be Normal for Once in Your Life? And then the subtitle was From a Problem with No Name to the Emergence of a New Category of Disability. So the same quote was in that. And so for me, the significance of the autism spectrum lies in its call for an anticipation of a politics of neurodiversity. The neurologically different represent a new addition to the familiar political categories of class, gender, race, and will augment the insights of the social model of disability. I didn't use intersectionality because I hadn't heard of it then. I know it was starting to emerge very much in the United States, but it hadn't come to Australia, but we were already thinking in terms of intersections. What else was I going to say? Never mind. It was, for me, I didn't define it. I thought its meaning was so self-evident that there was nothing to say. And I certainly never thought it would ever go anywhere. I also used it because even at that time, I do want to acknowledge that that all this I'll say it later as well, but I'm resting on the shoulders of the giants of the autism self-advocacy group, self-advocacy movement. And the reason I came up with neurodiversity was that we were already talking about, we call them autistics and cousins, and that meant ADHD and all the disses. So I could feel that seemed obvious to me that all these other groups would start to follow in the same footsteps, which is and needed an umbrella term for civil rights movement for neurological minorities, and obviously a category to added to intersectionality. And yes, I thought it was obvious, but next slide. Oh, just to underline it, in case you didn't get it the first time, there it is. It's a tool, not a diagnosis. It's I've already said that, a tool for social analysis. And I think it's I don't know if you can see it, but that's a scalpel. It's not a psychomedical concept. It's not, in my opinion, a synonym for, I wouldn't like it to be, a synonym for neurological disorder, which makes it a tool to separate us from them, and it's got normal neurodiverse. Next slide. So, but language evolves. So this is the dialectic, I guess, of its evolution. I thought of it as an analytical tool. Next slide. I'm not biased by any means, am I? I've just kind of turned it into total reverse. And then a new synthesis is formed, and then that becomes criticized. So I have to be comfortable with that. Is that, you're going a bit fast, but it doesn't matter. Or maybe
Sorry.
I just have, that's okay. How far we've come. So I've already said that. You can see, I think other people have already mentioned it before me, so I don't want to keep repeating, but everyone knows Temple Grandin, Jim Sinclair, Donna Williams, Martine Decker. These are the people that I was really aware of at the time. Then Lorna Wing, Tony Atwood, and then the social constructionists, and particularly Professor Leonard Davis, who wrote this wonderful book, which I also use a lot, and I'll show you it. Can you see that?
Bending over backwards.
Disability, Dismodernism, and Other Difficult Positions. And I used his work, that wasn't written then, but I used his book, Enforcing Normalcy, which was hugely influential. And it's I made my dedication a quote from him, and also he is where I got the idea of adding the concept of a neurological ethnicity on the model of the Deaf Nation, who considered themselves to be a linguistic ethnicity. I don't think they use the word minority, rather than having a disability. And I want an Andrew Jakubowicz, who is professor at UTS, where I got my degree, and he was my supervisor. He and his partner Helen Mikosha. Helen Mikosha is a feminist leader, also a social worker. I really want to bring people's attention to both of them, because too often we Australians have been sidelined or left out, and both of these people were absolute leaders of the disability rights movement in Australia. Next slide, please.
Okay, done.
Okay. So again, so now I'm moving on to how far we've come. And some people have already discussed this earlier. So obviously we've unraveled, the movement has unraveled the deficit model of neurological difference. We've actually changed cultural perceptions of what it means to be human. That means changing simplistic dichotomies about human minds and human bodies. When I started this, there were only 3 categories of disability, and that was physical, intellectual, and anything else that didn't fit that was, of course, mental illness, which is where you just didn't want to go. But that's exactly where people on the spectrum would probably end up. Often diagnosed with schizophrenia. I think we know all about that. I made sure that I never got anywhere near a psychiatrist in those days. I could see that was danger.
Sorry, Lawrence.
And so changing public and private sector diversity policies very much seems to be happening in the UK, USA, in Australia. There's some awareness. I should say that nobody's ever contacted me in Australia. I'm better known over there, but that's another topic that I might grouse about later. And to me, it means my first piece of writing that I did, which I gave, I think, as a paper, was I think it was words, and it was called Nerds, Oddballs, and I forget the other word, some other unflattering word, no longer
geeks.
fair game. Yeah, in England, definitely not here, but yeah. You can translate this into English if you want. So that was where it began, one of the places where it began for me. I don't know how I'm going for time, but I'm really pleased with that, because what it was based on was the film Greece, where I think it was Eugene it was considered quite normal to bully Eugene, and it was quite normal to bully us. And even today, I mean, we have got, well, you can't really say that about disabled people anymore. And now they know that autistic people are disabled. But what you can do is vilify. In fact, the last people to be vilified by both sides of politics, in our country anyway, although again, not as much, is the dole bludgers, the welfare bludgers, the unemployed, as if, and let's face it, if you look at that closely, it'll turn out that most of them are neuro minorities. So in that sense, we've still got a long way to go. And finally, of course, neuro minority pride, identity politics, people reclaiming their identities, and all the rest of things which we all know about. Next, please. So how far we've come. Double-edged swords. Every solution creates new problems. Next slide. Next, whatever. So every solution creates new problems. And so what we've done is we've moved from initially identity politics, which I was probably right into at the time, to now it's becoming more, well, business is taking it to a new level. And finally, part of that is a commodification. Both of these things, to me, actually taking it to a new level is great. Commodification is a double-edged sword, and I'm going to be moving on to that in a minute.
Oh, do you want to go on to it now? Sorry.
Go back here.
Yeah.
I think there's just nothing else in there. So this is a bit of a read. So what's commodification? The process of turning something or someone into a commodity that can be bought and sold. And the positive things about it is, of course, that, hearing people talking about startups earlier, liberal democracy has unleashed more freedom to differ and thus more creativity and fulfillment than any other system that I know of. And this is the way we do things here. And much as, some of us would like a revolution and a return to more communitarian ways of doing things, that's just not going to happen. And so, in short, the foregrounding of neurodiversity as a positive creates even more pathways to creative activity and fulfillment than we dreamt of just 2 decades ago. And that is, in a large measure, well, it's due to both the processes I mentioned before. The negative of it is that exploitation, the dehumanization of the commodity, the people who've been parceled and packaged up into a nice little saleable package, the risk of a career losing sight of noble aims in the pursuit of profit, stereotyping, and then, you know, inevitably there's going to be charlatans, and there needs to be regulation, I think, and there's going to be a fight there. So finally, the task of all of us in the business of selling neurodiversity for the common good, and of course, I am both a commodity in that and also a commodifier and a commodifier of myself. The task of all of us in the business of selling neurodiversity for the common good is to stay on course via self-reflection and choice. Next slide. So, okay, did we miss one or? Never mind, I was going to just split them up because it's a lot to read. So also identity politics, also a double-edged sword. I guess everyone knows what it is. I'll just, I might as well read it. So it's a political approach where people from oppressed minorities form exclusive socio-political alliances, move away from broad-based or mainstream political coalitions, and demand to be treated as a protected class. And look, I've just been so stressed out. I'll have to give my sources later. I got most of it from Wikipedia, but I put in oppressed minorities, and the demand to be treated as a protected class is something that I read about in Bending Over Backwards, Leonard Davis, who has complexified and queried identity politics. So again, the positive is the first step of any political movement. And I should say that I get this mainly from Twitter, where identity politics is alive and kicking, and also very conflict, like there's lots of conflict there. So, but positively, it's the first step of any political movement, where we used to call it consciousness raising in the women's movement, where we all got together and you know, discuss what we had in common and how we were oppressed and all the rest of it, and then well, it converts the personal into the political, which is firstly a feminist concept, but it also comes from E. Wright Mills, sort of the father of sociology, or one of them, who says that something to the effect of that every personal problem is actually a public issue. So it raises consciousness, healing, solidarity. So the negatives, it tends to splinter into more and more subgroups. Proliferation of demands to be treated as a protective class create resentment and backlash. And the backlash is pretty fierce, particularly in these times where we're moving away from liberal democracy, I guess. And the main thing about it is that people, not all, tend to forget intersectionality and the importance of looking at every issue within that analytical tool. Next slide. Oh my goodness, I think we missed one. Oh, well, no, the resolution. What was the resolution?
I think this is, they're slightly round the wrong way, but I think the main point, I think this is your main point, which is the commodification of neurodiversity, the process of turning something or someone into a commodity that can be bought and sold.
Thanks. So, yes. So I think, I don't know, should I give you a minute to read all that? There's quite a lot in there. Is it legible? I suppose it must be if I can read it.
So why don't I read it out for you? Give you a second to think.
Yeah, okay.
So, there's the commodifiers and the commodified. So in the commodifiers, there's institutional power, which are corporations and academia, many of whom are represented here at this conference. There's dominant cultural power from inherited wealth, connections, education, health and leisure. There's neuro-valued market capitalism, charismatic self-promoters, amoral neoliberal values, narcissists, psychopaths. There's employees and subcontractors, ordinary people needing to make a living. And then there's the commodified, there's the underclass, nothing to sell but their labor or their stories, which is a particularly
for me. Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's the disempowered minorities, the intersections within the neurodiversity movement. There's the neurominorities, that autistics are not themselves wired for self-promotion and don't automatically sell themselves. And then there's other neurodivergent groups whose sense of self-efficacy and self-esteem has been undermined through all of the commodification process. Yeah.
And so they've been undermined through lack of education, self-esteem destroyed, and that is what we're hoping to change. And we are changing it. It's not going to happen overnight. So next slide. Well, so we live in a market can I use the big C word, capitalism, neoliberal ideology. We must all commodify or be commodified. But disabled people have often been excluded from the market. And this despite the fact that we all know that disabled people probably need more resources to live at an equitable, sustainable level than those who are not. So including us in the market has become a business opportunity. And selling us is about, I don't know whether I put this in a slide, but I should have. I mean, if you see how we're a business advantage, we're sold as an obedient workforce. Sometimes I have an image of, this is like my unconscious image that often rises to the surface when I hear this, is of just some male computer in a programmer in a darkened room with a chute that delivers pizza and Coca-Cola endlessly. And I think that's something that it does happen. I read a recent article about the exploitation of coders in the games industry. So that kind of thing is happening. So it's also becoming business with what I've called the academic commercial complex. In that sense, profit comes for academics or their institutions, profit comes from the research process. That means I would say that data mining the stories of people with and academia is an aggregator of that, and the prestige accrues to them, the jobs accrue, and the question is, but what do the people who are being mined for our rich ore of stories get in return? So hopefully, and I must acknowledge the work of Rebecca Mallet and Catherine Runswick-Cole, who I believe are at Sheffield University, and their article, Commodifying Autism, the Cultural Contexts of Disability in the Academy. And I have to say that when I started thinking about this only 2 weeks ago, that, I feel commodified, let's do something about the commodifying of neurodiversity. And I thought, I've come up with yet another new idea. And then I ran it by a friend of mine who is an academic, and she told me that the commodification of diversity is already a thing. So it's already, I suppose you could say it's a commodity already. And again, this article here, Commodifying Autism, just gave me so many ahas that it was just wonderful. And I'm deriving some of that from here. So next slide.
I will. And, nowhere is that point more prescient to me than hearing the stories of young people who are autistic or come from communities of lived experience who are offered nothing to contribute to research designs. So when academic researchers are given £1 million worth of contracts to do studies, and then they reach out for stakeholder groups to represent ideas, and they're either paid $10 an hour or they're paid nothing for their advice. And there's a fairly well resourced advocate in the ether out there who I believe is also speaking at this conference at some point, who contributed to a very prestigious research project, disagreed with the direction it was taking, and not only did they not pay her for her contribution, they didn't listen to the disagreement that she had, didn't take it on board, and have still left her face and her name on their website as an indication that they've done due diligence to touching in with the community. So I just think this is a really important point, and I don't want to skimp on it. I think what you say here.
Don't worry, I won't. I am going on to that, and particularly in my story. And I did want to say, which I didn't put into a thing, that there's a name for this, which I don't think is a very good one, but it's commodity fetishism, which is the idea that we see the finished product, but we don't see the human and the work that goes into it. And in terms of academia, and we're all what's the word? We all work together. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and the work. I mean, anyway, I'm going to talk about that in my bit. So, how can minorities be exploited in the world market? Let me count the ways. Well, we all know that. That's intersectionality, but the chief amongst these is class, because inequity and poverty are the greatest ills. It's the one evil ring that rules them all, I guess. Next slide. Next.
It's going. It's not going. There we go. There we go.
So this is so for a commodity, this is an afterthought. I just thought of it today or yesterday. For a commodity to be saleable, a desire must be met. I also got that from Runswick and Beckett. So what desires does neurodiversity meet? Next slide. Yeah. Sorry, I keep forgetting there is a delay between our countries. So
I think it's pretty awesome, really. You're in Sydney and it's the morning. I'm in the UK and it's the middle of the night. And we're broadcasting via California where it's afternoon. It's pretty amazing, really. Things are bouncing around all over the globe.
Yeah, it is amazing. And thank you so much for staying up. I think I should tell everyone that I was in despair last night. I just thought, I can't do this. And I knew that I should have started off doing it as a conversation, and everyone who knows me just intuitively gets that that's really what I'm better at. And Nancy, I kind of sent a desperate text to Nancy, and she immediately said that she would do it for me, and I'm so grateful. Thank you. So anyway, moving on. The neurodiversity.
By the way, you are just doing a presentation and we're not having a conversation. You're just doing an awesome job all by yourself. I'm just,
I know, but it makes sense. I have to, but the kind of mind I've got, I've just realized, some people talk about, that they're visual thinkers. I've just realized I'm a conversational thinker, and every thought I have is in conversation with someone. So to do it into the blank wall would have been impossible. Anyway, so thanks for coming. So if people want information, they want, help, and they want inclusion and all, and, I didn't make an exhaustive list. It was a last minute thing. And they want healing and some don't, or they want society to heal, the possibility of meaningful participation and a sustaining income, which, by the way, to me, does not necessarily mean the possession of paid work. And I think the notion that paid work, the possession of paid work is next to godliness, is a cultural trope, I suppose, that we just keep paying lip service to, and there's nothing in nature that says that. People are social animals. Even we are all interdependent. You know, whether this points to universal basic income, I won't go into those debates, and meaningful participation. I've spent a lot of my own life volunteering, which is what happens to you if you're the parent of a disabled child. And I found it really satisfying compared to all the horrible jobs that I've had, and so much more meaningful. So but also I think it feeds utopian longings for a perfectible society, which we must all strive for. And there's a kind of, particularly in the identity politics movement, there's a rainbows and sunshine aspect to it, which I find really quite unrealistic and eventually not very helpful, because there's night and dark, there's night and day, and we have to, the neurodiversity movement, in my opinion, I didn't make a whole slide for this, but it has to become more realistic in a society that denies death, denies suffering, and there's a lot of problems that flow from this in the kind of society where everyone's busy commodifying themselves, basically making us look like we're full of rainbows and sunshine. I've got a good mind to punish you and turn the camera around so that you can see the rest of the room and what the conditions that I really live in. And but I've decided not to. And besides, most of you are probably in the same boat. So
let's do that in a minute. We need to you know, wrap up, don't we? So we've got time for questions. So the question is it possible?
How much time have we got?
In order to do questions justice, we probably need to finish in the next 5 minutes or so. So, you know,
okay, so we're nearly there.
We're nearly there. We've only got a few slides left. So, you know, the question you're asking is it possible? And the thing I've heard you say before is that neurodiversity is not a Pollyanna concept. And this whole kind of theme of the double-edged sword, I think, is really important. And the theme of commodifying neurodiversity, making it something that somebody sells as a business advantage, making ourselves into something that we sell as expertise in this new paradigm of thought. But then it kind of comes back to, you know, who is the commodifier and who is the commodified? And your next slide after is it possible is, you know, how did payment get to be a dirty word?
Okay,
what are your thoughts on that?
That's actually, I think, I might not have changed that. That is really, the fact is that I really don't know. All I know is that when I started work in the 70s, if you went for a job and they advertised a job, the pay rates were always there, and they've gradually disappeared. And I ended up in the IT industry, and like a lot of people on the spectrum, and we were always on contract, and we were forbidden to tell people what we earned. Now, if you go to an interview, I think it's absolutely taboo to ask to talk about and how much I'm going to get paid. Yet I was going to swear, for heaven's sake, that's a prime reason, isn't it? But you can't ask, you know, that would be just, and then so it puts the onus on you and puts you on the back foot, and you've got to struggle through the whole interview wondering when they're going to tell you, if at all. And so can you just quickly show me the next slide?
Well, the next one is this, and then we've got this symbol here.
Okay, so I'll just talk to the whole thing at once. So in my experience, you know, some of the things that happen is I got an offer for another conference from another university, major university, and they began with, "It's such a big honor. It would be such a big honor to have you, and we'd like to pay you a small honorarium." Big honor, small honorarium. I kind of had to laugh to myself about what that meant. But I thought, well, at least they offered, you know, that doesn't often happen. Then I've been approached by one major multinational entrant into the Australian market who asked me if I would like to be on the board or one of their, not necessarily officially, but unofficially. And so I said, well, do you pay board members? No, we don't do that. And I think for a multinational company, I'm living in poverty, excuse me.
And I think it's particularly pertinent when so many of the ideas that we use in the neurodiversity movement started with your work, that there's this sort of sense of expecting you to turn up for free. And this other one that you've written about pick your brains over a cuppa, I get this all the time. I get this question all the time. People just reach out to me on LinkedIn. Oh, I love your work. It's really interesting. Can I pick your brains over a cuppa? I'm like, you know what? I would really like to have time to have a cup of tea with my husband, let alone somebody who I actually don't know, who may or may not have anything worth following up with. So there's kind of this sense of, if you're particularly female, I think, if you're female and you work in an industry which is about equality or helping people or making things better, that you are somehow expected to give of yourselves for free, and you are expected to share your expertise. And that doesn't seem to be matched with the era of commodification that we're in, does it really? You know?
And if you do raise the issue, it sounds, again, you're really on the back foot. I think particularly with me, I mean, people are prepared to pay for psychologists, but they're not prepared to, like, sociology takes almost as long to become as it does to become a psychologist. And to me, psychology and sociology can never live apart from each other. And yet it's just simply not considered a thing. And of course, nobody says, thank God the sociologist is here. So, you know.
I do. I say that all the time.
You're the only one. That's why you're my best friend. No. Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, I say that all the time, because I think it's impossible to think of the experience of the human without the context that they're in, you know. Right. And that's what we're trying to, that's what we were trying to do with the medical model of autism and ADHD. We were trying to think of the individual without thinking of the context, but without the context.
And I think we're realizing that now. I think what's happened is the medical and social, I mean, social model extremism ended a long time ago. I mean, I already criticized it in my thesis, if you read it, quite heavily. And I think both have come together, and that is what we're hoping for, a synthesis, back to that dialectical process. I'm just going to finish this quickly because you're telling me we're running out of time. So business as usual. So I thought of this, and what this playing musical deck chairs on the Titanic. And what I mean by that is employment is is it a zero-sum game in which if a neurodivergent person gets a job, then someone else misses out. And in the context of we just don't know where our economy is going. Is it going to collapse? The job's going to get more? Are they going to be less? And so and if that happens, if we're playing musical deck chairs, then people with neurodivergent people are going to be hated. There's going to be a huge backlash, and we have to think about that. So collapse.
We have seen that in other areas of D&I. You know, I think the one of the things this movement has missed is the D&I overlap, the diversity and inclusion overlap. It's like we've grown up within disability. And actually, if we look to diversity and inclusion in terms of HR, in terms of policy, in terms of politics, some of those movements are a bit further ahead. And one of the things we can definitely say is that there is a backlash. If you create opportunities for minority access, you get a backlash from the majority. Yeah.
We saw it with equal opportunity, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't keep pursuing it by any means. That's the point. So the point is, I guess, is that we've actually got to, grow meaningful work and create meaningful roles, but they shouldn't necessarily, and there should be a minimum sort of age living, but not. But I think you jumped ahead a bit too quickly. But
I did. Sorry, I leaned on the. In my defence, it is nearly 1:30 in the morning, and I got up at 5:30 today.
When I woke up morning 1:30 in the morning, but I reckon I'm just pure adrenaline.
Neurodiversity and insomnia go together like roast chicken and gravy.
To go back. So anyway, so what's going to happen next? I think, it's a possibility that that we're going to collapse, and it's going to be, will it be a catastrophe or will it be an opportunity, danger, opportunity, that kind of thing? Well, let's hope, that there's going to be decentralization, which will return a lot more roles to people from what's been happening with the, with monopoly. Anyway, what I'm talking about, monopoly capitalism. And finally, in plain English, the ideal future, there's nothing really new about neurodiversity except that it so encapsulates the times. But we've always known that the goal and ideal society strives towards is to expect from each according to their ability, to each according, and to give to each according to their need. I mean, this is never going to be fully realized, but it's the goal that we all strive for. And the next one is from a French philosopher, Simone Weil. And a friend of mine told me this 20 years ago, and it just resonated with me, but I didn't have the slightest idea why. And just last year, I suddenly remembered it. And I think it is neurodiversity in a nutshell. Every being cries out silently to be read differently. Do not be deaf to their cry. And that is all I have to say. So I'm ready. I
think that's a lot. I think you've said a huge amount. And as always, I'm privileged to be in your company, Ms. Singer. I'm going to stop sharing, I think, and then I can hand it back to our hosts.
I'm just going to get a drink while you do that. Thanks.
So I'd just like to comment as well on Judy's presentation. So I am a feminist who believes in amplifying the work of other women as a way to course correct for systemic marginalization and minimization. And something I've noticed a lot recently in my own academic writing is how little Judy's work is referenced by many researchers in the autism field. So I would just really encourage you, if you're an academic or a researcher out there, to do the work. Go do the work. Go find Judy's work and read it and reference it. I've read 3 top-rated journals with definitions of neurodiversity that don't reference Judy, and Judy provided the first evidence-based, research-based, rigorous definition of the term neurodiversity. So I would just really like to add
that the definitions that they're using are just things that ricochet around the internet for years, and it was made up by some person who knew nothing on Wikipedia, and it's just become like it's in academic works and everything. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. So now you know. That's your lady. Go research her.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Hi.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for your talk today. I would like to just let you know that there is love sent and hellos in the Q&A. So people were very happy to see your presentation. A lot of people have thanked you. Thank you for the conversation and for your presentation today here. So wanted to let you know that lots of positives in the Q&A.
Considering that I was at an all-time low last night and thought, I can't do this. But that was great. And maybe if Nancy hadn't got on, I might not even have. So thank you, everybody.
Well, I'm glad that you did. And there are a few questions. We had a couple questions as you were talking about the research and subjects not being paid. And some were comments and some were questions about that, and was wondering if you had any further thoughts on what should happen going forward or how that might be addressed.
Well, I think I did have, I know that I made a slide at the last minute, and maybe Nancy didn't get it, because I actually did address that and so basically what I was thinking is that it depends on, well, first of all, who's doing the research? Is it corporate or is it academic? And academic research is supposedly or mostly without fear or favor and independent. Corporate research is often biased. Academic research, academia is under attack from the right and is underfunded. So I don't really, this is something for someone to research, because some institutions probably have more than others. I don't know. So generally, I would say that if this is what I did in my thesis, because, well, I actually wrote a satirical piece as well about being researched. But what I decided to do because basically mine was participant observation of Martijn Decker's e-group, which had the most wonderful people, articulate people on it, and really kind of doing a lot of the pioneering work of explaining who we were to ourselves. And I just thought, look, some of these people deserve to be recognized. Like if you make a killer comment, then I think what researchers need to do is ask people, would you prefer to be anonymous? Would you prefer for me to make up a name that at least shows your gender or ethnicity, or would you prefer to be acknowledged? And that's exactly what I did. And it worked. I think only one or maybe two people wanted to be acknowledged. The rest of them were happy to have a name made up for them. So that's one thing you can do. Payment, well, it depends on how much fun. Yeah, it's awkward. And also there's the whole question of and government. I forgot government. So what happened was that because I live in social housing, I kind of rose in the ranks and was sort of public tenant number one for a while, in the sense that I was on the major committee and I did an enormous amount for nothing. And I eventually ended up forcing them to give us all sitting fees for that. But the objection that was raised was, well, if we let then we'd have to have elections, and we'd have to do this and who knows what we would get. And I'm thinking, well, that's right. We're part of human society. And if it's an important position, yes, there should be elections. And yes, there should be payment. And yes, that's going to get a better, I don't know. And then again, of course, then other people will be excluded. Okay, so it's a bit too hard to answer in one. And so for corporations, well, a lot of them do market research. And so generally they pay you with a voucher, which is for low income people. I know a lot of us, I haven't done it for a very long time, maybe I should, is, we just put our names down everywhere and say we've never been anywhere. And then we get to go get $30 or something like that for something. The people do that. So that's good. And the reason, of course, if you do it that way, then people on low incomes, including myself, because I live in public housing and because I'm a pensioner, anything I earn, I'm really not in it for the money, because anything I earn immediately impacts everything else that I earn. Cuts my pension, raises my rent. So those kind of under the table things are quite good. So yeah, it's too complex, to, and it depends on what the research is for, so on.
Yeah. Well, you touched on a lot of pieces of it, but you're right, that's an incredibly complex issue in terms of what to do about research and research subjects and that feeling of exploitation. So, you hit on quite a bit.
I just want to say, at the very least, I don't know how many projects I've been on, and they have, the ethics committee sign them on, and at least they can sort of send us the results of the research. But, half the time we never hear from them again, and the research ends up in the clouds in some expensive journal that we'll never be able to afford to even look at. So, at least do what you said you were going to do. That's a basic.
Well, thank you. We are, I think, at the end of our time today, so I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Fung. But thank you for sharing your thoughts on that today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy. Your start of the neurodiversity movement is really changing the trajectory of a lot of us. So we all thank you for doing your seminal work. And thank you, Nancy, for supporting Judy. And tomorrow morning, we'll hear Nancy's keynote presentation. So for now, we are going to have half an hour break, and then we're going to have our last session of the day. And the session title is Neurodiverse Reflections Panel, What Works and Wish List for K-12 Student Experience. So hopefully you can take a break and maybe grab some dinner. This dinner time for a lot of us. And I hope, Nancy, and you get to sleep well tonight. And Judy, thank you again. This is quite a.
I'm really happy now. I share it to happiness. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a real international collaboration.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And see
Thank
most of you in half an hour.
Yes, I've got my life back. Oops, am I still?
Welcome back. For those of you who just joined, welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. We would like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. In the next few minutes, Helen Su, who is a member of our group, will introduce you to our new initiative called Network for K-12 Neurodiversity Education and Advocacy. And after that, we're going to go right into the next segment of our program, which is also the last one of the day, Neurodiverse Reflections Panel, What Works and Wish Lists for K-12 Student Experience. This session will be moderated by Kelly Turk and Yael Valek, who are members of the organizing committee for the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Helen, are you ready?
Thank you so much, Dr. Fung. So as part of our outreach to spread the neurodiversity movement to K-12 schools and students, the Stanford Neurodiversity Project is initiating the Network for K-12 Neurodiversity Education Advocacy, or in short, NEA. This network seeks to foster a community for K-12 students, parents, and educators interested in neurodiversity to share and discover unique advocacy efforts, stories, and experiences. So we'll have monthly meetings, which will feature students, parents, and/or educators from diverse backgrounds who want to speak about and discuss their experiences with neurodiversity and/or advocacy efforts, and contribute to a larger network of neurodiversity education and advocacy across the globe. So if you're interested in being added to our mailing list to receive information about our meetings, please fill out our interest form at tiny.cc/NNEA form. I will also send this in the chat in a moment. I'll also attach a flyer in the chat as well. Please feel free to forward it on to anyone who might be interested. So our first meeting will actually be on Thursday, November 19th from 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, with Sienna Castellan as our first guest speaker, who some of you might hear later on in this conference. So if you sign up through the form, you'll receive more details with the Zoom link closer to the date. So if you have any questions, feel free to email neurodiversity-nia@stanford.edu. I will put the form link as well as the flyer and our email in the chat for any of you who might have questions. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly and Yael, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Lawrence, for unmuting me and for inviting Yael and me to work with Marcy Schwartz as well to help with this K-12 strand of this summit. We are very pleased to host this Neurodivergent Reflections panel about what works, as well as a wish list for the K-12 student experience. So for those of you who have been participating throughout the day, welcome back. And for those of you who have just joined, we're so glad that you could make it. As Dr. Fung said, my name is Callie Turk, and I am joined by my co-moderator, Yael Valek. We are co-founders of REAL, which stands for Resilience and Engagement for Every Learner. Our organization works to support twice exceptional and neurodivergent learners by building bridges between their parents and teachers. And we couldn't be happier to have such a wonderful panel of students and teachers who are working in this field, because the K-12 experience creates a foundation for lifelong outcomes. And so listening to our neurodivergent learners is so important to understanding how we can support one another throughout life. We wanted to make sure that before we got started that you knew we had 2 other sessions in our K-12 strands in the coming day. So the 2 coming days that we have on Monday from 4:30 to 6, a session called Leveraging Strengths and Opening Doors in K-12, How Working Together Makes a Difference. And then our 3rd session is on Tuesday from 4:30 to 6 and features 3 dynamic speakers addressing the issues of diagnostic disparities for historically underrepresented children. If you enjoyed this afternoon's session on intersectionality and race, we know you will really love our Tuesday session as well. We have 3 wonderful speakers for that. So we hope to see you at those. And congratulations to Helen for launching her new special interest group. That's going to be super exciting. So we've invited 6 panelists who will share their perspectives with us today. And I want to thank each of them for being here and for all of the preparation that they put into this session. We're first going to ask them to introduce themselves. And then we'll take a few questions. We have a few questions we've prepared and we worked on with them that we will use to get the conversation started. And then we hope to have time to take questions from the audience. So turning now to our panelists, what we're going to ask each of them to do is to introduce themselves, to talk about where they currently are in school or work. We'd like them to describe their educational background and journey, and then a key theme about what they believe is needed for neurodivergent learners to be successful in K-12 schools. So we're going to start first with Serena Chen.
Cool. Hi, my name is Serena Chen, and I'm a senior at St. Francis High School in Mountain View. And before that, I went to Miller Middle School in San Jose. A fun fact about me is that I'm really bad at being concise, and I play the trumpet. I'm also the founder of a neurodiversity resource and support platform called Neurodiversity, spelled with a C. And it basically just focuses on neurodiversity advocacy, especially by other neurodiverse students. And it has a page for neurodiverse individuals to just share their creativity or personal experiences. And a key message I hope to convey for today is for educators to be more accepting of their prevalence and different presentations of neurodiversity.
I have just learned that I have to stay unmuted, so I'll be super quiet so you can be sure to hear everyone else, because if I mute myself, it causes trouble. So apologies for the delay. So I'd like next to turn to Zachary Fung, who is a student at Palo Alto High School in Palo Alto, California. Zachary?
Hello, thank you for having me here. My name is Zachary Fung. I am currently a high schooler at Palo Alto High School, and I am Dr. Fung's son. So, yeah, thank you for having me here. So, I want to talk a little bit about neurodiversity, or at least my opinion on it. So, to me, neurodiversity is a term that mainly promotes the idea of inclusiveness. It's not about who's different and who isn't, but rather sorry, just talking to someone else.
You're doing a great job.
So sorry, I'm just I haven't done something like this before.
Zachary, you were talking to us about how neurodiversity is about inclusiveness. And if you want to start there, that's great. Or if you want me to come back to you, I'd be happy to come back to you.
My dad wants me to talk about it later.
Yes. I mean, this is your
Yeah,
introduction.
I just said my introduction. I just want to move on to my opinion. So, To me, neurodiversity is a term that mainly promotes the idea of inclusiveness. It's not about who's different and who isn't, but rather about accepting those differences. In my opinion, I feel like those differences aren't being as fully recognized as they should be. Some people may look at a person ASD and think maybe this person is not really thinking straight, or this person doesn't really have anybody to talk to, or anybody to talk to around him. But at the end of the day, they're just acting like themselves, and that's perfectly fine. So that's why I think people with a neurodiverse condition often find themselves isolated more often than not. And that's the real issue that's been present in a lot of communities, especially in academic environments. So for me, I believe that my school has helped me through a lot of challenges related to this. The teachers have done their very best to make sure that everyone, including those with neurodiverse conditions such as ESD, are learning about what they need to know about the same pace at the same time. And that's the kind of school I would like to see more often in our communities. What it really all comes down to, in my opinion, is that we're all different as people, but still in a good way.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Zachary. I really appreciate you put so much time and thought into sharing your point of view. Our next speaker is going to be Lucy Wallace, who's a sophomore at Stanford University.
Hi, I'm Lucy. I am indeed a sophomore, currently stimming with this little sequin dude given to me by the Stanford Neurodiversity program. So I wasn't formally diagnosed with autism until about 1.5 years ago. And before then, I had a adventure journey, spending a lot of time in psychiatric hospitals and treatment for mental illness. And getting diagnosed with autism was a huge turning point for me. It allowed me to get the treatment that I needed and go from being in a locked psych ward to being a Stanford student, which was a pretty incredible thing that I don't think anyone was expecting. So since then, I've been really passionate about sharing my experiences and helping people understand autism and creating resources for autistics. So I have a blog where I blog about autism, and I also spent the summer developing what I call autism college hacks. So I worked with a group of college-age people, neurodivergent and neurotypical, and creating articles with all sorts of advice and information for students about accommodations, disclosures, social skills, navigating classes, the unwritten rules of dorms, how dining halls work, more confusing than you might think. So that's a little bit about me. And the two key ideas I want to underscore during this panel, the first, I want more girls to be diagnosed with autism early on so they get access to support and tools and have a framework to understand themselves. That would have been really nice for me to have had about 10 years ago. And then the second thing is I understand that it can be daunting if being a teacher is a really hard job already. And then we have this whole pandemic thing. So that makes it even harder. And I think it's wonderful to try to accommodate neurodivergent students. And I also think that in my experience, good teachers who put a lot of thought and care into what they do end up helping neurodivergent students, whether that was their specific intention or not. And as a corollary, the better you are at helping neurodivergent students, the better you are at helping all your students, because neurodiversity really is for everyone. So those are the two key ideas I want to focus on, and I'll talk more about them as we get to the questions.
Thank you so much. I really love what you're sharing there, and I think you're spot on. So thank you for sharing that, Lucy, and also sharing so much about your journey. Next up, we're going to hear from Ela Perenkulam, who is a sophomore at Palo Alto High School.
Hi, my name is Ela Perenkulam, and I am a sophomore at Palo Alto High School. I am super excited to talk to you about neurodiversity and my experiences with being neurodiverse in K-12, in the K-12 school system. I identify as neurodiverse, and I've known about the word for a while. But I first got introduced with the word and its full meaning over the summer because I attended the SNP Reach, which is a high school advocacy camp hosted and created by the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. And at the camp, I created a neurodiversity advocacy group for PAUSD called PRICE, which stands for PAUSD Respect, Inclusion, and Compassion Through Education. I am the founder and one of 3 co-founders on this initiative. I am into art and into the visual performing arts, and I really like science, more specifically neuroscience, which brought me into neurodiversity, and chemistry. And one message I would like to convey would be to create an accepting environment where students can explore and be themselves, and be patient and understanding with students.
Thank you so much, Ela. I think we're starting to see some common themes emerging across everyone's experience. Now I'd like to introduce you to Allison Zone, who is a senior at Fusion Academy, and her awesome dog. She's gonna need to be unmuted, Lawrence.
Yeah. So, hi, my name is Allison, and this is my service dog, Calder. I am a senior at Fusion Academy Palo Alto. However, that was not where I always went to high school. Before going to Fusion, I went to Palo Alto High School as a freshman, as well as Kahila Jewish High School, and found my fit at Fusion on the 3rd try. I have probably a lot of horror stories and a lot of success stories from all the schools dealing with the different ways people approach neurodiversity, with me personally being autistic. I think a few key things I would like to say during this Neurodiverse Summit is that students as well as teachers need to be a little bit more patient with everyone, not just neurodiverse students, but also for teachers not to harshly punish students because they have differences in their way of thinking, which is something that I struggled with a lot growing up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know we're looking forward to hearing more about your experiences as we get into the Q&A. So lastly, I want to welcome Amy Fagan. She's actually an alumna and a current teacher at Bridges Academy in Los Angeles, California. Amy, take it away.
Allie, you covered it. I am an alumni from Bridges Academy as a high school student, which is a school for neurodiverse and twice exceptional students, which is the label they use to identify students who are highly gifted as well as having a nonverbal learning disorder. I like to joke that I'm autistic and loud about it because I am. And my journey has led me through every element of education as both a student, and now I have the privilege of being an educator at Bridges Academy, where I work with autistic and neurodiverse students. And as far as one thing that I think, if I had to put it on my neurodiverse education wish list, I really would like to see, like we have today, more neurodiverse voices being brought to the front of this conversation. I feel that very often in our history, how we're educated and how we're treated in society has been other people making choices for us, about us, so to speak. And I am proud to have our voices included today and hope to see that trend continue going forward.
Absolutely. That's great. So we have a few questions that we've talked about a little bit, and I'm really excited now to hear all of your responses. The first one is, we'd love to know, what does neurodiversity mean to you and how does it affect your learning? And Zachary, I think we already heard your response to this question. I don't know if you have anything you want to add, or if you feel like you covered this question fully.
I think yeah, I already did. That's what I really want to talk about for today. Thank you.
Well, I really appreciated you bringing up inclusion. I think that's such an important topic around neurodiversity. So thank you for introducing that into the conversation. So Lucy, I think you were going to also answer this question about what neurodiversity means to you and how it's affected your learning.
Yeah. So to me, neurodiversity, just that word, is a fact of life. Humans are diverse in a lot of ways. We have like racial, ethnic, religious, geographic diversity. And unless you think that everyone has the exact same brain, then you believe in neurodiversity. Congratulations. So that's just a fact. And then the neurodiversity movement is the social movement that's based on the idea that neurodiversity should be accepted instead of pathologized, that we've heard about in the previous keynote. I mentioned that I'm autistic. I would describe myself as being neurodivergent in 3 ways. So autism, mental illness, and giftedness. I'm aware that giftedness can be controversial, so this is the part where I make it really clear that a kind heart is a lot more important than a high IQ, and gifted is just a description of a form of neurodivergence. It's not a value judgment. And I've found that autism has conferred both strengths and impairments. Giftedness has conferred strengths, and mental illness has conferred impairments. So among those 3, it's been an exciting adventure, one could say. In terms of the neurodiversity movement, I think there are certain aspects of it that are really valuable, and I have certain points of disagreement as well. I think there's room for disagreement. I'm a really big fan of heterodoxy, and I think we're all here because we agree on neurodiversity as a fact and probably lots more. And I think we all know that when students' needs are getting met, this is good. And so we can have different opinions on the neurodiversity movement and still share ideas and solve problems. And so I'm really excited to be here doing that.
That's awesome. And I have to tell you, I wrote down, I'm going to plan to quote you on a kind heart is a lot more important than a high IQ.
I may have quoted someone else, but I don't know who. It was something online, but it's true. So
really, it's really a lovely sentiment. Ela, how about you? What does neurodiversity mean to you, and how is it affecting your learning?
I think neurodiversity means that, I think differently, and I think it means that I get the help that I need without being treated like, I'm different, or that, because I have different learning needs, that it means my peers look at me differently. And it does make learning a little harder, because until you can find the right learning style that fits you, you're kind of struggling. But once you're able to find that learning style that you have and that works, it just becomes so much easier.
That's awesome. And I'm guessing you've learned how to advocate for yourself as well to make sure your learning needs are met. Yeah, that's a big thing to learn. So we also wanted to hear a little bit about a little more nitty gritty, like which resources and environmental supports have actually been the most helpful at school, because everyone does kind of have to figure out how to adjust to the environment and how to help the environment adjust to them. So if there was a counselor or some certain accommodations, some kind of fidgets, therapy animal, whatever that may be. So Serena, we were hoping to start with you on this question.
Yeah, so in school, I think learning specialists and accommodations have definitely been the most helpful for me, along with just the basic understanding from teachers that I'm just trying my best and not doing anything on purpose or anything bad on purpose. And accommodations are what have really leveled my playing field in terms of information retention and test performance, though. I have ADHD, so for example, extended time, which some people regard as an unfair advantage, but it's really not, because it just compensates for the time that I literally spend untying my thoughts prior to getting started on a test before I can even start to think about the material that I have to perform with. And fidgets are also pretty helpful, except for I have foam ones, so I tend to destroy them pretty quickly. Yeah, I might want to invest in a different kind. As for learning specialists, it's really helpful having an adult around that's just willing to discuss my ADHD without glossing over it, and just really understanding the different needs and strengths of neurodiverse students. And it's definitely made me a lot more comfortable with advocating for or just talking about my differences both in school and at home, whereas before I would just not talk about it and kind of be ashamed about it.
I'm really glad to hear about how you really embrace it. I've definitely talked to some kids who struggle with that, and it's not healthy. It's hard for them, you know. So I'm so glad for you. Allison, I think you also were wanting to weigh in on the resources and environmental supports that have been most helpful for you at school.
Yes, I think by far the most obvious support is this guy right here. He's my service dog, which means he is my constant companion. He goes with me pretty much everywhere. However, before I had Calder, there were a few other supports I used. I used headphones, as well as fidgets. I too, like Serena, used to use and destroy foam fidgets. Mine were little skulls. And I think the other thing that's very important is having a counselor or somebody on the school campus that you can go to and, you know, talk to about what needs to happen for you to succeed. In some cases, that might be a counselor that could be like a pseudo, you know, almost like a therapist or person to talk to, or you can have somebody who helps you with a lot of various issues that you're having. And yes, I know my dog is being loud, so I will mute.
Thank you so much, Allison. So one thing we want to make sure people know is that, I mean, you all are really a bunch of really great people. You're doing great things, and you have so many strengths that you bring to the table, and would just love to know how some of your strengths have helped you in your educational experiences. So Ela, do you want to kick us off on that topic?
Sure. I think one of my biggest strengths is music, and I use that to help me basically with everything. I'm a singer, and I love to listen to music while I do work or while I'm studying for something, because that definitely does help.
That's awesome. I'm the same way. I think a lot of us can relate to that. Serena, how about you? What are some of the strengths that you have and how those have helped you?
I think for me, same with Ela, music has also really allowed me to develop the skills that have just been really helpful in getting through my negative educational experiences. So I started playing trumpet in 4th grade, and the difference with that was I saw it as something like, oh, I can do this. And then I had a really great band teacher who was just super encouraging, and I think I just thrived off that positivity. And I guess everywhere else, I'd be like doing something wrong without an explanation as to why. And then with trumpet, it was like, oh, finally something I can do kind of well. And I actually became so motivated to practice that my parents used to threaten to take my practicing rights away because I wasn't focusing enough on school. But I just ended up channeling all my difficulties into it. And I was like, okay, I can be not doing well in these other things, even though I'm trying my best, but at the end of the day, I still have this one thing I'm kind of decent at, so I just held on to it. And I also really like making puns. Sorry, that was kind of unrelated.
No, that's awesome. That's so cool. That's really cool. Not too many parents who have to take away practice rights from their kids. So way to go. How about Amy? You were going to comment on some of your strengths and how those helped you in your education, and maybe how you see that also with your students.
My students blow my mind every single day. Like, I go home and I have to just gush about them. I love their brains beyond words, the ability for words to express. But what I find with neurodiverse students in particular is that a lot of what we experience is an increase in intensity of strengths and weaknesses. So a lot of times neurodiverse people will be highly gifted in one area and then they may struggle in another. And I use the word giftedness not necessarily in the IQ sense, but in the sense of like passion and intensity. And so for me, my autistic special interest is systems. I am terrible at rote memorization. I do not know what year that this country was actually founded off the top of my head. I have to Google it, but I can tell you about every sequence of battles in the Civil War because I understand relationships.
That's really cool. And I think also worth mentioning that you're a teacher. I mean, you were neurodivergent yourself, you teach neurodivergent kids, and you're also pursuing your graduate.
Oh yeah, in neurodiverse education.
Yeah, so you're taking all of those strengths and bringing it to your own education still.
Neurodiversity may be a special interest of mine at this point.
Yeah, hear, hear. All right, Yael, we were going to hand it over to you to ask some of the questions that we have.
Some of these questions are also coming up in the Q&A, so it's a perfect segue. What strategies have your parents and teachers undertaken that were the most helpful and the least helpful? We need to hear both. And so, Serena, would you like to go first?
Yeah, so I think what my parents have been really helpful with when I was younger was allowing me to explore my different interests and passions. But what wasn't helpful, however, was trying to deter me from the same interests when I wasn't spending enough time on school, like in 6th grade, for example, which, by the way, your homework should never take 5 hours to do, at least not in 6th grade. And I think most of this just traces back to the general misconceptions around neurodiversity. Like the problem was what would work for neurotypical students didn't really work for me, and I would just keep getting in trouble for that. So for example, for learning, I am pretty much still on my own because even now I don't really exactly know how I learn. So all I know is that part of that involves tying myself down to a chair and then forcing myself to comprehend the material. So probably kinesthetic learning. But before I was diagnosed, I used to have outside prep classes, which weren't very effective because my problem wasn't with the material, it was the way I was learning it. So I ended up developing a variety of different coping mechanisms to mask these initial struggles because I didn't like getting in trouble. But on the other hand, because I was good at some subjects and pretty terrible at some others, people would, such as teachers, would perceive my struggling as attention-seeking behavior that I would end up getting in trouble for. But for teachers, I guess it's just been really helpful when they're super supportive, which they are now, of accommodations, be it just like, okay, thanks for letting me know. Don't hesitate to reach out if there's anything you ever need when I tell them or anything like that. That just personally means a lot to me to know that I am being supported.
That's so helpful. Thank you. Amy, would you like to go next?
Sure. As far as what doesn't work, being guilted or pressured or cajoled to complete work when a student is struggling or having difficulties understanding or processing something or has some kind of barrier does not work, as most people I think probably know. It does, however, heighten frustration and create a negative feedback loop that makes the experience of being in school or learning or doing that work anxiety-inducing in the future. What I've found works instead is understanding and communication and respect for differences and being willing to negotiate and scaffold and find what those accommodations can be that make the learning experience more naturalistic and enjoyable. I like to give my students at least 3 choices for how they can complete any assignment. And usually there's a 4th choice as well, which is, Amy, I don't like your choices. Here's my idea.
I want to have you as a teacher.
I get cool ideas out of them that way. I like to let students lead.
All our students could use more of that. And Lucy.
Oh, I can unmute myself. I'm powerful. Yeah, so I really lucked out in terms of schools. So I'm grateful to have a lot of success stories to share. And like I said, I wasn't diagnosed until recently. So teachers still helped me even without knowing I was autistic, just by being good teachers, being kind and caring about students and caring about their jobs. So I'll give 2 examples. One is, so as a 2nd grader, I didn't fit in super well with my classmates because autism. And I also had my special interests. So I loved the Titanic, the ship, not the movie. And I loved Harry Potter and I loved Shakespeare. So you can sort of imagine why I didn't fit in. And my 2nd grade teacher had this thing she called classroom expert contracts. So the idea was that students who had strong interests could sign a contract and be the classroom expert in XYZ. So we signed a contract that said, I, Lucy Wallace, hereby agree to be the classroom expert on the Titanic. And then I could give a presentation about it. And the teacher didn't just include my interests, she encouraged them and celebrated them, and it was great. And my classmates were still very confused when I did like the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet, but that's okay. And then the second example is when I was starting high school, I was taking Western history. I loved it. We learned about the Renaissance. We had to write an 8-page paper, double-spaced. I wrote 20 pages single-spaced because it was interesting, and I spent like 7 hours on it, and I'm detail-oriented, and I wasn't really sure what the big picture was, so it just seemed like I should write every single thing I know about the Renaissance. My teacher said, no, that was not the assignment, and not in a mean way, but just like that's not what I asked you to do. And over the course of the year, she helps me learn how to focus and be concise and overcome the rigid thinking in a way. And it was sort of like autism therapy that was fun, interesting, strengths-based, and not actually therapy. So my conclusion with this is when teachers are attentive to student needs and they can adapt teaching methods, this benefits neurodivergent and neurotypical students and undercover autistic students. I think it benefits everyone.
Super helpful both for parents and teachers to hear this. I know that a lot of good reminders for me with my own children. Okay, now we have who is your favorite teacher and why? And we have Allison.
So I'm going to answer this question and then I'm going to answer the reverse of this question. So my favorite teacher, who I will name, I won't name my least favorite teacher, was my 3rd grade teacher, Miss Marujo. Now this was way before I discovered I was autistic. I discovered I was autistic in the summer between 8th and 9th grade. And this was my 3rd grade teacher. Miss Marujo was the first person who actually took what I was saying seriously. She was the first person to tell me that it was okay that I thought about things differently, and it was okay that I could just be myself. And she was also the first person to make accommodations for me. An example of this was she let me sit outside the classroom when I'd get my headaches, which we later found out were from me getting really overwhelmed, during the free group time where basically students could form any groups that they wanted and talk about the assignments together. An autistic's nightmare. Now, on the flip side, my least favorite teacher, who I'll call Miss S, was very much the opposite. Anything I did differently, from the smallest things like writing with my left hand, to my need to be constantly fidgeting with something. Back then it was I would be lightly throwing an eraser like I'd throw this ball over my desk. She would make me stay inside during lunch periods and break periods and not let me go to the bathroom during those periods or during class, as well as not let me eat. And this kind of created a negative feedback loop where I really hated writing because I'd be admonished for writing with my left hand. And there were back then some basic sentence types, the fill out the blank or kind of write something that should be obvious to most people, but isn't obvious to me. And due to that, it really did cause a rift in how I thought about various subjects and honestly created a lot of self-hatred and resentment that lasted probably until very recently.
I'm so sorry to hear about that experience. I'm glad there are people like your favorite teacher out there too. Okay, the next question is, did you have an aha moment when you figured out what you needed to do to thrive at school? And we have Hala taking this one.
I don't really know if this is an aha moment. It definitely was a big moment for me when I got diagnosed or when I did testing, because before then I felt like I didn't really belong, or that, that there was something wrong with me, and being able to put a name to my problem or to what I was feeling really made things so much clearer. And I've been working ever since I got tested to figure out my own learning style and figure out what works best for me and how I can help myself.
That seems to be a common theme. That's really helpful. What advice do you have for neurodivergent students struggling through school? Do things get better? Amy, would you like to start off on this one?
Yeah, I think I'm the oldest person on the panel, so things do get better. I've been keeping an eye on the chat, and I've seen a lot of questions coming up about bullying and trauma especially, and I think that is probably one of the most universally difficult things about being neurodivergent, admittedly. Struggling in school is hard, but not feeling like you're part of a community is harder. And when I was diagnosed, my family was told that I may never live independently. I would probably not drive. I wouldn't finish college. I wouldn't get married. I have 1 degree. I'm working on number 2. I'm engaged. We are saving for a house. So those doctors were wrong. Things do get better. And what happens is you start to build a community around you of people who understand you. And I think that's the key to leading a happier life and overcoming a lot of the trauma of being different. Because that is an existential wound, to feel like and to grow up like you don't belong with the people who are constantly around you. So when you're able to find a community that does understand you, family members, friends, educators, coworkers, and you're able to be your authentic self and be loved for that authentic self, that is what creates, in my experience, a truly happy life. And it is accessible for us.
That's so wonderful to hear. I also was told certain things about my children when they were young that couldn't have been more wrong. So I've learned that I have to set my expectations high. They can do anything. Allison.
So as kind of a pre for this, my elementary school nickname was Monster. And I was continuously beat up on the schoolyard. I'd come home with scratches all over my back, and I was not a stranger to people pulling utensils that they got with their lunches on me as weapons. And it was with that knowledge that I was actually going into Fusion Academy Palo Alto. When my 3rd high school, after I had switched from being bullied by the students at Palo Alto High and by an administrative team that more or less wanted to find something wrong with me and would create something that was wrong with me, even if it wasn't true. In sophomore year of Fusion, I decided to found the school's student leadership team. And my goal with that was to make the students who are at Fusion, a school where everyone there is there for a reason, able to feel safe. And I, as now the head of the student leadership team I founded, have talked to lots and lots of neurodivergent students. And most of these students, and please ignore the fact that my dog just knocked down something. Most of these students have similar stories where either there were students or teachers who felt it was their duty to make their lives miserable because they were different. But I also want to tell these same students, and I tell them every time I talk with them, that there are people in the world who do understand. And right now, we live in a society where we are more connected with than ever. You can anonymously chat with somebody on your phone or join Teams just by picking up your device and doing a quick little search. And I think it's very important to get people who you feel like you can talk to and other people who are neurodiverse as well in your life. And I'd say once you get to that point, it does get a lot better. And once you get to that point, feel like you almost get, a squad, a team that you can really have to help you through whatever comes your way. And it's actually, to be honest, a lot of fun to get to actually, be out with my friends, all of us neurodivergent, all of us having struggled. And somebody decides, see us, normally me, because I have a service dog, which is a giant sign that something is wrong, and say something rude. And I have to admit, at this point, it's more fun to joke about how I wish that my dog would take a poop on their lawn than how much their comments have actually hurt.
Alice, I'm so sorry for what you've had to go through. You are so inspirational, starting your own team to help other people find their squad. That's making me tear up. So we have thank you for answering our pre-planned questions. We're getting a lot of amazing comments. First of all, that you guys are an inspiration in the Q&A. And then we have a bunch of questions. So I'll do a few and then Callie will do a few. So one of these questions is specifically for Lucy, and some of you have touched on this, but I'd love for others to answer if they'd like. How did you decide you needed a diagnosis, and why did it take so long? I'm floored with all of your bravery, and I wish I could grow up to be like all of you, and I'm 46. That's the question.
Can I just add on to that, because there was a question too about if having the diagnosis later was powerful or impactful, or how that impacted you for those of you who were diagnosed later.
Is that to me to start?
It was asked to you, and then if anyone else would like to chime in after, feel free.
Yeah, so I typed a response. I did not decide that I needed a diagnosis. I ended up getting diagnosed with autism in a very circuitous fashion. I had been in hospitals for all sorts of other things. I ended up at a specialized diagnostic unit, thought I was going to get diagnosed with schizoaffective or bipolar disorder. So this was a curveball, and autistic people don't like surprises. So at first I did not like this idea, and I said, no, this is not what I was expecting. I hate you, shut up. It was really effective communication skills. And so at first I had a lot of misconceptions about autism, and it just seemed like another thing that would be wrong with me. However, once I found autistic communities online, and I found STEM toys, and I found apps that could talk for me when I was unable to talk, and mostly I found the idea that my natural ways of doing things, of being alone a lot of the time and talking in certain ways and being really, really obsessed with specific interests, that these weren't inherently bad and that there wasn't something wrong with me, because I had lived most of my life convinced there was just something wrong with me, and I wasn't really sure what it was, but I had just internalized and accepted that. And if I had been diagnosed earlier, I think that I may have seen myself as different and not defective from an earlier age. And I would really like that for for people in the future and now. And I also want to say it's really common for especially women to get diagnosed much later in life, like 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. So I feel really lucky to, 18 years is a long time and also not a long time at all. And like, I think if I had been born 10 years earlier, people might not have known that much about autism at the same time. So I'm grateful for that at the same time.
Does anyone else want to talk about getting diagnosed and why they did it when they did and how it helped them?
So I was diagnosed the summer before high school, which, as Lucy was saying, is a long time, but also not a long time, considering how long it can be for a woman to get diagnosed with autism. When I was taken actually to get autism tested, I was angry, I was scared, and the main reason for that was my middle school nickname of retard. And because of that, I kind of thought my parents and my doctors, you know, the team you're supposed to trust, was taking part in the bullying and betraying me as well. However, my diagnosis of autism not only answered a lot of questions and, you know, provided answers to questions also we didn't even think about asking, but it really, really did help me get where I needed to be and help me understand, you know, why I was a little different. It wasn't now just that there's this strange thing about me, but it has a name. Not only does it have a name, but there are known ways to help it, and there are known support systems out there. And I think that really helped a lot. It also helped me get my silly dog over here.
If I may chime in on this, I was diagnosed about the same age you were, Allison. And part of the reason that women or people who are assigned female at birth get diagnosed so much later is because a lot of the diagnostic criteria we have for autism is gendered. So we're looking at traits that are typically considered masculine traits, and they show up more in boys because we're looking at autism through an external lens. We're not asking autistic people how they experience their own neurology. When I was identified as autistic and I was able to use that diagnosis to connect to my community, I was able to learn about all kinds of autistic traits, including really positive ones that were never explained to me in a doctor's office. So finding that label allowed me to find my community and get supports and answer questions.
Like a common theme. So then we have, oh, did Zachary, go ahead.
I would actually like to talk about peer pressure in school. So for me, whenever I deal with peer pressure or pressure in general, what I usually do some of the time, especially during this year where I have online school, is just I often want to talk briefly with some of my teachers right after the class, like during passing period. Whenever I feel stressed or when I feel like others aren't really understanding me. And the thing about it is that I usually rely on, not really rely, no, it's the wrong word. The thing is, I think I feel more safe around adults because they're usually the most trustworthy in comparison to younger individuals. And oh my god, sorry, it's just so there is one teacher that I have currently this year, and I think he's been the most helpful for me, and that is my math teacher, who is also my advisory teacher as well at my school. So he's very open to questions, and not just regarding to math, but questions in general, whether I feel like I'm not really feeling safe around others, or I'm just not really understanding the content of the class basically. And it always just feels like he's good to talk to him, because I feel like he understands me the most as well. And the same goes for most of my other teachers, but especially my math teacher. He like, something about him, like it just makes me feel safe, and that's what I appreciate the most about my math teacher, at least in my opinion. But yeah, what I'm saying here is that when you're dealing with peer pressure in school, or pressure in general, the best thing to do, in my opinion, is to talk to a school adult, especially the teachers you trust the most, for any help or any struggles you feel like you're encountering.
Zachary, thank you so much. That's such good advice, I think, for parents and talking to their kids, and for kids and thinking about their teachers, and for teachers about what they can be doing to supporting kids. There was another question that came up for you, if you feel comfortable to answer another question right now, which is if you feel like society has different expectations for neurodivergent boys rather than girls. We've touched a little bit on some of the challenges of being female and neurodivergent, and then this person wants to know if you feel like it's a different expectation since for males.
Well, I actually feel like I think it's equally problematic for both genders, like regardless of the genders. I think they're both equally struggling. Like, it doesn't matter the gender, they're both sometimes either pressured by others, or like intentionally or unintentionally, or they're just not really understood. But what it really comes down to is like, regardless of the gender, people will think they're one person, but they just don't get the full side of the story, or the full side of the situation. But still, regardless of the gender, like, I feel like people need to be like more open, I guess. Sorry, like, it's not a lot of like other words I can say, but something along the lines of that. But okay, sorry.
Zachary, if you don't, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just not used to these questions very often.
That was such a great answer, I thought. Allison, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I just actually wanted to bring that idea a little bit farther. Each person has an individual experience and an individual way of thinking about things, especially with people who are neurodiverse. And I see this a lot when I'm talking to students as, you know, a student leadership, student representative. How I like to see it is that you have a traumatic event, or just an event that affects 100 people. You have 100 different experiences. And so everybody's going to take it differently. And, you know, everybody's experience is equally valid. No experience is better than the other. And I feel like, especially with gender and neurodiversity, a lot of times I've seen a lot of neurodiverse students being very much pressured into the societal gender norms, even if that is very difficult to them.
Before we move on to any other questions, did anybody else kind of want to weigh in on this topic?
About the gender part, I can maybe provide some support. For example, I actually wasn't diagnosed with ADHD until I was 16, even though I had previously shown very obvious difficulties with attention and behavior and all the other things that are usually immediately identified in boys with ADHD. But since I'm not a boy, I just kept getting in trouble for that instead. And I was only diagnosed in high school because I really pushed for it myself. But at that point, because when I finally caught on that it wasn't socially acceptable to just blurt out jokes or walk around in class, I no longer fit the hyperactive young boy type profile for ADHD. So none of the adults really believed that I was struggling. So I had to really advocate for myself and even getting tested.
It's so interesting that you're talking about sort of not being believed. I think somebody brought this up too, and there's a question in the Q&A about being 2E and sort of being able to mask challenges with your gifts. And so somebody had a question about that. Like, have you ever experienced challenges where teachers don't believe you that you're struggling because you're doing well in other classes or you're doing well in some aspects and they won't give you accommodations? And how did you overcome that?
This is a question for...
It can be for anybody. If you'd like to take it, go ahead.
I had a lot of problems with not being believed, especially when I was at Palo Alto High School. One of my biology teachers, actually, because I did end up switching biology teachers at one point. She basically said that in an email from my parents to her and vice versa, that my parents were telling her that, hey, I'm autistic. I cannot have switch desk partners every single day when you're supposed to also have a discussion with said desk partners every single day. And her response was, it worked for some autistic that I taught in the past. It will work for you. And if you don't, if this doesn't work for you, it's not my fault. You're the one who's wrong. And I think that a big problem with, not being believed in schools and stuff like that is that there are teachers that have these preconceptions about what each diagnosis is like. I see that a lot as well with the students I talk with for leadership. They tell me that there are teachers that were like, you're not autistic or you're not ADHD because you're not like X. You meet one neurodiverse person, you've met one neurodiverse person. And I think understanding that, and this for all people, not just teachers, is really important for keeping, basically keeping the neurodiverse population safe, keeping them, and letting us grow as much as we possibly can.
Does anyone else want to speak to this one?
I guess I can. I think, in elementary and in middle school, I was really quiet. I did, all my work. I got decent grades. And so a lot of people, didn't think, a lot of teachers didn't think, that I needed the testing or the diagnosis. And so my family, we had to fight and we had to create an SST. And I had to advocate a lot. And I think, and yeah.
Unfortunately, that's a story we hear a lot. If there's no one else on this one, then a question came in for Amy. Amy, I'm autistic and just finished my BA. I hope to teach elementary special education in a few years. What is it like to be neurodiverse and teach autistic children?
It feels like being at home. because I'm constantly in a space where the things that I experience in my brain are echoed back at me. I'm with my community. I tell my students all the time that they are weird in the way that I love. And it becomes this very positive and embracing environment. I have the benefit of teaching at a school that specializes in neurodiverse education. So I'm just in a room full of the most interesting people on earth every single day. And we go on the weirdest tangents, and it is so much fun. It is challenging because as a neurodiverse person, I do have sensory processing issues, for example, and classrooms can't get loud. But what I've found is that because I'm speaking the same language my students are speaking and we have similarities in our brains, I can ask a student, like, in a non-condemning way, for example, your stim is actually distracting me and I can't teach right now. Can you pick a quieter stim? And it's not, you're doing something wrong, you're weird and bad and different. It's, hey, your normal process is impeding my normal process. Can we find a compromise? And it's just created a really embracing, positive environment. My students are my family.
Amy, every time I hear you talk, I think, why can't my kids have you for a teacher?
Well, I got to have one of your kids over the summer. Hopefully I'll get them back again.
That's true. Amy did some online classes this summer, and one of my daughters was able to participate. We got to make that happen again. So, Amy, we had another follow-up question for you, which is, you made the point about having neurodivergent voices be front and center, which I think we thought was so important for the K-12 strand, right? And so if we think about educators who may be on the call or parents who may talk to educators, how do we encourage leaders who are mostly neurotypical, or maybe they don't know they're neurodivergent yet? How do we help them understand that they do need to listen to neurodivergent voices? And this kind of draws back on sort of some of the other stories we're hearing where kids weren't believed about their neurodivergence. So what do you think we can do to help school leaders with this challenge?
I think that it's a nuanced question, and that the answer is kind of sticky because we see neurodiversity as being so different than other forms of marginalization. But I would never run a group for LGBTQIA people and have it be entirely made up of straight people writing policy. That would be unreasonable and unfair, and you wouldn't get meaningful policy that would benefit that population. The figure of the slogan for the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network is nothing about us without us. And I don't think that you can make meaningful change in any situation without including the voices of the people who are most impacted. I had to admittedly harangue my boss in the uniquely persistent way that only autistic people can in order to nudge her employment practices to the point where now over half of her staff are neurodivergent. And it's created that same magical atmosphere I described in my classroom in her workplace. So there's a positive feedback loop when we are included, and we see that our community is one of our greatest assets and gives the best outcomes for our population.
Thank you. Yao?
We have a lot of questions about socializing, people whose children feel isolated, and they're asking for advice on how did you find a peer group? What can parents do to help their kids make friends? Does anybody, or what did schools do to help any of those areas? Go ahead.
I can only answer like a tiny fragment of this question, I guess, or a side question. I have trouble socializing because I'm autistic, of course. My parents really wanted me to make friends and pushed me to spend more time with friends. They had nothing but good intentions, so I don't like harbor any resentment to them, towards them. But there were some times where they perceived me as lonely and in need of more socializing, and I was actually okay. And it seemed like my parents and other adults were sort of projecting neurotypical expectations onto me. I always wanted to sit in the cafeteria alone at school and read a book and eat lunch. Like that was good for me. That was peaceful. And then people thought I was lonely. So this isn't to say that everyone who's asking this question is like wrong about their kids. I don't know you, so I obviously can't say that. But my disclaimer is just maybe if there might be misunderstanding about what your kids' social goals are versus what are your goals for them, that's a good thing to clarify.
Lucy, you're 100% right. I tell people don't assume because I'm alone that I am lonely. I love my me time. For students who are seeking out meaningful connection and social networking, I find that I do a lot better in online spaces, but every person has different communication styles. Even within the autistic spectrum, we all like to talk differently. I have a best friend who insists on calling me and I absolutely hate it. But I find that rather than worrying about getting a group of friends right now, find a network of people who have something in common with you, something meaningful. Your autistic special interest is the key to lifelong friendships in a lot of ways, if you can just find one person who meshes with you on it. And those qualitative relationships rather than quantitative ones, I think are what should be prioritized.
I hear you. My son tells me some of these things. Now I'll try to listen more.
Serena?
More about the connection part, I found it was kind of really hard for me to connect with other neurodiverse students because this topic, as like for me personally, in my community, it's really stigmatized. Like I felt I wasn't allowed to talk about it because it would make me like ashamed to like my family or like weird in other people's eyes, which is actually what inspired me to create a neurodiverse high school connection and resource support group for anyone else who was like struggling with this or either struggling with this or who just understood like what this felt like, because it's also really kind of hard to just directly approach other people about neurodiversity when they're not either very comfortable with talking about it or they make you uncomfortable when you talk about it. So yeah.
And Serena, there's a follow-up question for this that I wonder if you can address if you're comfortable doing so. Someone asked, for those of you who are Asian American, did you feel you were particularly supported or challenged by your Asian family members, friends of family, how that piece of intersectionality might have impacted your experience?
Yeah, I would say, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say for diagnosis, it has definitely been a really big hindrance because we're always under this mindset that we can't be something that's like super stigmatized. We have to stick to this certain role. And if we deviate from a certain expectation, like neurodiversity is sometimes they associate it as something that's with your intelligence levels. And then it also means like bad parenting if your kid has ADHD, for example. So for a diagnosis, as far as that goes, my elementary and middle schools actually tried to get me tested multiple times, actually for autism first, after which I ran away from the school psychologist. But my parents didn't really understand what ADHD or neurodiversity actually meant. So they refused further testing because they didn't want to give me a label because that was kind of looked down upon by other people. But without the label for ADHD, I was also given so many other labels like a problem child or like being disruptive on purpose or just not being what I was supposed to be. Like a lot of other negative labels, which neurodiversity is really not if you like really understand it. I hope I answered it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Does anyone else want to weigh in on maybe, cultural differences that you've experienced or how support might be different? Yeah, Zachary.
All right. So I'm Asian American, and the same with my parents and my sister. So for me, I think I'm getting a lot of good support, especially from my dad, because he is a doctor. He's a brain doctor actually, and he's a brain doctor, and he knows a lot about not just neurodiversity but also other well, brain information. I don't know, sorry, brain stuff in general. And I think like whenever I'm having a hard time understanding like who I am as an autistic person, sometimes like I once in a while I just talk to him when I just feel pressured or I feel like something just seems wrong with me. And those are the times when I'm just really stressed. And to have like a parent who is a brain doctor, a really well-known brain doctor, it's a good dad to have. And I also can't be I can't be more thankful. And I really want to thank him for that, because he is a really important person in my life. And I'm very happy. I'm very happy to have him as my dad.
Zachary, that's so touching. And I am sure your father, who is listening in, I hope he knows how much he means to you. Thank you for sharing that. Does anyone else want to weigh in on the topic of kind of cultural issues that you may have faced? If not, we have so many other questions, so no pressure. Yeah, Elle, do you want to ask?
Sure. So we have a few questions about getting into college. So for those of you that are looking to apply to college, what that experience might be like, or for those of you who have already done it for neurodiverse individuals. And then there are also questions about work. And I know one of you is already working and some are probably thinking about what they're going to want to do for work. So if you have any comments about college applications, being in college or work, we'd love to hear that.
I think for college applications, because I am currently in the process of doing so, it's definitely been pretty stressful. Like I know, for example, I know that I need to take a lot more time to get my thoughts sorted and stuff like that. But it's also been, yeah, for example, for writing essays, I always go in with the mindset that I have to get this done on my first try. And then, for example, when I was writing my Common App, I went in like June, I started my first draft, and then I was like, okay, I am going to keep working on this first draft, and then this is going to be my only draft. And this turned into like 20 drafts, and at the end, it didn't even matter because my end result was like, didn't even closely resemble anything like my first draft. Like literally the only sentence that was the same was the first sentence. So that is my opinion on the college application process. I am also really bad with word counts.
Go ahead, Ela.
Because I'm a sophomore in high school, it's not, college admissions is not something that's on my mind a lot. Career definitely is, but I think my family in this regard says, do your best, and they're pretty supportive, and they said to find what you like rather than look directly for the college, because the college will come after I find what I'm passionate about.
Sounds good advice. Go ahead, Lucy.
I can talk a little bit about this because I'm actually working and volunteering right now to help high schoolers with college essays. And there is, I think we are supposed to not swear. There's a quote from Ernest Hemingway that is the first draft of everything is, and there's a 4-letter word that you can all imagine. But I tell my students that because no one writes good first drafts, not even the greatest writers. I think especially for neurodivergent students, some people I know just do a lot better talking than writing. And so when they talk and record themselves, and then you can get Google Docs to transcribe it, they find it much, much easier to get their ideas out. So those are two tips that can work actually for any kind of writing, really. And in terms of college, I totally lucked out because I didn't know I was autistic when I was applying. And then it turns out Stanford was piloting this neurodiversity transition orientation program right when I was starting. Like that worked out really nicely. But the transition orientation, where I started on campus a week before everyone else, I moved in early. We walked around and saw all the buildings. I figured out how the dining hall worked. When it was time for everyone else to move in, I live right next to campus, so I just went home and hid until the chaos was over. So that was by far the most helpful thing for me to figure out, to get my bearings starting college. And I would encourage other neurodivergent students who think they might benefit from that to see if you can get, like, through an accommodations office, an early move-in, so that you can get oriented before orientation, which is not always orienting.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
As far as college and career goes, and this doesn't necessarily apply to all neurodiverse people or even all autistic people, but I know I have a habit of setting rules for myself and what I can and can't do in my life and what I will and won't do. And I was going to have finished college by 22. I was going to major in Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. I was going to be married by 25. I don't know who to. I was going to own a house by 30 and then have 2.5 kids and own my own and none of those things. So be prepared for stuff to get weird. It's okay to have expectations and desires, but don't let them turn into rules and barriers. I ended up going to an art school that my high school art teacher dared me to apply to. I had never seen the campus. It turned out to be a really good decision. I got lucky. I've explored all kinds of careers. I've lived in 2 states through college. And only just now, starting my 30s, have I really found what I think is probably going to be my career, hopefully for the rest of my life, but maybe I will experience another unexpected curveball or interesting dare. I might end up in space, who knows? Let the weirdness of the journey of life be something that you view as a positive.
That's so great. And I have to say, I'm excited because Amy is such a great speaker, and we're going to be able to hear more from her through our group Reel in November. And I can't wait to hear more about your perspective about neurodiversity and what that looks like as you transition into adulthood. So there's a great question in here. It's the last question I'm going to be able to take from the Q&A, and then we're going to have a wrap-up question. But as the next generation of autistic activists, what advice do you want to give to older activists? This person says, I'm thrilled to see you all be so open, loud, and proud. And they just said that during their teenage years, they were not even half as mature of all of you. This person was ashamed of being autistic and felt really traumatized. And now they're at IBM. And so anyway, they'd love to hear what advice you want to give to older activists. Lucy.
I don't have advice, but I do want to say thank you, because I think that my life is a lot easier because of what people who I don't know and who I've never met have done to have, like, butterfly effect changes that have made things better for me. And I really, really appreciate that.
Anyone else want to weigh in? It's your turn to give advice to the adults. All right, totally okay. We're going to have one last closing question that any of you can answer. Love to hear from any of you who are interested in this. Is just to wrap this up, what do you wish would change in K-12 education to better support neurodivergent learners? And this could be something you wish schools would do differently or teachers would do differently, or advice you might give to parents. Some of the parents here have younger kids, much younger than you, like some of them have kids who are about your age. So just any kind of wish you have that we
There's
can.
probably many teachers on this call as well.
Yes, Ela.
There are two things I would kind of like to say. One would be to just learn how to self-advocate at a really young age. I know that was something that I struggled with for a long time, and something I'm still, struggling with to this day, even though I have to do it every day. And I also wish that the stigmatism would, we would get rid of all the stigma around, not only neurodiversity, around mental health and, those types of issues, because it's very hard to be accepted as yourself if there is still so much stigma.
And Hala, if you don't mind me, carrying on with that, I think that pretty much everyone at this panel has probably had to deal with teasing, bullying, some sort of negative, behavior from other students that, makes these people gifts feel like problems. And a lot of schools like to say, we have a zero tolerance policy. There is no putting up with any of this. And then I go to school, have these things happen, and admins and teachers start joining in on the fun of teasing. And I think one of the things that really should change is that teachers, administrators, etc., really should start enacting those zero tolerance policies that they keep talking about. And I mean zero tolerance for bullying, not zero tolerance for neurodiversity, obviously. And I think part of that also should be listening to people, because shunning somebody and not listening or believing them can be just as hurtful as teasing and saying mean things.
That's awesome. I think a few of you volunteered ahead of time to answer this question. So if you're open to it, Amy, Lucy, and Serena, we'd love to hear from you if you're not talked out yet.
Oh, no, I can talk forever. My mom wishes I couldn't. But I think that I'm not a small picture thinker. I'm a big picture. And I think that what a lot of the issues that people have been running into comes from a failure in our society to embrace the fact that people's brains are going to be different. Neurodiversity doesn't mean that being identified as different neurotypes leaves you deficient in some way. We are just more intense expressions of the human experience. And if we can change our society, not just our schools or our workplaces, but really the overall narrative about what it means to be human, and allow for these differences and build accommodations into our normal schools and into our normal experiences, not make being neurodiverse an othering element, but embrace that humanity is going to be different. That's what's going to move us forward. That's what's going to alleviate bullying and difficulties in education and difficulties with employment. Sorry, not like a small task, but like everybody has to get on board.
I love it. No, I love it. Lucy or Serena?
I can talk. I think I said I think diagnosing autistic girls at a young age is important. I'm now sort of losing track of what I have and haven't said, so maybe I'm repeating myself, but my parents did, they said they knew from when I was like, apparently I didn't sleep through the night till I was 18 months old. It's like I was a weird baby. They knew there was something different about me, but my doctors knew that too, but they never told me. And when I got diagnosed, they said, well, we just sort of figured you knew because we talked about it. And I'm like, but we didn't. They said, we thought you could read between the lines. And I'm like, I can't, that's the whole point. So autistic girls need to get diagnosed and told that they're diagnosed, because otherwise I think we know we're different. And if we don't know, then we will figure out, because other kids will let us know in not very kind ways. And I think if anyone who's attending right now just Googles like autism in females and reads a few good, solid, not scientific articles, but like pop scientific articles, you will know more than 85% of the population at least. So just knowing a handful of the signs can make a difference. And because teachers are with kids all the time, and I've shared some of my stories, so that's why I'm really passionate about this specific action item.
It's awesome. Does anyone else want to weigh in? Serena or Zachary, do you have your wish list item?
I wish personally teachers would have like a deeper understanding of neurodiversity and that talking about it wouldn't be such a difficult thing. For example, also if teachers suspect a neurodiverse condition, but the parents don't want to continue evaluation, that they wouldn't see the kid's behavior as purposely rebellious or a means to seek attention or whatsoever, because just because the parents aren't continuing evaluation doesn't mean that the kid is misbehaving on purpose, because sometimes parents just aren't familiar with this. And this goes more for high school, but also don't try to deter a student from trying to get evaluated because they're outwardly high achieving, because it's not really like something associated with intelligence levels. Mostly, I just wish that neurodiversity wasn't such a hushed upon topic, especially in school, because I really thought there was just something wrong with me for like 16 years. And I know I'm definitely probably not alone on this, because people think that diagnosis is such a negative thing or like an uncomfortable thing to talk about, but it's really just an explanation. And then after that, you can really just embrace it. For me personally, the only negative part was going undiagnosed for so many years and then knowing that I actually have it. But it was really just a relief to have an explanation.
Well, thank you all so much. You have shared so much of yourself and your ideas and your experiences and the ups and downs and the ins and outs. And I know I speak for everyone who's been here that this has just been amazing. There's many comments that we've gotten just thanking you and acknowledging you all for sharing your experience and for your courage. And one person said, your courage is a leading indicator of your success no matter what you do. And so I just really want to thank each of you for being on the panel today. And I think you've given all of us a lot to think about. And I hope that as we look forward to the end of the summit and we summarize what the next steps and action items are, that we will find ways to take everything you've said and actually get out there and make a difference and make some change and amplify your voices. Thank you so much. Lawrence, back to you.
I just want to thank Callie and Yael for leading this discussion, and all the panelists for your courage and very thoughtful responses. Because of all of what you're doing today, I'm very, very hopeful that neurodiversity is going to be well advocated and is going to be helping a lot of people, not only a small group of people. So with that, I just want to thank everyone to stay so late in the day. It's a long conference, and we still have 4 days to go. So please pick your favorite sessions in the next 4 days. You don't have to go to every single one of them. It's a little bit too much. But I'm sure you will find something that you may be interested in. And we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning for those early rises. All right, have a good night.